I don't know. It's just, I guess you gotta keep announcing stuff. You gotta keep the ball rolling, the good old MCU and everything. But it just feels like a weird time to be saying Black Panther 3 and Ghost Rider. You know what I mean? Like we're about to see the peak of their storytelling mountain. And it's like, by the way, those guys when we're coming back down, just feels odd.
Yeah, it's really odd. Here's the announcement.
I want to say thank you so much. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you to this amazing family that I have the honor and the privilege and the blessing.
There you go.
All right.
There you go. There you go. He's happy. He's getting paid.
Well, I mean, I don't know about you, but I couldn't give less of a fuck about the story of Black Panther 3 in the MCU.
Well, now, no.
No. No, yeah. Like I obviously I like Black Panther, but the one that we have sucks so much balls. It's like, oh, you want to see it's not even it's not even Black Panther 3. It's the son of Panther. Like
It's the son of Panther. Yes.
that's
Eh,
and we
eh,
got Shuri for 2 Avengers films.
that's an
Or maybe one
odd
and a half.
trilogy.
Who knows? Yeah. It's a
and the
retarded trilogy.
and the best movie he was in was in Civil War. So,
That's the best Black Panther movie.
yep. But what I'm not sensing here, Mueller, is any real. Oh, sure, Ghost Rider's new. Okay,
Hmm.
fine. But I'm not sensing anything different.
Does that not feel like they got in a room with Sean Levy and they were like, "Hey, we've got about
Yeah,
5 different possible projects. What one do you think you could definitely do?" And then like, doesn't Ryan Gosling want to be Ghost Rider? Hasn't he mentioned that? And you've worked with him, and he's kind of a somewhat of a draw right now, I guess, because of Project Hail Mary and maybe the Bobby stuff is actually getting cited as like, and you are successful with Stranger Things and Deadpool and Wolverine. So they just fast tracked the fuck out of that.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Me- Meanwhile, again, Blade took him what 10 years to cancel.
Ooh, that's embarrassing. At least Kevin Feige had the good grace to call himself a loser over that. It's just funny. No, I think you're right. I think they had some names circled for ideas of, but as far as like taking things into a new direction and you're doing something you should have done in the second movie. So these are all going to be pretty safe. We got to pay attention to those that X-Men announcement though. I like if Sadie Sink ends up being Jean Grey, it really reeks of Steph mentioned this. My nerdy home mentioned this. So like it was her who brought it up, or the first person I heard it. Is it reeks of, well, she's popular. She's in
Yeah.
that popular show.
Well, she's gonna be in the Wolverine game that's coming out soon as well.
Is she?
Not like Sadie Sink's Jean Grey, but
Oh,
Jean
Jean
Grey.
Grey. Yeah, Jean Grey is.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes. That
Is it,
kind
I'm
of.
assuming you've talked as well about the sizzle reel was shown with Tobey Maguire Spider Man in it. It's just
Alrighty. Alright. So it's been a while. Sorry I didn't stream for literally almost an entire week. Well, not an entire week, because Tuesday I streamed on Twitch. So not a whole entire week, but I guess on YouTube it counts. Um so yeah, we're gonna react to anything. Do have some videos I do want to react to. Um LeBron James, he's a Sixer now. So I don't know. I don't. Here's the thing. I think he's gonna play with the Sixers, probably for like 1 or 2. I think it depends. If if LeBron does not win the championship next season, he's gonna opt in and try and try the season after. And after that, he's probably gonna sign like a 1 day contract or some shit like Kyle Lowry shit with the Cavs and then retire as a Cavalier. That's what I see. That's what I think he's gonna do. But time will tell. Right. So, uh, today, Uh, So I do know that fucking the Avatar. I think the Avatar movie is supposed to come out soon, like and shit like that. First of all, I don't really care because I've already watched it like months ago. My reaction on it is that it's a fine movie. It's an okay movie. I think that if you are an Avatar fan, you would like it. I think if you're not an Avatar, if you don't really watch Avatar, you probably think it's an okay movie. But yeah, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really mean much because obviously, the way that it ended or the plot line was basically kind of had to be erased because again, Korra. It was only when it was Korra is when it started getting all the aeronomads and shit like that back. So the whole plot point of like, oh yeah, Aang going getting the staff and all that stuff that can bring air nomads and shit like that. It's like whatever. It doesn't really mean anything. The group in the fucking movie don't really mean shit either. They just they came in they came in fucking was a bit of an obstacle in the early half, and then the guy just never used them again. Aang, Sokka, no Aang, Team Avatar basically irrelevant. Like Katara, Sokka, Toph, and Zuko, they didn't have to come. They didn't have to come. Oh, obviously Katara I can understand, but like the other three didn't have to show up. There was no reason for them to be there other than, hey, look, the gang's back together. But overall, I think it's an okay movie. It's a whatever movie. As soon as I found out about the freaking staff and all that shit, I'm just like, yep, I know where this is going. They're gonna have to destroy the staff. Otherwise, why wouldn't Airbenders come sooner? But whatever. Either way, it's an okay movie. It's a whatever movie. Entertaining, but you're not gonna get anything more out of that, honestly. All right. Let's watch this. My ruined Leon.
So, the autopsy for Nolan Wells came out, and I am not satisfied with the results. And so, my
Yeah, because it didn't match. It didn't. Yeah, you're not satisfied because it didn't match what you wanted. You didn't match. It didn't match what you wanted it to be. You wanted it to be something racial.
next strategy or my next plan of attack is to um, get a petition started to
Plan of
the
attack.
Southeastern Conference to have every African American athlete that attends Mississippi, any university in Mississippi, to sit out until we get justice for Nolan Wells because this is clearly unacceptable. So, what you see here are the top three football athletes that
Didn't they say the same shit for Carmelo Anthony? Could have sworn they said the same shit about like, oh, um, I want all the black college football people in Texas to sit out. I'm pretty sure that happened before. This is the same fucking plan they're trying to do again.
attend Mississippi State University. I'm going to email all three of these individuals and request that they stand down until we get
Yeah, sure, they're gonna actually fucking reply to you.
justice for Nolan Wells. I'm also going to submit a
They probably think it's a spam folder or some shit.
petition to the conference to have every African American athlete that plays in the state of Mississippi to stand down and sit out this upcoming season until we get justice
They're not gonna sit out because they're not gonna because they need revenue.
for Nolan Wells. We have to put the pen to the paper and feet to the fire and stand on business.
Believe it or not, it's been 2 weeks of Nolan Wells being a topic for a lot of people. And in that time, you've seen a lot of people make fools of themselves, desperate to be viewed as credible with firsthand knowledge and information no one else has and details no one else has seen in an effort to prove to everyone around them that they hold the keys to figuring out what happened to a young man and how he's mysteriously passed away. Yet, none of these people have seemingly gone to the police with this information, given that information to the family, or given it to Ben Crump.
Because they don't care. Do you think they don't care about the act? They don't care about. I said the same thing for the fucking Carmelo family or whatever. They don't care about actual fucking justice. They don't actually care about justice for the family. They just care about basically them being right, so therefore they can fucking dunk it on uh the deniers that, oh yeah, we were right. Racism is still real. That's basically what it is. They don't actually care about the family. They just want something to they just want their narrative to be right so they can prove that racism is real.
They run to social media apps in an effort to gain likes. Therefore, that means that they're going to be believed by a bunch of people because if you say enough times, you somehow look credible in the grand scheme. And where we last left the topic of Nolan Wells, you had people making up lies about his body, how it was bruised, how it was burned, and the independent autopsy was going to.
And again, I don't. This is so stupid. These people will never fucking learn. They will never fucking learn because they did the same shit with fucking Carmelo Anthony. They did the same shit for the other guy that hung himself. I forgot his name, but they did the same thing for the guy that hung himself. These people will never learn. And when it turns out that fucking the family was basically bamboozling them, they get freaking mad. Right? When the Carmelo Anthony family cheapened out on an actual good lawyer and got a lesser quality lawyer for their own son, and didn't even attend to the fucking hearing. That tells you a lot about them. But yeah, and they got mad when they found out about this. But now, new case, they're doing the same crap now. The same freaking thing now. So it's like, okay, like don't freaking act like, oh, we're mad that we got fooled, and then when another case happens, you guys do the same freaking thing.
Prove it, and it was going to show that everything was going to be right and that these white kids abused this black boy and then they threw him out to sea, and the independent autopsy came back as absolute nothing with the exception of redness in the back of his head and organs that were not there because the medical examiners who were starting the first autopsy have them. But that was taken as, even though Ben Crump stated it was standard procedure, his organs were stolen and now they're missing. But continuing on from that, it's been nothing. And next to silence, if you will. That was until the DA came out and said all this information that we're clamoring for, their autopsy, the toxicology report, that's going towards the grand jury.
As District Attorney for the 19th Circuit Court District of Mississippi, I want to talk directly to the people of Jackson County. Our community is grieving the tremendous loss of Nolan Wells, who is loved and treasured by everyone. Nolan's family deserves answers, and our community.
Oh my gosh, give me a second. Alright, I'm back. Got myself some cheesy bread. Got myself some cheesy bread. Oh, we good, bro. We're doing good today. Let me check. I'm gonna drop my food. Alright. Got it. Alright. Back at it. Once more.
Deserves answers. Every death in the county, except those of natural causes and non-criminal car wrecks, are presented to your grand jury. Many people don't know that. We have handled death investigations in this manner my entire career. Nolan's case is being handled the same way, with the same care and the same commitment to the truth that we handle all death investigations. I understand the public's urgency to know what happened to Nolan, but we are not taking time for time's sake. We are taking the time required to complete the work this investigation demands. Since Nolan was reported missing, local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies have worked around the clock investigating what happened to him. Every piece of evidence must be examined. Every credible lead must be followed to its conclusion. Every witness interview must be analyzed in context of all other evidence. The pressure for answers does not change what the work requires. Our responsibility to Nolan and our community is to complete this investigation thoroughly, carefully, without compromise, supported by the evidence, and worthy of the confidence of the people we serve. I also understand that many people have questions about why more information has not been released publicly. In Mississippi, the rules of professional conduct restrict the information a prosecutor can release during an investigation. Our restraint in communicating facts and
Do you think people care about that? No. They just want to be vindicated, bro. Let's be honest here. Do you think those people actually care about it, bro? They just want to be vindicated, man. That's all it is.
evidence is not an effort to keep the truth from the public. It is an effort to protect the integrity.
Because let's be honest here. Let's just say the off topic comes out, right? And it doesn't match the independent one. Right? Let's just say that. Then they're gonna say they're hiding evidence because they don't want the racial backlash or fucking whatever. So yeah, it's a damn for me. It's a damn if you do, damn if you don't. Either way, niggas can still be mad. It doesn't really matter, bro. Either way, niggas will still be mad. Whether the autopsy agrees with them or not, they'll still be mad. So it's like at this point, it's like who fucking cares?
Of this investigation in the grand jury proceeding. As your district attorney, I have an ethical obligation to avoid public statements that could influence witnesses, prejudice a proceeding, or compromise the fairness of the legal process. My obligation extends to and requires me to use.
Let me close my door real quick. Oh.
Use reasonable care to ensure investigating agencies avoid making those statements and releasing information as well. These rules exist to protect the search for the truth, not to prevent it. As divided as the discussion surrounding Nolan's death has become, I know we all want the same thing: to understand what happened to Nolan. With that being our shared goal, we must also share in the goal of protecting the integrity of how the truth is discovered. If we sacrifice the integrity of the process in effort to satisfy today's questions, we risk undermining the confidence in tomorrow's answers. When the public asks, what about this, or have they looked at that, or did they think about this? The answer is yes. Those are the same questions investigators ask. The difference is that we can't publicly discuss the evidence, the interviews, or what those efforts have uncovered while the investigation is underway. Again, Our restraint in sharing details of the investigation is not a refusal to share the truth. It is our
They're gonna say that. They're gonna say it anyways. Because once the evidence comes out, if the evidence comes out and it's contradictory to what they're thinking, they're gonna say that you're lying. They're gonna say that you're trying to hide it because it's racist. Because Mississippi racist.
protect the process that allows the truth to be known with confidence. There's a lot of information out there, and there is a heck of a lot of misinformation out there. I simply want the community I serve to know that this investigation is being handled with the care, professionalism, and commitment to the truth that every family in Jackson County deserves. As we continue this important work, Nolan's family, his friends, and all who loved him remain in our prayers.
And maybe people are going to be able to see it after the grand jury looks through all of this. But as it stands now, all of this information is going towards the grand jury. And if you were a sensible human being, you'd say, okay, I understand that, because that's the procedure you have with situations like this where you don't have a suspect, you have a mysterious death, so you got to pass it off to that grand jury. Okay, standard procedure. Not on social media, because
Nope.
on social media, they're demanding to see it all. They think that it's a cover up. They think everybody's going to magically forget about Nolan Wells and this woman getting on screen and saying that they're going to do all of this and move it to the grand jury. It's nefarious.
Xavier Wells update, and Angel Myers McGrath is asking for more patience. She is the DA in Mississippi. She's asking for more patience as we get more information. I just don't. She says they're doing everything they can for Nolan, but she looks pretty nervous if you watch the video, to be honest with me. It looks like the heat is on. And then in other news, Ashley Nicole, Warren's mom, is now signing up for the Officer Race Batum Tatum podcast. Okay, lady, why don't you just go to a real police officer and talk to them? Why do you think going on a race hustling podcast is going to be the answer?
And why are you trying to act like white savior, bro? This has nothing to do with you, Secret Service Sam. You're a white dude. This is a black person problem. This is what I'm tired of too. That's what I'm tired of too. I'm tired of these liberal ass men, or these white dudes trying to fucking trying to stand up for minorities as if like they're the ones that we're one of the good ones, guys. Trust me, bro. Most niggas don't even fucking care about you. They still disdain you because you're still white.
Going to give anybody, at least in the black community, any faith for this investigation at all. All right? Because nobody is buying what you and your son, who seem to have no emotion over the fact that his best friend lost his life, and you guys think the answer is to go on some second rate podcast, some MAGA cast?
Yeah, like Roland Martin is a better one. Let's be honest here. If they went to Roland Martin podcast, they would probably accuse the fucking son for killing Nolan. Let's be real here. Come on.
Angel says we have higher death investigations like this in my entire career. Okay, so get it done. The public wants to know, get it done. Get her done. Where is the autopsy? Why is it that the independent autopsy was able to be released before your autopsy?
Because the independent one doesn't have to go for a grand jury. The official medical autopsy has to go for a grand jury before it can be released to the public.
Doesn't Stacey Turner, hasn't she had enough time? We know how she's going to rule it, so what is she holding out for?
And that's the thing. You're already assuming of how you see. That's the thing. It's like a damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because for them, it doesn't fucking matter when they release the autopsy. Because all they care about is if it proves the fucking narrative. If it doesn't prove the narrative, then they don't fucking care. They'll still get mad. So it's like, whether they release it early or not, you guys will still be upset if it doesn't fucking turn out to be what you guys want it to be.
Ashley Cole, she messaged Officer Race Batum Tatum, messaged you, let's set up the podcast. Oh my God, can't wait to see this lack of emotion interview. It's like dry chicken.
It's the practice that they have set.
You're a white guy. What do you know about chicken? You're a white dude. What you know about fucking chicken, bro? I don't think you invited to cookouts. They just use the fool to niggas, and that's all they use you for.
For years now, whether you like it or not. I get that you motherfuckers have embarrassed yourselves for these consecutive days in trying to solve what happened to this young man, but you have to let this process go through so that we could get actual information. If we're going to sit here and play this gimmick of not trusting anybody, how do you expect any answer to satisfy you? I know the answer is the white kids did it because ritual sacrifice, hate black people, and all of this. But
Yep.
at some point, you have to ask yourself, who the fuck is going to man this investigation if the gimmick is you can't trust any of them? If the gimmick is
And that's the thing. If you can't trust any of them, then it doesn't matter when they release the autopsy because they already have a fucking narrative to fucking go with. So it doesn't. So for them, it doesn't even matter when the autopsy was released because again, if it doesn't match what they think happened, then they don't fucking care. That's just point blank fucking period. They will not care because it doesn't because it's suspicious because if they release the autopsy now and it counts what they think happened, then they're gonna say, oh well, they did this on purpose because they didn't want the backlash from the black people and all that stuff. It doesn't matter either way. They're gonna get fucking either way. It's not they're gonna get fucking controversy. It doesn't fucking matter at this point. They already have a narrative to they already have a narrative to go to. They already have their own conclusion, so it doesn't really fucking matter to them. They don't care. That's just how it is, man.
Leave you, why waste your time? If the gimmick is only trusting Ben Crump and the family for answers, and when they give you answers that aren't satisfactory to you, what do you have then? You have your random made-up stories that you've invented to try.
Like he did for Carmelo Anthony. Carmelo Anthony, they got jumped. All this happened, right? And then when the video came out, right, and it showed what happened, Carmelo wasn't fucking jumped. But then again, you know what they said now? Oh, they're using Carmelo as an example. They're trying to put the black man down. It doesn't matter. No matter what happens, right? If it doesn't fucking fall in their own presumed narrative, they're gonna spin it however they fucking want. It doesn't matter.
Speaking of which, on top of these people finding a random video of a black person whose face is in the sand and claiming that is Nolan Wells.
This Nolan? Is that Nolan? Because it sure looks like Nolan out at Horn Island.
Just so y'all know, no indication that is Nolan Wells. That is.
And also, doesn't Nolan have an afro? From what I saw, I got like a clean fade.
Out at Horn Island.
Look at his head. That's not Nolan. Like I'm not gonna jump a conclusion as he's Nolan, but if you even look at what Nolan looked like, he has like a mini fro. That looks like a clean cut, bro.
Just so y'all know, no indication that is Nolan Wells. That is a random video of a random black dude's face in the ground. Nobody knows if he's dead. Nobody knows if he's drunk. Nobody knows what the context of this video is. Despite all these people claiming that that's an altercation that happened at Horn Island, nobody knows who that is.
It also looks like his friend Javon there. Allegedly, people are saying that it is his friend, the coach out there. Y'all, we need to know who originally posted, where it came from, who the people are in the video. There is $150,000 reward money. So if you've seen something, you can say. If you've seen something, say something. That reward money is too high to not be saying something. If you seen
that reward money, that's all you care about. That's all you care about is the reward money. You even care about fucking the family having a conclusion to them, having a closure. All you care about is the reward money. That always says your intentions. That always points out your intention. You just want the money.
Something, say something, and take that money and freaking leave. Since it's clearly not Nolan. If it's not Nolan, then
it's
who
not.
the fuck is it? Who is this kid?
It's not Nolan. Look at the head. From what we've seen in the many pictures, Nolan, even the beach pictures, Nolan has a mini fro. That's not Nolan. And Nolan's not that fucking dark either.
And how do you know it's not Nolan? Because
how do you know it is Nolan? How do you know it is Nolan? Where did that video come from? Where do you even get the video from? That's a good question. Where did the video come from?
There's khaki shorts. That khaki could be sand. That could be a.
That could be sand. Hold on, let me see. Let me see the shorts. Let me see the fucking shorts.
Because there's khaki shorts. That khaki could be sand.
Yeah, sure, buddy. Sand just turned a whole blue, turned all blue shorts to fucking to white. That makes perfect fucking sense. That makes. Oh yeah, sure, buddy. All that sand turned blue shorts into beige. Like all the sand that cling onto his shorts, to his trunks.
That could be a load of sand. He's literally rolling around in the fucking sand.
He's not rolling in the sand. He is literally crawling.
Casey.
I'm more interested in this video of this young man, very sinister, saying, "Oh, if they don't announce everything, I'll leak everything."
The way I see it is they have one of two choices. One, they can make things right, or two, I leak everything.
And for some reason, when you watch that, your mind, yes, you watching this,
Yeah.
you're supposed to look at that and say, who is this? Is this motherfucker even talking about Nolan Wells? What the fuck is he possibly talking about?
Facts.
Not on social media, because you got dumbasses dedicated to saying, don't trust the institutions in Mississippi. Just leak it, because you have to leak it. Look, there's $100,000 worth of money that's ready for anyone to collect. We need a GoFundMe so that we could enhance anyone's eagerness to want to come out and state the truth publicly.
Here, and some unidentified kid just made a video saying he sees it one or two ways. Either they make this right or he leaks everything. What does this mean? There's now a $125,000 reward for any information. Terrell Owens is giving it, Al Sharpton, Tyler Perry. I almost feel like somehow we should start a GoFundMe to make this reward so...
Yeah, I'm gonna trust Tyler Perry, the same guy who dresses as Medea. Yeah, I'm gonna trust that dude. The 6'5" dude who dresses like a fucking woman in movies. Yeah, sure, buddy. Come on, man. I don't trust him with shit.
It makes whoever is holding all these secrets come forward so we get justice for Nolan Xavier Wells. Can anybody help me to find out who is this kid? I'm sure you've seen the video by now.
Haven't you?
And what does he know? And if they don't make it right, if you're watching the kid who made that video, they're not going to make it right. So leak it. What are you waiting for? Leak that ish now.
Even though we didn't specify how people...
It's so funny, guys. That's the same guy who was telling the fucking Mississippi guy to people to fucking release their autopsy. And then he look at that. In that next video, he's like, "Oh yeah, they're not gonna make it right." So again, it doesn't fucking matter because they already have a narrative they're gonna push, regardless of what actually fucking happened. Point blank. Period.
Get that money, with the exception of Al Sharpton saying it has to lead to somebody being arrested, right? So him just coming out saying, "Oh, well, I'll leak everything," wouldn't really lead to anybody getting arrested, therefore he wouldn't get that money. Also, you're expecting motherfuckers to pony up their own money in an effort for somebody else to have it when someone could just, I don't know, if it fits the circumstances, give information that could lead to the conversation of the investigation being moved in a significant direction. But that's too easy. That's too boring. You gotta try to hope other people give money so that somebody else could get it in a stupid fashion. And what's to say you could trust the word of any of these people? Because throughout this process, as I stated, we've seen motherfuckers just come up with shit and not confirm it, not verify it, and run with it, to the point where now these motherfuckers have to scream allegedly. And I don't know if this is real because they did such a poor fucking job doing it beforehand. And I would just like to give myself a celebratory pat on the back and then later a celebratory jerk of the meat, because I feel as though I've pushed this, because these fucking morons have just carried their lies so strong that the slightest pushback will have them shaking in their boots. But back to that guy who stated, "I'll leak everything." Remember what I said earlier and how you would want to think that, who is this guy and who is he talking about? Well, turns out these investigators who did such a poor job with every other version of events as it regards to Nolan Wells fucked up again, because this guy is not doing anything and is just sitting here baiting motherfuckers.
Look, I made a video clearing the air after I made this video. One, they can make things right, or two, which gave
I
no
think everything.
context, gave no description that it would have anything to do with anybody who died. Yet people ran with it and assumed that I had something to do with the death of Nolan Wells, which at the time I had no idea of the situation or what happened or anything. I'd never even heard of the name before in my life. I put in the comments.
And it's so funny because then, oh my god, people are so stupid, man. So he was even talking about fucking Nolan Wall. He was talking about some other shit that fucking happened. I don't know if he was talking about like something happened with his girl or some shit. But he wasn't even talking about fucking that. But people, oh my god, people are stupid. Again, people are so dumb, man. People are dumb.
Section multiple times telling you people that this has nothing to do with it. I have no idea what you're even talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. And then it continued. 6,000 comments later, I decided, screw it, I'm just going to continue making these videos with no context to them. And these people are going to run with it. A little social experiment. And I found out that you guys are dumb.
And when you think about all of this and how we've gone this far, and how it seems like every time I talk about this,
it's funny. It's just like, okay. And then Secret Service Sam comes in. Oh, don't trust them. Don't trust the DA. You're not gonna make it, right? Just like, okay, I'm not gonna trust you because you fell for something. You fell for something that had no fucking context and no involvement for no one else. Again, it's pushing their own narrative, bro.
say
all
the
matters.
exact same fucking thing. I do it because it keeps getting stupider. You now have people falling for random bait on social media. Do you think this is necessary? Do you think that this is smart? Do you think that this is helping a grieving family? Seeing all these motherfuckers randomly DMing them, saying, oh my God, see? Look what I have here. Look at this guy. He says he's going to leak everything. Find who this is. Oh my God, look at this picture that Ben Crump posted. It must mean something. You are traumatizing these motherfuckers. They just, and I mean just, laid their child to rest. And at the same time, had to see dumb fucks demanding that they open the casket while still seeing people chastise them because how dare you raise your son outside of the fucking slums. I think the most alarming thing is that as the days go by, it just gets dumber and dumber to the point where now some of these people are looking at Ben Crump and they have their speculation goggles on because Ben Crump has made the mistake yet again of posting somebody else's thought process on his own social media account, which has amplified people into saying, does Ben Crump know something that we don't? Well, duh, he's the representative, he's the attorney, he's the one that's going to have knowledge before you do, you dumbass. And when you think about what Ben Crump posted, you would have to want to verify that before you post it online. This is him reposting somebody else's words on a completely different social media app along with a picture. And I don't know if your eyes work better than mine. I wear glasses on occasion so that I could see better, but I can't make out a fucking soul in this picture. Why? Because
it's so fucking blurry.
It's blurry. How would I be able to pick out in a vacuum who's Nolan Wells here? I guess it's the two individuals who are right there, but how could I?
Yeah, what? I'm guessing Nolan Wells is that fucking is this guy right here, or I can't zoom in. I'm guessing it's this guy right here, but it's like again, it's so fucking blurry. And who's this fucking long-haired dude? Like, what is this, bro?
Look at that and say that's Nolan Wells.
And who took the picture? That's the question. Who took? Wait, do you mean that there was a boat? There was a boat nearby, and it took a picture of them. Like, where did this photo even come from?
Blurry is all fuck. And that's just me being honest. You could say I'm missing a point. You could say I'm ignoring something. I can't see shit based off of this picture that Ben Crump posted. He ain't post no clear version. He ain't have no HD version. He ain't had no 4K. He posted that version, and I gotta work with that.
The picture has been deleted from his account after editing this video. Oh, that's convenient. That's very funny. He deleted it. I mean, cause he actually know these comments and just like, first of all, who took the photo? Wait, tell me this is what? There was another boat nearby and took a photo of them? Like, where did the freaking photo even come from?
And as long as I can't see clearly who that is, I'm not going to operate in saying that that is Nolan Wells. It's a piece that one could think about over time, but if that's not Nolan Wells, oh my, you've randomly brought up random people in your operation in quest to figure out if this dude was murdered or not. And again, like I stated earlier, until that grand jury goes through their process, we're probably not going to see that medical examiner's autopsy. And it's a damn shame. I saw that there's some paper that got leaked showing that this kid apparently had alcohol in his system. But I'm not going to say that that's a true thing, because where the fuck did that information come from? Who allowed that to be on the internet and a bunch of people just randomly start believing that that's true and that's what happened? Nobody outside of the people who are investigating this knows anything. And that's the sickest part. Sitting uncomfortable while a story gains traction and it gets stronger and people are making up their own series of events and everybody knows nothing. Throughout this process, you've seen people embarrass themselves claiming that they have information. And it
Just like the Carmelo case. Oh, he got jumped. He was jumped, bro. He was jumped, man. It was in Austin. It was actually Hunter Metcalf. He started it. Fuck, like, oh my goodness, man. Same fucking shit. They don't learn, man. And then they wonder why people from why some people don't fucking take niggas seriously. Because of this shit. They get mad. They fall for this shit. They fall for this shit. Same year. This happened in the same fucking year. In the same year when the Carmelo case just fucking closed. Now a new fucking case opened. A new fucking case happened, and they do the exact same fucking thing. Oh gosh, man.
It's just led to a circus getting stupider. It's not funny. It's not entertaining. It's embarrassing watching these people do this again and again and again and again, to the point where they're slightly, if you pay attention to some of them, are moving on from Nolan Wells because they're not getting answers quick enough. They're moving to a new topic that involves a black man losing his life to the police, which, depending on who you see saying shit, that will mean more to them than other instances of a black person dying. But that's a story for another day. Ladies and gentlemen,
I've heard about the story. I think what happened was that fucking apparently a cop shot a black guy. He had a knife in his hand and they shot him. They shot him up. So yeah, they fucking clear the shit out of him, bro. How is this allowed? Complete nonsense. I don't really care because I'm not even that fucking far in down bleach, so I don't really give a shit. Let's be real here. We can watch Dev Says That's You. I don't know what. V2 drama?
Best repair. So over the years, I have covered many
Oh,
situations.
let's watch this one.
Let me address the optics issue here first, which is weird for a white guy to say this to a black man, but there are people in the black community.
Damn, why is Tatum look so fucking locked in? Like shit, bro. You ask you a question, not ask you killed someone. God damn, man, relax, man.
Who are going to say, I can't believe you had that Brandon Tatum on. He's not a real black guy. He attacks the black cause. It doesn't matter that he's black. He's worse than a white racist. What do you make of that allegation? And why do you think it's out there?
It's out there because he doesn't agree with them. That's why. It's pretty simple. It's pretty simple, Mr. Como. I appreciate you and I appreciate Como. The reason why it's there is because he doesn't fucking follow the hood. He doesn't follow the hood of niggas. Because he doesn't fall for he doesn't fall for the same shit they do all the time. So that's why he's against them. That's what they say he's against. That's what that's what they call him, the Uncle Tom. Man, Officer Tom or something, whatever the fuck you guys call him.
Thank you so much. And I'll say this, man, we're all Americans at the end of the day. So I don't take any offense of you using your freedom of speech and your commentary to come up with these things or make your point. I think it's laughable. I mean, for somebody to say, I don't like the black community because I'm willing to find both sides of the story to get to what happened to Nolan Wells. I mean, people should be ashamed of themselves for even framing me like that. But the problem,
again, they're falling for the same shit. It's happened with all these fucking Carmelo Anthony, the other guy who hung himself. It's just they don't again. they get mad. They always this thing. They get mad, want more information, get the information. Doesn't match what they wanted to match. So they didn't complain that it's again the Chinese come out as an example, and it happens over and over and over again. It doesn't really fucking matter.
Is many people want this country to stay divided. They want us to stay in a sense of fight or flight mode, and that racism is the main focus, and that's the main contributor to black success or failure in this country. And it's just not the case. Most people are not worried about race. I'm sure you and I couldn't care less what color somebody's skin is. Are you a good person or you're not a good person? And some things that I found out after going to Mississippi and talking to a whole slew of people is that in this situation, it does not appear that race was a factor. A young man lost his life, and I think that's what we need to focus on, and we need to focus on finding out how he lost his life.
What is your take, as someone who's obviously intimately familiar with law enforcement, what is your take on the suggestion that, the authorities really started this? They came out too soon saying no foul play. They should have said that they were investigating because there's not enough evidence for them to put out there of their own conclusion. What do you think of that?
Well, they're darned if they do, they're darned if they don't. If they said nothing, people will be mad that they didn't say enough.
Yep.
If they come out and at least give some people some idea of what the investigation has in store so far, then people get mad at that. They did not say that there was no foul play. They said at this point, we don't have any indication of foul play, which I think that any rational person that's involved or invested in this should feel very confident in, like, okay, we're not looking at some heinous murder where a kid was mutilated and things like that.
Boy. So we got to talk about Officer Tatum doing the Lord's work when it comes to dispelling the lies and the myths that are being put out there by the pro-blackity blacks who are desperately trying to prove white lynching in this Nolan Wells.
And something that they moved on so quickly because when I forgot what his guy's name who hung himself, when guy who hung himself, right? Colin Kaepernick team did a fucking autopsy, right? Independent autopsy, and they never released it. They never released the autopsy. It's been how long now, and they haven't released it. Well, I wonder why. And they just move on to the next. As if that case didn't fucking happen. Like, like it's ridiculous, man. It's fucking ridiculous for some people.
A mystery that really is not all that mysterious if you just use common sense, right? And if you have life experience, right? Anybody with real life experience should understand that this mystery is not all that mysterious. But again, the wokes, they really want this to be white lynching really, really, really bad, okay? And Brandon Tatum is doing something that, the media refuses to do, which is some real journalism. He went out to Mississippi and he actually talked to the friends and their family about Nolan Wells, their relationship with him, what happened that day, and he's exposing the truth, right? He's dispelling the lies and the falsehoods, and we know that.
War doesn't matter because you know why? Because they don't like Officer Tatum. So they're gonna say, oh, Officer Tatum just he didn't word the questions correctly, or oh, Officer Tatum he's one of the sellouts, so he's not gonna tell us he's not gonna tell us all the details. Oh, fucking the families are white people, so he's on gonna be on this. It doesn't fucking matter, bro. It doesn't fucking matter because they don't even like Officer Tatum, so it doesn't matter if you went and spoke with different families. It doesn't matter. They don't like Tatum, so anything that comes out of this will mean nothing to the typical black liberal.
That is what the pro-blackities hate the most, right? They hate the truth, right? The truth terrifies them.
I want people to understand that the biggest threat when it comes to this country, it's not racism, it's not white supremacy, it's not any of that. The biggest threat are people who lead you to believe that those things don't exist.
Why does it have to be about race?
That's the biggest threat, okay? Because everyone would like to be moving in a progressive position, right? We would like to be moving forward. But as long as there are those people who are saying, hey, there's not a problem here. What are you talking about? The doctor can't help you. He can't prescribe medicine if you don't even, A, go to the doctor to begin with. But when you go to the doctor, you say there's not a problem, even though you're bleeding out of your side, right? You got your whole intestines coming out. There's not a problem. I don't need surgery. Someone like that, you can't help them, bro. It just is that to say this when it comes to people like Brandon Tantrum, okay? When you have low IQ black people they are just ripe for the picking when it comes to the lineage of evil. They look at them first because they know that A, they're low IQ, so they're easy to manipulate, right? In addition to that, they don't have many options because they're low IQ, right? So it makes it easy to throw money at them and to give them their marching orders.
I'm telling you right now, if a white boy was on an island with his black friends, all black, and some white folks put on a camera that something must be suspicious because the one white boy is with all these black dudes, and something may have happened. We know that people covering it up and everything because these kids black. Man, we'd be pissed off on that.
Shut your bitch ass up. And the people who agree with him. Because he's leaving out context of why people are upset about this situation. Number one, black people have, for the most part, unified on the concept of if you guys went out there together, you're going to come back home together. If my white homeboy is with me, he was in my boat, my car, whatever. He drove out there with me. He's coming back with me. No one told Nolan Wells' parents that this boy was even missing. You had his phone all fucking day. You never made an effort to get it back to him. You never made an effort to communicate to him.
Because you can't bring your phone. Because your boat has to park at a certain distance to the shore. So you can't bring the phone unless you want to damage the phone. So you can't bring the phone to the fucking island because again, you have to swim there for a little bit, and by the time you get there with the phone in your hand, the phone's will probably damaged. And again, phones are not waterproof. Water resistant and waterproof are not the same thing.
Or anything like that. The mother had to come find you to come get the phone from you. And when they opened the phone, they seen that there were text messages deleted and there were Snapchat messages deleted.
Snapchat's the messages do automatically delete, so it doesn't really mean anything. It's Snapchat unless you manually save them yourself. Snapchat messages do delete themselves. You have to save them. That's the only way. That's the only way that you can keep them. You have to save them, or else they're gonna be deleted next time you go back. I'll check them. Check the things again.
This is what made it suspicious. And then as soon as people figured out who the fuck he rode out there went, everyone went dark. Every single person went fucking dark.
I think people owe these boys an apology.
But what about but we know that one of his friends that went there was black. Obviously, he wasn't on the same boat, but one of his friends were there that was black. So what are we doing? Are we gonna ignore that?
Sad and unfortunate what happened to Nolan Wells. I don't know if there was something that was foul play happening to Nolan Wells.
All right, Officer Tap Dance. So if you don't know, then you need to be quiet as well. How can you sit here and say people owe these boys an apology when you just clearly say you don't even know what's going on?
Because you guys don't know what's going on, but you guys are already jumping on the gun that hey, what the white people have something to do with this. His white friends have something to do with it. That's why he's telling you guys to shut the fuck up because it's like if he doesn't know, you don't know either. So why are you guys assuming that something happened without knowing anything was going on?
And I know you have a PhD in criminology, so if you don't say anything that's related to white safety, then you will lose majority of your supporters. I get it. I understand. Your wife will probably leave you. But you need to shuck and jive yourself out of this situation. The scrutiny that these boys in Mississippi is receiving is not simply because of their skin color.
I mean, it pretty much is. Let's be real. It pretty much is.
It's the lack of concern that the system showed for this case and that his friend group showed for this case. This was a horrible investigation. They wrote it off before it even started. And then they had to go back and say, well, now we're investigating this. Between the phone, between the keys, between the messages in his phone, between people not knowing which boat, which friend group he was with, between them saying he went off with these people, no, he was with these people, and then between them maybe having a fight or he hanging out with this another group of people, all of this information sounds fishy.
Yeah. So you see that, you heard that. Now, I just want people to keep in mind this idea that Nolan's friends didn't care about him, right? That there was no concern, that their behavior is fishy because again, the whole thing is that these people are convinced that Nolan's friends somehow, some way murdered Nolan, right? Even though again, there's no evidence of that at all, right? There's no indication of any type of foul play, okay? But for them, well, it's just fishy, right? And again, the only reason it's fishy is because he had white friends, okay, in his Mississippi. They ignored the fact that the island was full of other people. Nolan had other friends there who, weren't white, right? Who
Yeah.
also black, who
Literally, one of them that spoken was a black person. One of them that spoke out, one that spoke in public was a black person. But they ignored that because you know why? Because they saw the couple pictures when he was hanging with white people and automatically jumped the gun that yep, he was killed by them. He was lynched. Some white sacrifice, some shit.
I could argue that they basically have showed the same amount of concern as the white friends. Okay, but again, a lot of this stuff is built off lies, right? Built off the fact that this has now become a full blown grift. Okay, and Tatum is exposing that grift. And there's some people, some black people, who actually do appreciate it, right? They appreciate it for what it is, despite the backlash from the pro black mob.
So I'm sitting here watching this Brandon Tatum interview with Nolan Wells' friend Warren. I got it playing on the TV right there. Let they both go. I'm trying to understand what it is that y'all mad about with Brandon Tatum. I done seen some of the white liberal saviors and black folks get on here and talk shit about him. Why y'all mad that he went to go talk to Nolan Wells' homeboy who just so happened to be a white boy? If you mad at that, go eat a dick because you part of the problem. And the white liberal saviors, they the biggest part of the issue, but that's a whole nother story. What I'm saying to y'all is, this is Warren. They in Mississippi. Nolan Wells' friend. He said, man, I met Nolan Wells in the 8th grade. We was super cool. We started getting tight after that. Nolan Wells, always smiling. He bring joy to everybody. Any room he walk in, he light the room up. Man, I text him all the time. He in the group chat. We hang out every time we come back from school. He said, no, I didn't really go over his house like that, but we were still close. That didn't mean nothing. And here y'all go, oh, well, how y'all close and you never went to his house? That's why I hate social media, because y'all get on here and act like life just perfect. I got so many homeboys in my life whose house I never went to as kids.
Facts. Same here. Same here, bro. I think I've only went to like out of all my friends' places that I've gone to, I think it was like 3 or 4. Yeah. Yeah, 3 or 4 of them. That don't mean I'm not friends with them just 'cause I don't go to the house fucking daily.
But when we got grown, yes, we hung out. That does not mean this person not my friend because I never went to their house. What type of shit is that? Y'all logic is crazy, dog.
Facts. None of my friends that ever went to my place. I'll tell you that right now. No, none of my friends that I've known since high school, even elementary, none of my friends ever came by here. Ever came by my place. What does that mean? We're not actual friends because I never said they can come. I never said they can come by.
Your logic is crazy. But I remember we on social media where y'all like to make up bullshit. So I'm just trying to understand, mainly to the white liberal saviors who think they know everything was good for black folks, and to my black people who can't let racism go. What are you saying about Brandon Tatum and this white boy that's making you mad? Because not that means you mad at Nolan Wells. Nolan Wells is a fool for being friends with this white boy, because y'all saying this is who took his life or got something to do with it. I thought y'all wanted racism to end. You don't want that shit to end. White liberal saviors and black folks got a racist fetish. They want to hear racist. Their mind can't compute like, hey, this didn't have nothing to do with racism. They want to believe it was racist so bad, and I don't understand that shit. I'm confused. Because I'm sitting here watching that shit. I'm looking for some racist shit. I'm looking for something that look fishy. And I can't find them. I'm just seeing regular conversations. I done seen racist white people. I'm black. I've been black my whole life. I know how they look, how they talk, how they walk, all the dog whistles they use, and the microaggressions. I know this shit. Imagine like a regular white boy in Mississippi who like to fish and hang out with his partner who just so happened to be black. Man, get the fuck out of here, dog.
I listened to Officer Tatum's interview with Nolan Wells' friend, and I don't even rock with Officer Tatum like that. But I appreciate him for bringing another perspective to the table. Like, y'all ain't gotta believe Nolan Wells' friend, but at least we get to hear the other side of the story versus y'all just labeling these folks as murderers without much to support that claim. But when you hear his side of the story, bro, that's crazy. Because I'm telling, when I first clicked on the case and I was listening to Ben Crump and Al Sharpton talk about it a little bit, they made it seem like these 3, 4 boys and Nolan went out to the island and it was just them. And something happened and they just left them there. And oh, they clearly had something to do with it and blah blah. And then when you hear Nolan's friend's side of the story, and he's like, bro, look at the security camera, bro. It was like 20 to 30 of us on 3 boats. Everybody knew everybody.
but Nolan was more close with us, so he was on our boat. But when we got to the island, it was hundreds of thousands of people there. That already, I'm like, whoa, that's not at all what I imagine if I'm listening to the other side. And then they're like, bro, we had a boating emergency, and we told Nolan we was finna leave. Come on, he said he was gonna hang back with a girl, so we left. And I'm like, that's the most normal thing ever. Nolan hung back with a girl. I hang back with a girl. There was still hundreds of thousands of people there, and he probably thought my dogs was gonna come back.
Or he's going, okay, if it's speed boats, he probably said, you know what, I can probably just hop on the other boat. My friends have my shit. Like my friends have my stuff, so I can always ask for it back. So it's like again, he trusts them, right? They're friends. So it's like no one's probably thinking. I'm just, again, it's assuming assumption, but no one's probably thinking in his head, right? If I was Nolan, I'll be like, okay, well, obviously they're my friends. So if I leave my stuff there, I know that if I go on another boat, I go to my friends. I ask my stuff back. They can give my stuff back. It's not weird, especially again if it's if it's multiple boats of hundreds of thousands of people on that island. Yeah, of course, fucking people, of course, not gonna fucking jump the gun. Not yet.
This could potentially have nothing to do with those boys. That's what I'm saying. If we just going off of that, because that is pretty normal versus the picture that they was trying to paint with the 3, 4, 5 of them went out to the island by themselves and left Nolan. That's crazy. And it's like, I'm not saying nothing didn't happen to Nolan, but when y'all trying to paint pictures like that, bro, come on, bro. Like, what are we talking about? Something could very well have happened, but it should be more from a broad, bigger picture perspective, as in there were hundreds of thousands of people out there. Nobody saw what happened to Nolan. That's another story, right? What about the girl that he was with? Did she see something?
That's the question too. What about her? Like, if this is true that she was hanging out with a girl, we need to know about her story, bro. That's for sure. We need to know about her, because if he stayed behind because of her, we need to know what she think. We need to know what her thing is.
Right? If he drowned, did anybody see the drowning? Right? But it seems like people are wanting and hoping something like somebody murdered him.
Yes, that's what they want. That's what they want. They don't, again, and this is why they're gonna be mad regardless of the autopsy that comes out from the DA, because if the DA releases the autopsy and doesn't fit the fucking narrative, they're gonna say, oh, they're trying to hide the murder, some shit like that. Again, it doesn't fucking matter to them, because they don't actually care about Nolan Walls. All they care about feeling vindicated. That's what they all care about.
Why would you hope that? Like, why would that be the only thing that satisfied your? I don't know. That's weird. That's what people are like hoping is the case, versus it may have been drinking and beach. Drinking and water is a terrible combination. Drinking beach and
Facts.
water.
Yeah. No, that just makes too much sense, right? Drinking in water just makes too much sense.
Not even drinking water, drinking an ocean. When you have an ocean, fucking young kid, and with a drink in his hand, with multiple drinks in his hand, that's a bad combination, buddy. ocean and ocean alcohol don't mix. They don't mix for a reason, man.
Right? No. The pro blackities can't accept what is the logical conclusion here, especially when you're talking about drinking at 18 years old. Now, I'm gonna have a very, very, very real, probably one of the realest videos that I've ever made. Once the actual toxicology report comes out, right? When the actual answer to what happened comes out, which it will, right?
It will eventually.
I'm gonna make the realest video that I've ever made, okay? Because I just think that so many people are discounting the fact that this young man was 18 years old.
Yeah, 18. You'll forget 18 years old. Let's put this into perspective. 18 years old, right? Good football player, going to a high end college, right? Just graduated high school. Graduate high school a couple months ago. Going to college, gonna have having a new scholarship or whatever. Like, of course you're gonna fucking celebrate, bro. You're gonna celebrate that shit. Life going good, man. You're gonna be playing college football, probably Division 1 in NCAA. Like, it's gonna be good, bro. Of course you're gonna celebrate that shit.
And it is likely that this was probably his first time drinking, right? Clearly, that was a thing, okay? Because he was drinking alcohol, right? We have that. We have evidence and proof of that from the pictures. And he was 18 years old, okay? Not 21, not 22, not 25, not 30. A young man who probably just started drinking.
That could be. Yeah, because don't you have to be like 21 to drink, if I remember correctly? In the United States, you have to be like 21. So He was. I guess he was supposed to be drinking it. So
Again, just a preview. I'm gonna make one of the realest videos I've ever made on this topic, right? When the actual toxicology report comes out, right? The appropriate time. But right now, again, we need to talk about how again Tatum has done such a good job, right? Interviewing the friends, pushing back against the narrative, and I think one of the most important parts was exposing text messages showing that there was actually concern from Nolan, from the friends and the family, right? Which goes directly against the narrative that the family was putting out there, which to me, again, is making me feel the same way that I felt about Carmelo's family. I'm feeling that way now about Nolan's family. And I didn't want to feel that way. But it's stuff like this that has to be called out because this has obviously become a grift and the parents are in on the grift. And they're basically trying to get rich off of their dead son, which is honestly disgusting. And I honestly really kind of feel like, you know, the same type of backlash that Carmelo Anthony's parents got, right? For their disgusting grift, right? Grifting off their son, murdering a young white boy in cold blood. Yeah, I kind of feel like
yeah, and guess what? And then what happened? What they cheaping out on a fucking lawyer, but they cheaping out on a lawyer, and they don't even come to his fucking hearing. What does that tell you about his parents? Really, what does that tell you about his parents if they are willing to cheapen out on their own fucking son and not even bother to be at his fucking hearing? What does that tell you about them? Think about that for a fucking second. Your son might be going to fucking jail for decades, maybe even for life. But obviously, I think your sentence is 35 years. But let's say they didn't know. Your son might be going to jail for essentially, almost basically, essentially, probably for fucking life, right? And instead of getting the best, using that money to get the best lawyers you possibly can to increase his chances of beating of lessening the penalty that he might get, you cheapen out and get a fucking cheap lawyer. And then the fucking salt in the wound, you don't even come to his fucking hearing. What does that fucking say about them? It tells me that they don't never care about, they don't care about they don't even care about their own fucking son. They saw all the money they were getting from the cases, right? They saw they were getting all that money from the case, and it's like, oh shit, we wanna kind of keep this for ourselves for a little bit, so they cheap it out on a fucking lawyer. Instead of getting the best lawyer possible with that money, they cheapen out, get a fucking cheap lawyer, and then they cry boohoo whine and cry victim when they found out when their son gets fucking convicted for 35 fucking years. It's like, well, you guys, first of all, why are you fucking crying for? You didn't get the best lawyer for him, so what are you getting mad for? It's your fault. If you got a better fucking lawyer, maybe his sentence would have been lessened. So it just tells me that they don't actually fucking care about his son. They don't actually care about their own son. And it could happen. It could happen to Nolan's family as well, which I hope it doesn't. But it could happen because when you see, you know, a middle class family getting a bunch of money like that in an instant, obviously they're gonna want to try to keep as much as possible. Let's be honest here.
They're just as bad, to be honest with you.
That's it.
So she gets on there and she says they haven't spoken to the family or did anything like that, alluding to the fact that as if the family haven't tried to communicate with her since you lowered up, meaning that they lowered up and they haven't heard any contact from the family. Well, here is Ashley Cole, the stepmama who's a judge is what they say, and she's a family law judge. She's not even a criminal judge. So they want to make her out to be like she's gonna interfere with the case. She don't have no leverage to interfere with the case, to be quite honest. But anyway, this is her, and we got this leaked to us, and so we have this information available. As you can see it, this has been verified. I saw it with my own eyes, and this is a message from Ashley Cole to Nolan's mother. And it says, Christine, this is Ashley Cole. If or when you ever want to talk to me, this is my number. This was on July the 7th.
Correct.
Now, the question is, if you want to know what happened to your son and you think that his friends are responsible, had any involvement, it would be conducive for you to say, let me talk to their mama and see what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Because she is offering to communicate, even though they have lawyers. And the thing is, the boys didn't lawyer up immediately. Warren had a lawyer before anybody else, but the rest of the boys did an interview, equivalent of a polygraph test, all with no lawyers. So they act like they all lawyered up. That's not what happened. And then, even if they lawyered up, the mom said, come talk to me.
Yes.
And what did she do? She don't say anything. And then she had to make a correction.
Yes.
A few days later, roll it.
Yeah, I think that's very important, right? I want people to understand how important that is. This family is going on national television.
It sounds like the similar thing for fucking for the fucking Carmelo Anthony case, right? Jeff Metcalf was basically saying, "Yo, all I want from you guys is for you to just send your condolences or whatever, and I'll lower the sentence. I will fucking I won't do shit basically." But no, the fucking parents, the fucking Carmelo's parents double down with the same shit. That no one as parents are fucking doing as well. So
with Benjamin Crump begging for answers, right?
Same thing.
We need answers to what happened to our son, right? But yet, you had people whose families were connected to what happened, right? Family members of friends that were with Nolan that reached out to them and they didn't respond. Don't y'all find that to be fishy? That they didn't respond, but yet they're claiming that they're looking for answers. They want to know what happened to their son. Well, if you want to know what happened to your son, why are you not responding to text messages where you have family members of the friends who were there that are trying to talk to you? Why are you ignoring that? They know what happened to their son. They know exactly what happened to their son. And again, they're running this grift to get rich off of what likely is their son getting too fucked up, being 18 years old, probably, again, not used to getting drunk like that on a 4th of July, and ended up drowning. They know what happened to their son. But again, they have discovered the opportunity to make money off of this because, again, that's the precedent that has been set by the Carmelo Anthony family. And they're following in their footsteps.
Yep.
I think that's what's happening here. There's no reason why she wouldn't want to respond to those text messages, to be proactive. But yeah, they're going on national television pretending like, well, none of his friends cared. None of his friends' family cared about Nolan, right? Feeding into the pro-blackity conspiracy theories.
The parents, again, they've offered, and I need to correct myself because I think yesterday in one of the interviews, I think I said that maybe none of them, I want to say 2 or 3 of them have reached out. Just the first one expressing her condolences, another one just saying, hey, give me a call if and when you're ready type of deal. And then another one just, sorry for your loss, but hey, we need to talk type of thing. And you know what?
What?
It hasn't, are we at a week? Like my brain is mush. We're all over the place emotionally. This has been a difficult situation. Like I cannot express how hard this has been on not just us as parents, but also his siblings.
But they got bald head milk dud down there that could communicate. Why don't they have them talk to their lawyer? Why don't they communicate? So you telling me this is the part that make me mad, and this is why I question them sometimes that this is another money grab situation. If my son was killed or dead,
sure,
and these are the last boys that's with him, they clearly are friends.
Yeah.
The parents don't seem to be hiding anything because they're trying to reach out.
Right.
They gave condolence and they saying, let's talk. One parent said, we need to talk.
Yes.
What do you want to talk to me?
We need to talk. We need to talk. Now, again, it all makes sense if you just use your common sense, right? Life experience, okay? 18-year-olds drinking, right? That's I think the main reason for the so-called silence, right? But that whole, well, we need to talk thing probably means that, hey, we got to tell you about your son. right? We need to tell you that your son that day was messed up, right? That your son was drinking heavily. That your son might have been doing these drugs, right? Not something that you want to say publicly, right? But hey, something, we need to talk. I need to tell you what really happened, right? The parents don't seem to be interested in that. But again, they want to run on national television and pretend as if nobody saw anything. Nobody knows what happened. Nobody wants to reach out to us. Nobody cares, right? His friends just abandoned him. His friends' family don't care either, right? But again, according to Officer Tatum, apparently they are getting text messages. People are reaching out to them.
And the mother even said it herself on national television, but yet she never said that she responded to them. So again, it kind of tells you they don't really fucking care. They want as much. They know what probably happened to the son, but they want something. They want some compensation. So they're gonna deceive people as much as possible, hiding the information, the potential information that could happen, and yeah.
They don't want to run that narrative. Well, why is that? Because again, it doesn't fit the whole murder mystery narrative, right? The white lynching narrative. It's disgusting, honestly. It's getting more and more disgusting. The longer that this carries on, the more disgusting that it gets. And that's why I'm telling you guys, when the toxicology report comes out, when the real story comes out, the real autopsy, I'm gonna make the realest video I've ever made on this channel about this specific issue, about this specific topic, because the amount of ignorance surrounding this it's insane.
About, well, you may know what happened to my son, so let me talk to you and see what you got. But no, I don't want to talk to them.
Well, also too, you would do your due diligence as a parent to turn over every
because they know what happened to him. They know what happened to their son. They don't want anything to go against this narrative that they're trying to push, though, which is that again this was some white lynching, right? They're raising too much money off of it, so they can't stop it. They can't stop it now. So no, of course they don't want to talk to anybody who actually knows, right? What they already know about their son and what happened.
Stone possible.
Let me talk to these people and see what they got to say. Because if they coming forward to me, I ain't got to chase them down.
Yeah.
Then maybe they got something I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, common sense to be like, oh shit, because they're the parents of his friends. They're the parents of my son's friends. So it's like, okay, yeah, common sense to be like, I'm gonna go to them first. Especially if one of them wants to talk to me, it means that they probably know something that I don't. It's basically just common sense, right? It is basic common sense. But again, as what BCP said, as Greg said, they're getting too much money off of this. Right? Same thing with the Carmella family. They're getting a bunch of money off of this, right? And guess what? They fucking cheapened out on their own son, and they left the son there in the hearing by himself. It really shows you, man. It really shows you how much money can sway somebody's morality. It really can show. It can really show that.
Maybe they're willing to share some text or share some video or give me some context, because they're out here right now saying, we don't know what happened. The boys, he left with the white boys and then came back dead. And, I don't know what happened. It's like, ma'am, are you saying a couple days ago parents have been reaching out to you? Right. Why would they reach out to you? They kill your son.
Yeah.
Facts. That's even common sense. That again, I just common sense, bro. If you had suspicions that they killed your son, you would not have that. You would not even say shit, bro. If the parents knew that their sons killed the black kid, they wouldn't say shit. But the fact that they're actually coming forward to them, it's like, yeah, obviously, it was most like an accident or some shit happened, and they want to say what happened. They want to tell them what was going on during that time.
Something. The last
man, if I killed somebody, I'm gonna get a lawyer, and you ain't gonna hear from me.
Facts.
But these kids didn't even have lawyers, and their parents are reaching out.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah. Again, when the real information comes out, when the autopsy comes out, when the toxicology report comes out, I'm telling you, I'm going off. Okay,
they're not gonna like it anyways. They're gonna say, "Oh, they were drinking. The white boys were drinking with Nolan Wells, and then Nolan Wells got drunk, and then that was the time. But the white boys came in, and they killed Nolan. They put him in the water. They grabbed him, went until he was unconscious, and they drowned him in the water. So it makes him again, bro. I'm gonna tell you right now, it doesn't fucking care. Even if it turns out that he was drunk, they're gonna say, "Oh, them white boys, they were drinking with Nolan, and they made sure no one was drunk. So when he was damn near blackout drunk, they took him and they drowned him." Or no, they took him and him in the back of the head and he drowned. And bro, it doesn't matter, bro. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if what the toxicology says. It's gonna be the same fucking narrative. They're gonna say, "Oh, the white boys killed fucking Nolan," and and that's what's gonna happen, right? That's what's gonna happen, man. If it turns out that Nolan was actually fucking shit-faced drunk, they're gonna say, "Oh, them white boys, they did it on purpose. So that way, when they do hit him in the back of the head and throw him in the water and let him drown, that way it makes it look like it's an accident." Bro, like that's what they're gonna say. That is what they're gonna say, bro. That is what they're gonna say. I don't want to. I hate to have that thought that people can do something like that to outright lie and shit, but let's be honest, man. They're gonna fucking pull some shit like that. When that toxicology report comes out, and if it turned out that no one was shit-faced drunk, that's the narrative they're gonna push. They're gonna say that white boys purposely got Nolan drunk as possible, so when they air quote murdered him, it makes it look like an accident. Like, that's what they're gonna fucking say. Let's be fucking real. That's what they're gonna fucking say. They're gonna push that fucking narrative. That's what they're fucking gonna say. Let's be real here. Let's be real here. It doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. That's what they're gonna say.
Nolan probably was going through as an 18-year-old. Okay.
Right, you know, and he wasn't no usual 18-year-old. He was an 18-year-old heading off to college. I think he was on a scholarship, if I remember correctly. He was heading off to college, one of the big colleges too, to play football. So if you had that ambition to go to the NFL, can you imagine? You're one step. You're one step to that goal. Let me see. Okay. Oh no, fuck.
Parents definitely, they know what happened to their son. But what they know does not fit the narrative that they're pushing to the public because they're raising too much money. And that's why this is so disgusting. That's why, again, I'm looking at them the same way I look at the Carmelo Anthony family. I say, this is disgusting. What you're doing is disgusting. You're dividing the country to enrich yourself off of your...
I don't even care about that. I do. Oh, I'm not even Canadian. I don't care. Is that you're lying to people, right? If brother Ben Crump does or does not know, whatever, they're actively lying to people in order to get money off of them. Like, I don't even care about that. I don't even care about the whole broad picture of the country at that point. I just care about the fucking lying to people. They're lying to people and scamming them with their hard-earned money because they don't want to fucking tell the truth. So I don't even care about the whole broad picture of the country at that point. I just care about the fact that they're lying to people and taking people's money. But then again, at that point, I have to blame both people because the fact that you're willing to fucking open your wallet that fucking quickly for a case that's not even fucking finished yet, that's something that you're fucking retarded. I'm sorry.
Like, playing the race narrative. Again, in the case of Carmelo's parents, off of somebody else's dead son, that their son murdered in cold blood. But again, that's the precedent that's been set. That's how stupid a lot of black people are in this country when it comes to this race conversation.
Yes, because those same black people got fucking mad when they found out that the Carmelo family cheapened on getting their son the best lawyer they possibly can with that funded money. They got mad at the Carmelo family. But now a new case opens a new with a new dead body, whatever. And let's guess what? They're doing the same shit they did before. So they didn't even fucking learn. They didn't even fucking learn the lesson from the Carmelo case. They didn't even fucking learn from that case. Or they even learn from that other case where, again, Colin Kaepernick's team did a fucking autopsy and they never released the autopsy. Huh? Colin Kaepernick, his team did an independent fucking autopsy and it's been months and they haven't fucking released it. What does that tell you? It tells you that they know what fucking happened based off of the autopsy, but they ain't gonna fucking tell people about it. So they're gonna keep it fucking, they're gonna keep it hush hush. to get as much money as they fucking can.
They'll throw money at anything that has to do with the white man, right? Something that the white man did wrong, right? They'll throw as much money at it as they can. Doesn't matter how silly it is. Doesn't matter if it's immoral, how wrong they don't care. They just want to stick it to the white man no matter what. And they out here chasing ghosts, right? Chasing white ghosts. When the can
And you got the fucking with the white saviors. Oh, I'm on your side. Come on, Bill. Fucking Secret Service Sam, what the fuck you call him? This wannabe white savior, white guilt looking ass motherfucker. Shut the fuck up. Cause they hate you too, buddy. They hate you. Them niggas hate you too. Look in the mirror and they will fucking hate you. You ain't invited to the fucking cookout, bro. Doesn't fucking matter. They still invite your white ass to their damn cookout. Like, give me a fucking break, bro. You can fucking trying to be white savior all the fuck you want. They still don't like your ass. Man, the white fucking liberals piss me off the most. Man, trying to act like they're on their side. Fuck out of here. Let's be honest, they still don't like your ass. Let's be real here, bro. You think that they think if you died, they will do the same thing for you? No. Like, let's be real here. If let's just say Secret Service Sam, he passes away unexpectedly, right, in a murder or whatever, they're not gonna do that. They're not gonna do all that advocacy that he does for them. They're not gonna do that shit for him. So I don't know why the fuck he's trying so fucking hard, bro. Don't know why.
That Nolan was drinking in the photos, right? That's probably what ended up killing him, right? That's the real culprit, right? But nobody wants to talk about that though. Nobody wants to talk about the alcohol. They want to talk about everything else except the alcohol.
Yeah, the dumb white bitch wants to talk about that could be sand on his shorts. That was like, shut the fuck up. Yeah, like sand can completely turn your fucking shorts from blue to fucking to beige. Yeah, but that makes fucking perfect sense.
Anyways, like I said, just wait till this toxicology report comes out. Wait to the real autopsy.
But again, I'm gonna say right now, they won't fucking care, because again, if it does come out and it turns out that Nolan was really, really fucking drunk, guess what they're gonna say? They're gonna say that the white people, they got him drunk on purpose, so that way it makes it seem like a fucking accident. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter what the toxicology report says, because they're gonna say the same shit. They're gonna say that the white boys had something to do with it. The white boys got him drunk. And then they murdered him, and they make it seem like an accident, some dumb shit. It's gonna be like that, bro. Let's be real here. It's gonna be like that, bro. So I don't know why. Because you already know. It's a damn if you don't. Regardless of what it says, they're gonna assume one thing or the other. Doesn't matter. Because they already jump into conclusions, and they don't care about it. Fuck the Odyssey. Such a shit movie.
So in this video,
it's not even shit. It is mediocre. As a person who doesn't really know much about the books, it is a mediocre fucking film. Especially when you really think about all the stupid shit that fucking Odysseus does with his fucking crew, and his crew does too.
Talking about Christopher Nolan's adaptation of the Greek epic, The Odyssey. Now, the discourse surrounding this film has been an absolute circus, and that will continue in this video. Now, with the box office numbers, the media is claiming victory with this film, claiming the narrative of go woke, go broke has been shattered. It's now a proven myth. Now, of course,
I thought they never cared about box office, because they'll get mad at Nerdrotic or whatever about talking about the box office. But then, well, guess what? When something that's a bit woke does well in the box office, guess what? Now they're doing this. They're not doing the whole myth bullshit.
Vanity Fair here would be very, very afraid to look at films like, I don't know, The Marvels, Supergirl, Snow White, and the endless other examples of films that had woke elements and bombs at the box office. But of course, a lot of people expected this film to do very well, including its critics. This was something that was not expected to completely bomb at the box office.
Obviously, it wasn't. Hold on, let me just.
I said that this would do well.
My headset's getting tangled up now.
How much did they limit their maximum reach with the creative decisions made by Nolan? But most importantly, this has served as a very important case study for woke Hollywood and what they're trying to get away with. In fact, with this film, the more we learn about it, the worse things get. In fact, recently, Christopher.
It's so hilarious how the Emily Wilson, the translator who Nolan took after, doesn't even like the fucking film itself either. You still think that it feels an adaptation. That tells you something, bro. That tells you something, bro. Well, obviously, first of all, she's a fucking feminist, hardcore feminist. But again, if she herself saying that, yeah, Nolan, you didn't really adapt it well, yeah, I kind of tells you did something fucking wrong.
Christopher Nolan, the director, has come out and said that he changed the ending of his film and departed from the source material because the source material's end was so grim and misogynistic. The narcissism of these.
Yeah, like that fucking no eyebrowed bitch who's kissing Rotten Pattinson's character. Yeah, she shouldn't get punished. Yeah, buddy, fuck out of here.
Hollywood directors cannot be understated. They're trying to
like it's like no woman can't get punished for misdeeds. No woman can't get punished.
The supposedly problematic work of Homer from nearly 3,000 years ago, and they're so smug about it, it's actually insane. And it's also ironic coming from Nolan, who proudly stated that they wouldn't include an orchestra in the score for this film because that didn't exist during.
Yeah, because that's assault on the wound too. It's like Nolan was this guy who cares about accuracy, but yeah, he never cared about accuracy of the fucking casting. Yeah, it makes perfect fucking sense. Or I don't want an orchestra because it's not accurate to the Bronze Age. But yeah, I'm gonna add Lupita Nyong'o and Ellen Page and Matt Damon, all these non-Greek people. I'm gonna add a fucking Saudi too. I'm gonna add a fucking Indian, and he call himself Greek too. No, you're not fucking Greek. You're an Indian, okay, buddy? You pray to fucking cows and shit. Stick to that, buddy.
In the era the epic took place, and yet here we are changing the ending of the epic to adapt to modern times. In fact, there's a lot of weird decisions.
Yeah, I'm gonna have one of the blackest actors. I'm gonna have one of the blackest female actors be the face of Launch 1,000 ships. Yeah, buddy. Fuck out of here. And I'm gonna call Ellen Page the bravest soldier I ever met. No, fuck off. Fuck off. Yeah, like 5'2" Ellen Page is the best fighter. Yeah, it makes fucking sense.
On here, in fact,
or the most bravest person. Fuck off.
Viking ship that was used in this film, and allegedly it was damaged during the filming, and the owner claims the studio has not paid them. Also, on top of that, you have the media trying to blame all the backlash on right-wingers while saying that they're only mad about this film because its diverse cast goes against the sort of ideal Jim Crow universe they love to see, especially when it comes to older scenes in media. Insane. But things would definitely get to a tither here, ladies and
gentlemen. Like fucking Greece was so modern 3,000 years ago. Yeah, I'm sure, buddy.
When Michael Drinker would make his final review on this film, people are crashing out. They're very upset about what he said in this video or what they.
Bro, they crashed out because they were like, "Oh, why is Critical Drinker making a review on it? The fact that Critical Drinker didn't make a fucking review on the video, a review on the movie means that he's trying to spin it." Even though, again, if you look at his community post, he wasn't even fucking home. He was at fucking he was at a fucking convention at the time. Literally sent his fucking fucking community post. There's gonna be no content for me. Let's go here. See, look at that. For 2 weeks now, I'm appearing to Southeast Florida. Looking forward to it. Like, come on, bro. Look here. See, look. Hello, fellow drinkers. This is a public service announcement that I'm going to the Southeast Game Exchange and traveling from Tuesday, July 14th and 21st. So there'll be no open bar next week. No more social Zoom. 22nd. Cheers and go away now. They didn't even fucking look at the community post and say that, yeah, I'm not gonna, there'll be no content for a week because I'm going to a fucking convention. They even fucking see this shit. They just saw that he didn't make a video yet and they assumed that, critical drinker. He's gonna do his best. He's trying to spin it in a negative light to prove that the Odyssey is actually a bad movie. Was actually a good movie. Like, come on, Bill.
He said in many cases, and that's going to be the main focus of this video. But let's backtrack to that quote from Christopher Nolan. You can see other accounts posting about this and getting hit with proposed notes. If you've noticed, on almost every post sharing a negative view of this film or sharing something that even the director himself said, it's getting hit with proposed notes. They're trying so hard to abuse the note system to add context where the context isn't even needed. But of course, this goes back to Christopher Nolan changing the ending because the original was so grim and misogynistic. And of course, going back to his previous statements, Christopher Nolan refused to use an orchestra for the score of this film because it didn't exist during the era of the source material. But
yeah, I'm gonna cast Lupita Nyong'o because black women had such high statuses back in Greece back then. Fuck off.
Here we are with these changes, and people are quick to point out how ridiculous this entire situation is. Here's one quote saying, "I, for one, am glad Nolan was able to correct the mistakes that Homer made."
What mistakes?
Just another example of heroes on Hollywood being able to right the wrongs, just like The Witcher and Lord of the Rings.
Guess why? Because it's full of white casting.
Here's another one in quotes. "We're making a movie about pre-Columbian America here, but let's not show any human sacrifices or anything like that." That would be grim and problematic. Now, of course, this is referring to Mel Gibson's film Apocalypto, which, of course, kind of tarnishes what Nolan is doing. Mel Gibson did a much better job of respecting the culture he was featuring in his film than Nolan.
And then fucking Variety was also praising Disney for being accurate to Polynesian culture for the live action Moana. But they didn't have that. They didn't have that negative energy when fucking Nolan was like, yeah, fuck the fucking history of the Odyssey, fuck the history of the fucking Greece, fuck them.
Nolan ever did. I mean, it's pretty easy when Nolan didn't feature a single Greek actor in his film about a Greek epic. But here's some more quotes with a screenshot of Achilles here saying, "That is why no one will remember your name." And here's another reply saying, "Except Homer's work has been around for thousands of years, while Nolan's legacy will boil down to that one time he worked with Heath Ledger."
Yeah, the Dark Knight, yeah, facts.
And here is another quote saying, "Nolan is a woke midwit."
Oh yeah, too. So basically what happened is, the Greek government gave the studio $7 million. So they basically, the Greek government scammed the damn taxpayers to give $7 million to fucking Nolan's crew. And they fucked up everything. The dialogue it's a flip flop between old English and fucking modern tongue. Like fucking Tom Holland calling Odysseus dad, and then near the end, of the movie calling him father. It's like, fuck, you're fucking flip flopping, bro. Don't if you're gonna commit to being modern, commit to being fucking modern. Stop fucking flip flopping on fucking language and shit, bro.
Need to the madness. Give the $7 million you took from Greek taxpayers back. He used the character names as skin suits to make a story about this melting pot society. And yes, that melting pot society, that diverse cast that was featured by Nolan, is something that is heavily mocked and criticized for departing from, well, Greek culture. But don't worry, the journalists over at The Atlantic have an answer to this, saying, "A faction of the right is angry over diverse casting in the Odyssey, showing that it imagines antiquity as a kind of idyllic Jim Crow universe in which the integration they despise could not possibly exist." Ladies and gentlemen, we might have found it the most petulant and pathetic article ever written that is dismissing any criticism of this film as the outrage of the right, who want a Jim Crow universe, the Jim Crow cinematic universe displayed in every piece of media they consume. That's the only reason why they're criticizing this film. Hey, The Atlantic, what about people with Greek heritage? who are writing articles extremely upset about the lack of Greek representation in this film. Are they right wingers? Are they looking for?
And it's funny too that for the promotional material, they didn't even go to one Greek city. They didn't go to Athens or Sparta or Kalamata. They didn't go to any Greek cities to promote this film. That's kind of funny. So it's kind of telling you that they don't give a fuck about the Greek people. They want to take the stories and use them for their own fucking bullshit, but they don't actually care about the people that they got it from.
A Jim Crow universe? Yeah, I don't think so. That just shows how ridiculous all this is. Now, the other thing we recently talked about is the reviews for this film. The Rotten Tomatoes fiasco, where the critics gave it a near 100% score. And as pointed out by people like Asmongold, there's definitely something very manufactured about this, but you have journalists like
It's not the first time. I mean, critics do that all the fucking time. Nobody trusts the critics, and no one trusts them. Nobody trusts the modern critic anymore. The modern media critic, they don't fucking care about them anymore. They'll go to YouTubers first before they even go to any modern critic because they can get bought off so easily.
Tassi just saying, trust Rotten Tomatoes, and then they laugh even more when the audience score showed a 97%, which seems extremely hard to believe given the final trailer for this film got 110,000 likes versus nearly 1 million dislikes. Now,
yeah, but also that's false because it's a YouTube plugin, so therefore those dislikes are false.
Of course, the like to dislike ratio on a YouTube trailer is not going to be a 1-to-1 fit with the reviews. Nobody is saying that. But this level of backlash does not result in a 97% audience score. If you believe that, I don't know what to tell you, but things came out where we learned that these Rotten Tomato scores are very artificial and manipulated, where the real audience score is actually around a 56%. It seems like Rotten Tomatoes, not just on this film, but on many other films as well, are manipulating the score by removing negative reviews.
You know why? Because it makes it look good to the investors. That's why. It makes it look good to the investors, so the investors are gonna put their money in for next projects. That's why they skew the numbers.
And they say it's all just trolls and bot posts, but it's odd how every troll and bot post seems to be a negative review. In fact, there's other weird things going on in this film where the theaters are constantly sold out, but when people show up to the theaters, there's plenty of empty seats. But you know one person who showed up to the theaters? That is, of course, the Critical Drinker. Yes, people are waiting for his review, some more than others. In fact, you have this user saying, the Critical Drinker hasn't tweeted a main tweet since July 13th. ChatGPT.
Again, Birdman's fucking retarded because look, from July 14th to July 21st, he was not at home. So he wasn't going to make any content throughout this week. When did the Odyssey come out? Oh wait, if I remember, didn't it come out July 17th? Yeah, it came out July 17th. So, let's be honest, July 17th is in between those days of the 14th and the 21st. So he's not going to do a fucking review right a fucking way. Oh my gosh.
He isn't giving him the review he wanted for the Odyssey, so he's trying out different prompts. And you can see this very bold user locking the replies after.
Yeah, the Birdman. Yeah, yeah. Of course. He's like the number one hater of like any of Drinker and of Draw. He's like the number. He'll react to any content that they do. It's fucking hilarious.
Of course.
This man had a whole hour and 40 video when they did the Piers Morgan shit. Like cause the Piers Morgan video is like what 20 minutes long, and this man fucking 5 times the fucking length of it.
Critical Drinker would quote them saying, "Guess you missed that I've been in South Carolina since July 14th then." Very interesting, but eventually he would get to his...
Yeah, and again, July 14th. He was gone since July 14th, and the movie came out the 17th during the time that he was out. So of course, again, and he literally said no episodes will resume the 22nd. Like, oh my goodness, man.
Disastrous triumph. To boil down his review, he basically says the movie is meh. It's boring. It's not that memorable. It's something that people will forget about very soon.
Oh, it will. It will be. I would say right now, it's gonna be forgotten about very soon. Especially when Spider-Man's coming out in a week. Oh my goodness, everybody's gonna be watching Spider-Man. Talk about Spider-Man. Bad timing for it to be released. It's gonna be talked about for until Spider-Man comes out. Once Spider-Man comes out, fuck the Odyssey. Everyone's talking about Spider-Man.
He also criticizes again some of the casting choices, but people were very upset about this on social media. You can see this post in quotes, "The Odyssey, a disastrous triumph," end quote, "ha ha ha, S tier cope." And another quote saying, "The king of chuds has finally arrived by calling the Odyssey a disastrous triumph. Sure, buddy, whatever you say."
And it's funny because they're not even talking about the points. They're just looking at the title and saying, "Oh, okay, yep, that's it."
And then there's a quote of a different one saying, "The critical drinker and variations of his types are not real people." Oh, wow, they're not even real people. I can't believe this. Critical drinker, he's not even real. They don't have a single real thought. They are parasites, cancer inside society. All they do is spread hate and lie. These people are the lowest lows. We have to start acknowledging these people as a sickness. These are like the anti-fascists, right? These are the progressive people calling people parasites and not real people, calling them a cancer to society. Notice during this entire heart-wrenching soliloquy here, this person never said anything that he said was wrong.
Legit. Legitimately, the only thing you got is they read the title of the video and then that's it. They didn't actually fucking watch it. They just fucking read the title of the video and they say, "Oh yeah, you're coping."
Point out a single thing that they disagree with. It's just dehumanizing language because they have nothing else. They don't know how to deal with the review, so instead, they're just attacking him as a person, if he's even considered a person to them anymore. But here's another outrageous reach where this user says, "You're saying this movie is actually going to see a box office decline over time? Like, it will make more when it opens than in subsequent weeks? I've been doing this for 35 years, and I've never seen such a thing. What a disaster for Nolan. He'll never make another film." With a screenshot not of Critical Drinker, but instead of a random Reddit user on the related subreddit. And like sheep, a bunch of people in the replies are saying, now you got Richard Roper clowning the Critical Drinker. A lot of people...
Yeah, even though you guys can't fucking read it because it wasn't even the Critical Drinker. It was a fucking subreddit. It was a subreddit, and that user wasn't even Critical Drinker. It was some random nobody.
Believing that this post was made by Critical Drinker himself. And don't worry, guys, he was there to clarify. I know everyone was worried it was his post, but he said, "LOL, you actually think I wrote this? I don't even use Reddit." Adding further, trying to associate me with the opinion of some random Reddit user as if they're all extensions of my consciousness. Just pathetic. And overall, I think this quote really sums up everything going on with the discourse, especially with Critical Drinker. People really gave Critical Drinker so much power, and all the man does is review movies. It's like a constant 2 minutes hate at a man that doesn't even know you exist. Kind of funny that you've made him this big part of your life. Many, many such cases. People are very threatened by Critical Drinker. I mean, someone who's not...
Yeah, it's funny because they'll say, "Oh, but he doesn't have any power. He doesn't have any influence." And when shit happens to fans, and then when shit fails, it's like, "Oh, it's because it's hit people like him that are hating review bombs." Like, okay, do you have power or not, bro? It can't be both. You can't have both.
mainstream media who reviews films and
You can't be power and not powerful at the same time. Like, that's juxtaposition, bro.
people actually listen to his reviews. Of course, it makes these wackadoos very mad because they see that he has actual influence on how people are going to perceive something or whether or not they're going to try out something from the media, and that makes a lot of people very upset. But overall, that is the situation, the latest update with the Odyssey, and it's going to do it for this video as well. So if you enjoyed, please consider giving the video a like, consider subscribing.
Okay. Do you have anything else I want to watch?
in LA's ongoing effort to bring the unhoused population inside. The LA Homeless Services Authority has released the findings of their 2026 Greater LA homeless count, and following 2 years of declines, homelessness is once again on the rise. According to the report released today, there are more than 70.
But I thought homelessness has gone down.
8,000 unhoused people in LA County, a year-to-year increase of 1.2%. In the city of Los Angeles, homelessness was up about 3.4% to 45,194 people. That increase driven by a nearly 8% increase of unsheltered homeless, those living outdoors or in their vehicles. Mayor Bass reacting to the increase, blaming the increases in homelessness on the rising cost of living and funding cuts. Listen.
I will not accept that in the greatest city in the world, people are suffering and dying on our streets. On my very first day as mayor, I declared a state of emergency because the system the city had in place for 30 years was and is broken. That's why I launched Inside Safe, to bring people indoors immediately.
Since 2022, LA has spent $300 million on Bass's signature Inside Safe program. The city saying 6,000 people have moved into temporary housing as a result, though LAHSA data suggests 41% have returned to homelessness. Bass's opponent in the mayor's race, City Councilwoman Nithya Raman, reacting to the numbers, raising concerns about Bass's approach to the issue.
The mayor's job is not to explain why someone else is responsible. The mayor's job is to take charge of the system and deliver results. Los Angeles, homelessness is not an unsolvable crisis. It is a mismanaged one.
Boy. So we got to talk about a devastating report for the woke mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass. It seems as if I am doing a new story every week about the disasters and failures of this mayor. This is what Los Angeles gets for quote unquote making history, but apparently they like what they're getting, right? Because again, allegedly they voted for her, to basically become mayor again. Okay. At least during the primary, we're going to see it's her versus a socialist. Either way it goes, it's going to be a disaster for the city. They basically voted for more chaos and lunacy. And maybe, I don't know, these people were tricked because Karen Bass apparently lied to them about the progress that has been made on the issue of homelessness. Okay, Karen Bass swore up and down that her plan, which spent hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars, was working, and that we should not worry about the obvious corruption, the reports that money is being siphoned off to liberal nonprofits, and her friends are getting rich, right, off of this homelessness spending that doesn't actually really fix the problem. No, don't worry about that because again, according to her plan, right, what she was doing was working. Okay, this is what she said on the debate stage with Spencer Pratt, and that his concerns were a right-wing conspiracy theory.
Mayor, though, specifically, there's a lot of money, billions that are spent on the homeless endeavors. Yes. A lot of that money goes to 501c3s and nonprofits. Now we're hearing the Department of Justice has a lawsuit against the director of Abundant Blessings, $23 million they allege that was siphoned. Project Home Key, I believe, not a statewide project, two real estate developers accused of siphoning off $40 million. There's a perception that we don't know where the money's going, and that we have, the legislative analyst in Sacramento said there are $26 billion in state funds. We're not sure if that did any good. So how can we have confidence that the investment we are making in the future is not going into the pocket of some director who will end up in federal court?
First of all, I don't think it's shocking that you do find corruption in big programs like this, and I think it is extremely important to hold them completely accountable. But I will just say that for the first time, we've had a reduction of homelessness 2 years in a row because of policies that I have put in place. I also believe we need to have an overhaul of the system, but I can tell you that streets that we have cleared, crime is down. Firefighters don't have to go out. Firefighters spend 30% of their time putting out fires that are related to homelessness. Businesses are able to have customers kids are able to walk to school and parents without navigating tents. That's what I would say. But I have to say about my colleague here is that yes, she is a member of city council. She chairs the homelessness committee.
This is basically a 2v1, bro. This is basically a two. It's Spencer Pratt against fucking two fucking socialists. It's 2v1. Like, that's totally fucking fair.
But she also, in order to get anything passed in city council, she has to build an alliance with her colleagues. And she has not been successful in doing that, which is why she has not been able to pass
Mayor
the
Bass, your
policies
time is up.
that she's talking about.
Thank you. Council Member Raman, so this also happened under your watch.
First off, I just want to say, Councilwoman Robin acts like she doesn't have any authority with this homelessness. She was the third most powerful person in city council. She runs the homeless housing thing. She acts like this is just Mayor Bass. First off, inside safe, I like to say inside safe makes all of us outside unsafe. The reality is no matter how many beds you give these people, they are on super meth. They are on fentanyl. The DEA statistic says 93% of this is a drug addiction problem. Nithya, Councilwoman Robbins' plan.
It is. It basically is. Take it for someone who knows someone that's in homelessness. Most of the time, is drug problems. Especially when you look at the teeth. The teeth decay really gives you a lot of evidence about what the fuck what drugs are they fucking taking. Trust me, I know.
For treatment first, I will go below the Harbor Freeway tomorrow with her, and we can find some of these people she's going to offer treatment for. She's going to get stabbed in the neck. These people do not want a bed. They want fentanyl or super meth. These
Yeah,
ideas.
all they want is some money and drugs. They want money to get the drugs. Fuck out of here with that. Give them the drugs. That's all they want.
Cost us over $400 million to house for 70, what did you say? 3,000 people for $400 million? This is an absolute failure for both of them. They're a team.
Yeah. So you see that you heard that. Now, lo and behold, the woke mayor lied on the debate stage, claiming that homelessness was down, that kids aren't walking by these drug tents on the way to school, that everything is all good, right? Don't worry about the fact that they blow hundreds of millions, billions of dollars on this problem. And what people actually experience on a day-to-day basis is not getting better, right? Don't worry about what you see and feel, okay? Just listen to the woke mayor and her made-up statistics because apparently, again, she was 100% wrong, right? She lied. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into this.
Well, the number of homeless living on the streets of Los Angeles is going up for the first time in 2 years following a decline. And the new data may very well impact the race for LA mayor. News 18 correspondent Courtney Friel, she joins us live from Skid Row in downtown Los Angeles with the trends we are tracking right now. Courtney.
Hi, Kelly. The overall increase may look small on paper, but the view from the sidewalk is much harder to shrug off, especially here on Skid Row, where it always looks like nothing is being done. This annual count found more than 45,000 people experiencing homelessness in the city of Los Angeles, which is up 3.4% from last year. Countywide, the number rose 1.2% to about 73,000 unhoused. But the most alarming number may be the one showing who is still outside. Unsheltered homelessness in the city, meaning people sleeping outdoors or in vehicles, jumped 7.9%. That means more than 2,100 additional people were counted living outside, and it ends 2 straight years, as you mentioned, of declines that city leaders had pointed to as proof Los Angeles was finally turning a corner. LA Mayor Karen Bass blames federal and state.
It's funny how one of them was a fat homeless person. Yeah, it tells you what their money been going to. How you fat and homeless?
State funding cuts, along with higher costs that are pushing more families to the edge. The county agency LASA says a bottleneck in time-limited rental subsidies also slowed the move from temporary shelter.
Hollywood Boulevard. In Hollywood Boulevard, you're seeing a fucking homeless person. Yeah, but like, come on, man.
Permanent housing.
We have dealt with unbelievable uncertainty from the federal government. Our money was cut half, 50% by Sacramento, the changes that are taking place in the county. But what I disagree with is that people should stay on the street until we get housing built.
Homelessness has been at the center of Mayor Bass's first term. The latest poll out by UC Berkeley and the LA Times shows Bass trailing her only competitor, Councilwoman Nithya Raman, 32% to 28%, which is still within the poll's margin of error, Kelly.
Wow. Right. And so, Courtney, what are the implications then essentially for Karen Bass's reelection campaign?
Well, it doesn't even matter because they don't debate. Yeah, as Karen Bass, as fucking Spencer Price says, they're on the same fucking team. So it doesn't even matter if Karen Bass loses. They have fucking another Democrat that'll take her spot. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter who wins at this point, bro. Because they're on the same fucking side. They have the same fucking ideology. So it's gonna be the same fucking bullshit. It doesn't matter. Who cares about fucking her mayoral fucking position? It doesn't matter because she's gonna get replaced by just basically another version of her, an Indian version of her. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter at this point. Who
Well, it takes
cares?
what was supposed to be her strongest argument and turns it into her biggest vulnerability. Bass had been campaigning on 2 consecutive years of declines, arguing that her efforts to move people off the streets were working. And now she has to explain why the number is moving in the wrong direction just months before the November 3rd runoff. Raman already seizing on the results.
The council can pass legislation, the council can move motions forward, but it is the mayor that has charge of implementation and outcomes.
Raman says City Hall has spent hundreds of millions of dollars without creating enough permanent housing or lasting accountability. She's also pointing to a reported 49% drop in street homelessness inside her own council district, while the citywide number rose nearly 8%. This count is a one-night estimate, not a perfect census. LASA also says the city and county increases are not large enough to be considered statistically significant, but as we know, campaigns are typically won on whether voters believe their city looks and feels better. So the next fight will be over money and whether LA can restart those stalled housing placements before another year of progress slips away. And politically, both Bass and Raman now have to convince voters that they can do more than just move the numbers and instead move more people into homes. Kelly.
Right.
Amazing. Amazing. Just look at the background. The fact that they the fact that they can set up a news set, right? Where you can clearly see that this is an issue, right? The fact that that's even allowed, right? Think about it, okay? These people are claiming that we're cleaning up the issue, we're doing something about it. Okay, so why is it that a news station can set up outside of homeless encampments? It shouldn't even be possible. That should tell you the real effort here, right? There's no real effort because if there was real effort, you know what I would do if I was mayor?
Yeah. Oh, look at this. A whole row of fucking tents, from one block to the other, because you can see like you can cross. You have to cross the street here, so one block to another, fucking homeless cabins.
I would have every single last one of those tents bulldozed, right? Every single last one of those people, you gotta go. And if you don't go, if you refuse to leave, you're arrested. You're going to jail. You're going to jail, and you have to go into some shelter, right? You gotta get off the street, right? And we're bulldozing these tents, and like it's just not gonna be allowed. It's just gonna be illegal, right? You just wouldn't see it. I don't care how much these people boo-hoo on and cry. I don't care how much they complain. I don't care how much they talk about, hey, you violating their rights. I don't care. It should be bulldozed so that it doesn't exist. It's not possible, right? Like the optics of this is crazy, right? Absolutely insane. What's even more insane is the fact that Los Angeles is about to replace a failing Democrat mayor who basically, again, used fake statistics. Let's be real. Does anybody believe over the last 2 years that there was actually a reduction in homelessness? No. Right? This study didn't just come out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's funny how it went from a quick reduction, and then a quick then it was reduced for 2 years, and then all of a sudden it went back up. That's kind of suspicious, isn't it? Makes it seem like there was no fucking fix in the first place.
No reduction. It's been increasing and increasing every year. Now they're admitting it out loud that, oh yeah, this is failing. It didn't just all of a sudden start failing. Karen Bass comes out and she blames Trump, obviously, because they're gonna blame Trump for all of their problems, right? It's never their fault. Is somebody else? Well, see, Somebody else didn't give us enough money, right? Somebody else took
Yeah,
money away.
Sacramento cut our money in half, all this bullshit. Yeah, buddy, because you can't fucking spend money. You can't fucking save money properly. Or, yeah, it's fact. Always something to blame. Trump or Sacramento. Like, okay. Sacramento got their own fucking problems. Like, you gonna blame them, though.
Why are you depending on somebody else's money to solve the problem? How much money does it take to tell these people that you got to go into a shelter or you go to jail? And then to bulldoze these states. How much money does that take? Like, I don't think that takes hundreds of millions of dollars, to be honest with you. Okay? It really don't. So, again, what Los Angeles is about to do is that they're going to take a failing Democrat and they're going to replace a Democrat with a socialist, right? A socialist who's
Yeah.
going to be even worse.
Yeah, it isn't. Yeah, it's stupid because they do on base. As Spencer Pratt said, they're based on the same fucking team. They're both fucking Democrats. So they're gonna replace a Democrat for Democrat and think it's gonna fucking work. Yeah, buddy. Good luck. Sorry, LA.
Where have we seen this play out? We've seen this play out in New York City.
Mhm.
We've seen this play out in Seattle.
Mhm.
We've seen this play out in Chicago.
Yup.
We've seen it like everywhere we see this same script play out is always a disaster. Especially in Chicago, in Seattle. In New York, it is a pending disaster. It's gonna happen. Mandami does a great job of marketing, right? He's a great marketer, right? He's a great con man, okay? But again, eventually, his con artistry won't be enough to cover up the issues that he's causing in that city, right? But again, clear examples are Chicago and Seattle, where they went from woke mayor to woker mayor, and it is a disaster. It's a complete and total disaster.
Yeah, it's already causing problems with the whole with the rent freezing. It's already causing problems for the landlords because the landlords need that money from the tenants to update the building or fix what's going on in the building, and they don't get money. If they don't get money from the tenants, right, then they can't fix shit. So
Right? Almost immediately. Same thing's about to happen in Los Angeles. Does anybody believe that Nithya Raman is going to run the city better than Karen Bass? If Karen Bass was a failure, why do you think somebody to the left of her is going to be better? But that's how these progressives think. They really do believe that, oh, well, see, it's not that we're too far left, it's that we're not far left enough, right? Our lefty policies aren't working because they aren't lefty enough. And you're seeing the exact same thing play out here in Los Angeles. So it's like, you know what? And then they deserve it, bro. They deserve it. And I'm going to keep making videos. I'm going to keep laughing. I'm going to keep enjoying the disaster that is happening in these liberal cities because they just continue to vote for these far left lunatics and they never, ever, ever say, hey, you know what? Let's just go in a different direction. Let's try something. They never do. They double and trouble down on the same disasters, on the same failures. And then you get worse results and then they just vote even farther left. It's insane. So again, what you have here is the woke mayor running around talking, oh, my program is reduce homelessness, blah, blah, blah. Lie. Study comes out, no, actually homelessness is going up, despite the hundreds of millions of dollars that Karen Bass is spending. This one issue that was supposed to be her strong suit, right?
yes, yeah,
Disaster.
nothing.
Absolute disaster. So, hey, it is what it is. This is what they voted for, right? We're going to see if the socialist wins. And if the socialist wins, it's going to get worse. If Karen Bass wins, it's going to get worse. Either way, it's just going to get worse. But let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like,
Yeah.
comment, and subscribe.
So again, for me, it doesn't matter because it's one lefty after another. So who really cares?
I like boobs. See? Boobies! So, I want to talk about gatekeeping again. And I know, I talk about gatekeeping a lot. It's definitely a topic that I've been kind of bouncing on a lot of times because it's something that gets talked about quite a lot. And there's a lot of people that really agree with gatekeeping, but there are some that feel like there's more better ways of doing gatekeeping. Then there are those that adamantly hate gatekeeping. It's a terrible thing to do. But I always find the people that generally dislike gatekeeping are the ones that participate in gatekeeping the most. And generally, those are the ones you want to gatekeep the most. And I want to go over a bunch of different kind of components with it. But this has kind of been provoked because of a reaction from Leon from Words of Paradise and his reaction to my hetero slot video. Which might I add, that video wasn't focused on gatekeeping, but I brought it up as a minor topic point, and I want to expand on it more to kind of explain where I see gatekeeping and the different layers. Because gatekeeping in me comes in different shapes and sizes. And there's different ways to approach gatekeeping. But I want to explain why I always tell people to kind of start with what I originally said in the hetero slot, which is the example of, for example, like start a small community, right? Whether it's 5, 10, 15, 20, or 30 people, you start a small community that are like-minded fans that love a certain thing. And Leon's approach to that is kind of like, you know, you need to go to more extremes because of these like big social media platforms. Now, let me explain why I started with that specific, because there is a multitude of different ways. And hi, Leon, if you're watching, and Cindy as well. The reason why I always recommend that is because a lot of the people that I see in my comment sections that are always against gatekeeping or fearful of it always use the approach of it's not effective. And that's why I always say start small. Because once you start small and it's say, you know, you build a Discord server, and I have a Discord server as well. It's for my Patreon and YouTube members. So if you want to have access to that, you can join as a member to the channel and you get access to my exclusive Discord server. But it's great because it started off with just 10 people. For years, it was just 10 people. And then as my community grew, it grew to over 50 people now. So it's got a lot of people, and some of those there are just to help moderate and maintain things and post the news and all that. So if you do want the news content, that is where a lot of that news content gets posted, and a lot of people help me with little things just maintaining it. Now I've got moderators due to having a stalker, but I always say start small, and the reason why is it's a catalyst. It is a bouncing point for someone to realize that there are more people than just you in a small group that believe in what you believe. Because I feel like a lot of people are fearful of calling out bad actors because they feel like they are a small percentage. They feel like they're towered over by these toxic, egotistic psychopaths from Reddit and all the rest that run all these Discord communities, that have these big followings on social media, that have these other content creators within the anime space, within the VTubing space, that have absolutely monopolize the anime community. And even the VTubing community is a massive chunk of them that love to try and push their ideas and their ideology, and as I like to refer to it, vandalizing intellectual properties to turn them into absolute slop. And yeah, I'm not using the left versus right, but I do feel like a lot of them are on the left, right? And most people that generally get upset at me saying that are generally people in the center but feel like they might identify on the left. Most of you that are upset at this are probably in the center. But the point itself is to allow someone to build the catalyst of understanding that you are not a minority. You are the majority that is fed up with this slopification, this vandalism, this DI BS where activists and all these sneak their way into these studios and destroy it from within. What I'm trying to do is encourage people to start small and build upwards. Because a lot of these people are too scared to voice their opinion because they feel like they're alone. So when they start a Discord community or they start a small community in general anywhere, and they start off with just 5, 10, they go to 20, they go to 30, they go to 50, they have 100 people, they realize they're not alone. So why I always recommend that type of gatekeeping to just general people is because it starts small and it grows. Rather than being a content creator like me who has a larger following where I can just go absolutely hammer and tongs after people and I'm referred to as the boogeyman of the internet or the boogeyman of the VTubing community. I still find that funny to this day. But the reason being is because I'm not scared to call people out no matter the size. But not everyone has that kind of following, and not everyone has the thick skin that I have to deal with people lying about me, taking me out of context, time-stamping me, or just attacking me with as many people as possible. I have a lot more thicker skin, and I'm willing to get into the boxing ring and, you know, bang it out and call these people out for what they are. Not as many people are. And so that's why I try to recommend tools of better gatekeeping for them, because I'd rather them do something than do nothing. That doesn't mean that you couldn't do other more effective things, but it needs, I'm trying to change the mindset of those that feel like they're all on their own when they want to call this stuff out, because a lot of people do feel like they're on their own. They see all these activists on Blue Sky and on YouTube and your mother's basement and all the rest, and all these VTubers that are constantly attacking the Sonic community. There's a little one for, you know, for Leon there with Mia. You can feel like you're alienated. You feel like you're on your own. But once you have that community and you realize you built it, you realize you're not on your own, and you feel like you can stand together and call them out. So that's why I always say start off small. And this is the thing, you use an example. These Discord communities, these subreddits, they didn't start off big. They started off small as well, and they built and built and built and built. And they gatekeep just as much as everyone else. Reddit does it. They have the upvote, downvote system. You say anything negative that they don't like, they instantly have you ran off that platform. They run their Discord servers, and trust me, I know a lot about some of these subreddit Discord servers in the anime community, especially some of the DxD ones. There's one where there's a DxD one where the moderators don't even watch the anime or read the light novels, and they've self-admitted to it. That's why there's multiples of those subreddits now in Discord communities, because people have fractured away. That's exactly my point. When people are disgruntled with that community and how it's been how there are bad actors gatekeeping it, you break away, you build your own, and you grow it. And you become the voice of the community when the others realize that those are bad actors. Because it's a matter of if, not when.
Same. It's something that happened soon with like the Ruby community. It was basically like there was two sides. There's like there's a subreddit called Ruby and there's a subreddit called Ruby Critics. Ruby Critics are more like, you know, Ruby is it's basically kind of like the echo chamber for both sides. Like the Ruby is basically echo chamber for positivity, while Ruby Critics is more of an echo chamber for negativity. And basically what was happening was that Ruby, like the moderators of like the Ruby subreddit were basically banning people who are on the Ruby Critics subreddit. So it's like, yeah, bro, it's kind of like, yeah, you hate Ruby, get the fuck out of here. Go to the Ruby Critics subreddit, freaking conflict your shit there.
It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when these people realize that they are bad actors and they're grifters and they're liars and they're tourists. So then they go to a community that does represent their views. And what I'm trying to do is give people that catalyst to go find those communities, to build those communities of stuff, even if it's small.
Yeah, find them or create your own.
Something is better than nothing. Now, when we look at the bigger scale of things, when we look at the big like social media warfare, where it's like content creators absolutely butting heads, making videos, streams, expose videos, etc., tweets, etc., like that's a much more larger scale, and you can rally behind those people, right? I have my own community that rallies behind me, that see the same vision that I see the same points I see, and they listen to the context, they listen to what I have to say, and they understand where I'm coming from, and don't try and take me out of context and lie. So they rally behind me and they stand by me because they understand my point and my vision of what I have when it comes to gatekeeping. And that's the importance of the larger scale gatekeeping. That's where it requires you, an individual, to rally behind a content creator or to be willing to call them out in the comment sections. And as you grow that, you're able to then steer communities on a much more larger scale. You're able to call out companies and say, hey, I don't agree with that. You look at the Sony situation with the physical copies, right? You look at that situation and how many people rose up and said, nope, I don't agree with you. Even though certain content creators lie and twist the information about how actually there really isn't that many people that care about physicals. But guess what? There is. It's just the numbers get twisted, but when the community rallies together and they strengthen themselves and they resolve, then you see how good and effective gatekeeping can be when the community realizes that they are the majority, not the minority.
Yeah, good example. He talked about it. He talked about it not too long ago. There's supposed to be a Blue Archive event, right? And one of the persons that was supposed to present it was CDawg VA. Now, if you don't know who CDawg VA, Connor from Trash Taste, basically, the point is that obviously everyone knows what Blue Archive is. If you've been in the anime community, you know what fucking Blue Archive is, right? And basically what happens is Connor, he doesn't like fucking lollies, right? That's basically the main appeal of Blue Archive, but let me continue. Basically, Connor is against lollies. He thinks if you like a lollies, you're a pedo, basically shit like that. And the Blue Archive community was fucking bashing the events account because they were fucking promoting a guy who basically was shitting on basically the Blue Archive series, right? So then they fucking walked back and said, okay, yeah, we're gonna cancel the fucking event because this, that, or the other. So it's kind of telling you that, yeah, gatekeeping does have its effectiveness, right? But again, it's the whole like you're gonna win the battle, but not, like win the battle, not the war type thing. That's basically what it is.
that's why I'm trying to give the anime community more of that catalyst, because the anime community does feel like it's been overpowered and overtowered by these bad activists. They're the ones that have been gatekeeping for years, and people are getting pissed off at these gatekeepers being the bad gatekeepers. And now people are saying, you know what, we've had enough, we're going to gatekeep back. So what I'm suggesting is start small and grow it and build it, because you have to start somewhere. And the sooner you do it, and the better you find those people that are like-minded around you, the better the chances you have of standing against these activists, standing against these vandalists, standing against these psychopaths, right? But it does take time and it does take effort. It's not easy. And it can sometimes, for a content creator, be goddamn stressful. But that's kind of where I'm approaching it, is it's more of a movement. I'm trying to give people drive of starting off small and going upwards. Because at the end of the day, a lot of those commenters will say, oh no, it's too hard, it's too scary, oh no, gatekeeping doesn't work. And that's why I say to them, especially when they say gatekeeping doesn't work, those people, not all of them are, people that need to be, they're just people that feel like it doesn't work because the people gatekeeping are the ones who are already in control. That's why I always say to them, just start small. Start slow, start steady. Because it's better that they do something than doing nothing.
That's basically what it is, though. I think that's the reason too, because most people aren't content creators, and even then, yeah, as what Ispoo said, you need to have a bit of a thick skin to deal with that, and most people don't really have that thick of a skin, or most people aren't really content creators, so it's like, yeah, I don't really care, not really care, but it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna do it because I'm not a content creator, and obviously there's sometimes gonna be some bad actors in this shit anyway. Trying to see something. Gameverse, hit or miss. For Gameverse, I need more. Gameverse, it looked fine, but I'm gonna need more. Let me see.
You were scared as hell. He was scared, bro. You were scared as hell till we showed up.
He was. He was scared, bro. All right, bro. They was about to jump me. Like, what y'all want? Wait, hold on, y'all. Y'all stop laughing. My girl don't like hearing laughter in the background. What? My girl calling. She don't like to hear laughter in the background, so I'm just making sure like y'all don't laugh. I mean, all right, bro. Hey, what's up, baby?
You took real long to answer, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I was just talking to my dogs, and I'm saying. So,
okay, but why have you been gone so long? Explain that part to me, because I'm confused.
I mean, I only been here for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, and you left the house 30 minutes ago. You get what I'm saying?
I messaged you that I got here 10 minutes ago.
Okay, so you left the house 30 minutes ago and messaged me that you got there 10 minutes ago, but it takes 15 minutes to get there. What took the extra 5 minutes?
I mean, I stopped at a couple red lights on my way here.
Okay, so the route that you took to get there actually has 2 traffic lights. And each
The
of those traffic lights, the red light lasts for about 1 minute. That means that you had 3 unaccounted for minutes. How many miles per hour were you going?
I mean, I don't know like the exact miles per hour I went the whole way,
I just heard breathing. What girls you got there? Cause I know I heard
girls here. I already told you it's only me, Sean, and Trey. Like,
okay, let me see the room. Why you only got the camera on you? Let me see the room then. Let me see.
Look.
No.
Look. Look.
Okay. Get up and walk around that corner.
We're in the living room.
Why you not trying to go around that corner?
You want to see around the corner?
Yes.
Right, look.
Yes. I want to see the. Yes. I want to see everything.
No reason to lie about something like that.
No, cause something fishy. You gaslighting me.
I'm telling you, like it's only us here.
Oh, why you not trying to show the stove?
Are you want to see the stove?
You being weird about the stove.
Look.
You being weird.
There's nobody. Look, there's nobody in there.
Who's that behind you in the chair? Who's that in the chair?
You mean that was Trey? Look, that's Trey.
Nah, that could be a girl dressed up as Trey. Pull on his beard. Pull on that beard. It's Velcro. That's a Velcro beard.
The fuck?
Velcro beard. Pull on it.
It's not Velcro.
Pull on it.
It's not Velcro.
No, that's a girl in disguise. Look at her little titties.
Hey, he always had titties. All right, yo, get out, bro.
Okay.
Get out, bro.
Okay, no, cause that's what you want me to know.
Get out. I'm not dealing with y'all today, bro. Get out.
No, I ain't going for it.
Bro,
I ain't
get out.
going for it.
Around you with titties.
always was around content. It always was there. So don't try to act like it's something.
Tell her to take off that do-rag. Let's see that pixie cut.
Right, get out.
Tell her to take off that do-rag. Let's see that pixie cut. Because I ain't going for it. No.
Fucking love Trey, man. It's just like, fuck. Oh my goodness, man. Oh, see titty, yeah. Trey's fat. It's because they got fucking titties, yo. This is fucking jokes, bro. Let me see. Give me a second, guys. Let me see something. Did he make a video yet? Oh yeah, he has been active in fucking weeks. Okay. Fuck that, I guess. What has Shonen been doing? Playing Avatar Legends? Yeah, like he actually killed a fucking avatar. Okay, so no new videos. I'm not watching fucking live streams of his shit. Let's see. I'm trying to think. Is he of anything? Oh, Steve Okos. Okay. Steve Okos, let's do that shit.
I'm here because I think my ex-boyfriend is gay.
Oh man.
I've been with Tracy for 11 years.
Damn, 11 years and you think he gay? Nothing showed you in 10 years?
We had kids together. I received a voicemail from his cell phone of him having sex with his best friend, Vamir.
What? That means 11 years of beard. Facts.
Are you guessing he's gay if you heard that? This lady don't make no goddamn sense. That sounds like definitively he's gay. And his homeboy is too.
Reese backstory.
What? I just noticed. Shut the fuck up. You talking about Reese's backstory. I just peeped what you said because I was reading the chat.
She claims she got a voicemail of me and Tracy having sex. I never heard it before, so I don't know where that came from.
Fuck you mean you never heard it before?
They like we was playing basketball, so now you can probably hear the basketball bounce.
Nah, they gay. That's I never heard it before. We probably was playing basketball. This is so weird. He didn't deny it and said, nah, that never happened. He talk about, well, I hear it. What she probably heard was basketball. Shut the hell up.
Someone messaged me on Facebook saying that my boyfriend was gay.
You got all this evidence and you still wondering. Who the fuck is reaching out to you on Facebook to randomly call somebody gay? Never in my life have I got a random Facebook message from somebody calling somebody else gay. They gotta be doing something.
I just feel like everything that we've been through is just for nothing.
So you were with this woman for how long?
Me and Kanisha been together for 11 years. We got
two kids.
Two beautiful children together. You know what I mean? Basically, we grew up together. You know what I'm saying? We've been together since we was 15, but Kanisha has been accusing me of so much dirt.
Something off about the way he talk. He sounds sus. The way he talk even sounds sus. It probably was the basketball. Look at what you doing, Maz MTM. He might be gay. He sound like they from Philly. No, that's not what this sounds like. Just because he don't got a beard that connect. He ain't say no Philly slang or vernacular that would give y'all that information.
As far as me and Vermeer, nah, nothing ever happened. I mean, me and Vermeer have been friends for forever. the day in question, me and Vermeer go outside, play basketball. About 10, 15 minutes later after we done, I get this text from Kanisha phone say, "You disgusting. You get on my nerves. I hate you."
You get on my nerves. You hear some freaky shit like that, you gonna text somebody you get on their nerve.
How could you do this to me? So I called Kanisha and she said, "I heard you having sex on my answer machine. You must have didn't lock your phone." So I said, all right. So I said, all right, come home. We can talk about this. She said, "No, I'm not coming home. I want you out of my house." I said, "I'm not leaving until you come talk to me." So the next day she called me and said, "Yeah, I heard the other person's name on heard the other person's voice on the voicemail, and it's Vermeer." He said, he said, "Oh yes, baby."
What? He said.
Yes, man, gonna say we could talk about this. What is there to talk about? It's either you did the shit or didn't. Why would you tell her? Yeah, we could talk about this. He up to no good.
Yes, and I'm saying.
And we have the voice recording, and
I did not know there was a voice recording in this episode. I do not want to hear this shit. No fucking way. There is no way. They got the fucking recording in the fucking studio. Don't play it, Reese. The Diddy files. That's wild.
You know, I don't know exactly what I'm listening to.
I just hear a bunch of just noise myself. Like I told her repeatedly, let me.
He's smiling like he reminiscing. Nah, he diddy boppin'.
That's wild.
If your ex is holding, she won't let you see your kids.
I've been in my kids' life since the day they was born. Never missed a holiday, never missed a birthday. And now it's like she has restrictions on my kids. I don't see it. Like I love to see my kids every single day. I don't mind having my kids. You know what I mean? I don't have no plans, but my plans are always around my kids. You know what I mean? The story got so serious. Like she thinks we do this type of things when the kids are home. She thinks we send them in the room and we have sex in the living room. She done threw all her furniture away because she said we got semen on the furniture.
What?
Freaky ass men if y'all doing all that.
We're gonna bring out your ex, Kanisha.
You are such a liar. Why lie? You love attention. You love attention. Everybody sees that you're gay.
Everybody sees that you gay.
Admit it. Hurt me with the truth. Don't comfort me with a lie. You lied this whole time. You lied.
11 years you accused me.
That's what I'm saying.
Because I don't want to marry you. That's why I don't want to marry you.
Oh.
You don't want to marry me.
Cause you gay.
Did you hear what he said? You can't be what I need you to be. Is that a man?
The fuck?
A woman can't be the man you need her to be, so why would he use those words?
You always accusing me. You always accusing me of doing no matter what. I can't even look. You touching me too much. You might think we gay.
Steve touching him.
Steve, you better chill. You better chill.
You threw your furniture away.
Sure did.
Why?
Because it's semen on there.
For me and you.
No.
We do it on that couch every night.
And
She's smiling. She knows. She knows that they get freaky on that couch. It's true. It's true. She's smiling. She's true.
Oh, look at his freaky ass. He didn't lose eye contact.
No blinking.
Yeah, I don't like him.
Yes, yeah. I smash him. That's that face fucking got me. It's like, yeah, I smash him, man. What the fuck you gonna do? Fucking gonna do about it? That's what that face looks like, bro.
That's sus right there. Not
No blinking.
contact with her. Yeah, I got you, man. That's one of those.
Yeah.
That's one of those I ain't
Is.
eye contact.
I don't believe that.
Now all of a sudden they big
It's beatboxing. Yeah, they're beatboxing, alright. They're beating their box. They're beatboxing, alright. Those shit some fart sounds, bro.
This is the gayest. That don't make no sense.
You mad that he won't marry you?
No, because he said he was. Everything was okay.
But that's what it sounds like this is all coming from.
No, listen, we just had our little anniversary.
Let's find out these results. She called me gay. I'm just curious, who thinks Vermeer and Tracy are having sex?
People don't actually think that.
Yeah, they don't fucking believe their own.
Two people.
All right, they might be from Philly. Why you call her a nut? You a nut too. You nut ass.
Everybody believes that you two are just good buddies and you're not having sex.
See, can I say something first before you? I just wait. I really just want everybody, even the world, to know that I love you with all my heart.
I love you too.
Don't talk about you love him too. You threw away the couch.
I love you with all my heart, Kanisha. I wanted to spend the rest of my life with you. This is my friend since the 3rd grade. Why would this cross your mind? You knew I wanted to spend the rest of my life. You knew I wanted to commit to you in December. We spent that night in the hotel, whatever.
They spent the night in the hotel.
Brokeback Philly.
You said they spent the night in the hotel or whatever. What happened? What is happening? They were playing basketball. Now they beatboxing. They spending nights in hotels. What's going on with this story?
If they both pass for not having sex with each other or not gay, would you want to be with him? No? Why not?
He messing with somebody anyway.
You can't listen to him.
He took a lie detector test. Did you ever tell Kanisha that you were homosexual? You said no.
I told you that. You said Tracy was gay, and I need to leave.
Have you ever had?
Yeah, they're beatboxing all right.
Sexual intercourse with your best friend Tracy? You said no. Have you ever had sexual physical contact with your best friend Tracy? And you said no. And the results came back the same way for every question. And they came back that you told the truth.
Oh, he beat the allegations.
Tracy's having sex with other men.
Ooh.
Tracy, we asked you on July 8th, did you leave a voicemail on Kanisha's phone of you having sexual physical contact with someone else? You said nope. Have you ever had sexual physical contact with your best friend Vermeer? You answered no.
Mm-hmm.
While in a relationship with Kanisha, have you ever had sexual intercourse with another man? And you said no.
Uh-oh.
While in a relationship with Kanisha, have you ever had sexual
There's a lot of questions.
contact with another man?
Uh-oh.
You answered no.
Usually when he separates the questions like that, that means that because what he would do is I know how Sirocos does. He would basically separate the ones that are truthful from not truthful. So he would ask the questions here, right? He would say, okay, yeah, all that truthful, and then if all the answers are truthful, he'll go to the other person. But the fact that he had a whole other section of questions, that's kind of telling me that, yeah, this dude is gay.
And they came back the same for every question, and it came back that you told the truth.
Oh, okay, I'm wrong. He beat the allegations.
Oh, she taking them back. Is they hugging and she's talking like, you is gay? Is she saying that?
Uh-oh. Is it?
Sorry, but it sound like what it sound like. You was there and he was there.
You should just kind of keep it at, I'm really sorry.
I am.
Yeah.
Don't get it.
Though I don't get in the whole but this, but that. Cause it's like, yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm not actually sorry because. Oh.
Was she sleeping with other men?
I said no. But listen.
Tell the audience what you said.
I said no. But why take it? If it's for what did I do?
I'd like to know.
What did I do?
That's a little suspicious.
She mad in the bottom left there. Look at her. She giving attitude.
Yeah, cause it's like the double standard. It's like, yo, okay, your man took it. He passed. What about you? Why did you just take it?
You ain't got shit to do.
We both
What's she
did
mad
things
for?
in the past, but
We talk about
What?
That meant we both did things in the past.
What that mean?
You said he was gay in the past.
and for me it sounds like you have something to hide.
Hold on. I'll say this and listen. Hold on.
He's gay.
Is, in all seriousness now, you have 2 children together, and honestly, for the really, and this is what I believe. I believe that if you guys can work it out, so your children are lucky enough to have mom and dad every day, that would be the best thing. Okay.
Yup. Yup. Yup.
What I don't like is when somebody accuse, and they come here and take a lie detector test, but then
called the show.
But the thing is, but you let them take it, and you wouldn't take one.
Because why should I have to?
Well, you don't have to, but it's a nice thing.
I think it'd be a good thing.
I didn't even want to come on the show.
But Reese, you said he was gay. I thought he was. I can't tell shit. I wouldn't know.
Well, I'm glad that I did.
Okay. Do you even want her to take a test?
Yo, you might as well, Bill. Might as well. Like, if you got to take a test, all that shit, you might as well tell her to take a test, Bill.
Okay, so did he gonna take a test? Because you asked him about gay.
He took a test.
Being gay, not about cheating.
Okay. Stay right here. This is your lie detector test. We're not even going to strap you up. Look at the audience. Now I'm going to ask you the questions. Are you currently cheating on Tracy?
No.
In the last month, have you had sexual intercourse with anybody other than Tracy?
No.
In the last month.
It's funny how the whole crowd saying, yeah.
Physical activity with anyone other than Tracy?
No.
All right. Hold on. Having a little fun at the end. But the fact of it is, you came on the show because she believed you were gay. You proved that you weren't. I hope that you guys can move forward.
I hope they
again,
can
what
as
I
well.
said about trying to work it out, even if you don't stay together. At least, and it seems like no matter what you do, you seem like you're very deeply in love with each other, even if you can't be together.
Look at what you're doing, Leo.
What's good, Reese?
Don't ask me what's good. Leo, man, you gotta watch him, Chad. Keep your eyes on Leo. Imagine having to prove you're not gay to the mother of your 2 kids. Life is hard sometimes, man. That's how life get for Buddy. Like a sing along.
Okay. What's next? He forgot dinner, so she brought a knife. Okay. Situation just got crazier. 2K. Okay. I don't think I have anything else. Laid off. Laid off. Laid off. Critical consumers make the worst anime fans. Why? Why do they make the worst anime fans?
Keep in mind.
Okay. Okay, we're not gonna start the video. Okay, they didn't start the video. Okay.
The difference between your typical shonen published work and a seinen is the fact these stories are targeted towards adult men instead of shonen's teenage boys audience.
Oh, thank you, Captain Obvious. Thanks, Captain Obvious. I didn't know that. I didn't know shonen and seinen are not the same thing. Oh my goodness.
Allows these stories to target much similar but even more dark and adult themes head on.
Not necessarily. If I remember I think if I remember correctly, my dress up darling's a seinen. Let me check. My dress up darling. I need to read the manga because I know it's done. Yeah, it's finished last year. Where is it? Manga. That's manga, right? That's the thing. Young. This is what is this? This is fuck. What is this? Seinen manga magazine. Yeah. So yeah, seinen does not inherently mean darker.
You can't mock yourself.
This also says a lot because he's literally saying, guys, I've only read one seinen at its entire genre. I know exactly what I'm getting into.
And it's
Clearly,
Berserk.
It's now Berserk is good, but brother, you're
Also,
throwing yourself
no, I
under
have
the
to
bus
agree with
already.
chat. He's just wrong on this. Seinen is for adults, but it's not. It's so they can target darker themes. It's like no, so they can target more adult themes.
Yeah, an adult does not inherently mean dark. As I showed you, my dress up darling's a fucking seinen. And you would never like my dress up darling's a fucking seinen. It's weird to fucking say that, but it is.
You literally have the childish mindset of adult means titties and violence.
Yeah, and I thought that too at first when I was first getting into anime, but obviously as I fucking got older, I knew that there's more to anime. There's more to because again, seinen is just a demographic. It doesn't inherently mean darker. Like you would see shonen, like obviously, fucking Death Note's more darker than fucking My Dress Up Darling, and Death Note's the shonen. So yeah, it doesn't inherently mean that the thing is gonna be darker.
Yeah.
That's a very childish view of how adult works.
Remember, guys, K-On! Is seinen.
Yeah, it is.
It is. Oh. It actually fucking is. Color me shocked. Okay. Color me fucking shocked. Holy shit. Alright. I'm pretty sure Buichi Rock is shown in though. Let me see. Oh no! It's also Boichi the Rock is a seinen. Oh, that's fucking. Oh, okay. Even Boichi the Rock is a seinen. The fucking what? Shocks you every day. I'm pretty sure this is a shonen. Yeah, just shonen. Ah, you learn something new every day. I did not know fucking Boichi the Rock is a seinen.
It is a sin. There's a lot of. I mean, okay.
This means they can virtually draw and depict whatever they want. Of course, with editorial.
But most shonen can get away with that too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
that's in
again,
shonen.
yeah. Again, as much as this is my bad too. Chainsaw Man is a shonen.
Yeah.
And then with.
Yeah.
Oh, you go. I was gonna say the first part is shonen.
Yeah, but I think it's always been in a shonen magazine. If I'm correct.
Yeah. So it's in Shonen Jump, but Shonen Jump has subsidiary magazines that target seinen and stuff too.
Yeah, I know. That's how a lot of
Same thing for JoJo's. JoJo's is a mix too. I think JoJo started off shonen and then it went seinen. JoJo's is the same thing.
I think in America it comes out as Shonen Jump Advance.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jump Plus is some shit. Yeah, Jump Plus is some shit.
No, I'm looking over my D. Grayman issues and they're Shonen Jump Advance technically, which I never understood that.
Berserk is the One Piece of seinen. Not necessarily
True.
untrue.
That's and then mind you, it's good. It's Berserk is really good. It's true.
Best 5
Like
out of
Joe,
10
Yeah.
you'll ever read.
Yeah, JoJo's were the first 6 were shonen, and then it 180s into seinen when he gets to part 6. I mean 7 and 8.
Yep.
Which is fair.
And that
They,
just because he's
can we just?
Wait, I gotta go back a little bit. What does he say?
Down and such. We'll come back to this later. Back to Berserk.
Wait, I gotta go back a little bit. What does he say? What?
Of course, with editorial eyes saying how much they should tone down and such. We'll come back to this later. Back to Berserk. I read this series 2 years ago, and while I wouldn't say the story changed my life, I would say that it can be very introspective and make you ask things about yourself. The type of person you are, what would you do if put in a character's shoes? How can power corrupt even the most positive people? The significance of trauma, religion, and how it can blind people from big issues, and so on and so on. The story.
You telling me that you learned that from Berserk? You told me you didn't learn that. You couldn't learn that thing from any other fucking and any other, mainstream shonen series. You told me that only Seinen could do shit like that. Come on, bro. Come on.
Be honest, particularly on the point how power can corrupt even the best people. I feel like if you didn't see that Griffith was gonna end up evil, like you were fucking blind.
You were. It wasn't even.
I don't know what you. It is the most blatant. This guy's gonna end up evil ever.
No,
Yeah,
oh, sorry. No, you go. You go.
You first.
I would say this because again, I still have not touched Berserk, but when I first found out about it from like a top 10 list.
But I'm on what chapter I'm on for Berserk? Because I was like on chapter like 200 and something. It's been a. Here's the thing. Since obviously Murata's dead and the upload schedule so fucking inconsistent. Like I haven't been reading Berserk 202. Okay, I'm on chapter 202. Yeah, I have been fucking reading Berserk for how long? Because like if since it's so inconsistent on update schedule, it's like I'm not rushing. I'm not rushing to catch up to Berserk.
Long time ago, I'm like this is when you like show the original like amulet, and I'm like this amulet's gonna come into play later, and sure enough, the top 10 revealed, oh yeah, it came into play later. You probably should have thrown that away, and yeah, unfortunately, this is not your shonen friendship of nah. I totally will reject it, guys. It's like no, I fought too hard for this. I got this figured for this.
This feels like one of those things where somebody's like trying to shove like gray morality into it. It's like, but Griffith was like abused, so that's why he ended up the way he was. No, like that might have pushed him over the edge a little bit, but he was already on the edge.
It's like Griffith is gonna be abused. It's like welcome to Berserk.
Hato, I'll have to make Kendra watch the 90s Berserk, but I have to I kind of need to actually sit down and reread Berserk and like read up to that because I've only watched that anime back in the day. I do need to sit down and actually read.
This immediately reminds me of people that watch Evangelion and try and give you like a thesis on what it means about weebs and how it like shits on mecha anime or something, and it's like you have no fucking clue what you're talking about, do you?
I don't even think they watched that. I think they watched like the first 3 episodes and they dipped.
We ask a bigger question.
So I'm just skipping ahead because I just want to get to the fucking video.
Warning. The rest of this video covers dark and depraved subjects like sexual assault and rape. If you cannot handle these subjects, please, I advise you to click off this video.
And if you can't say those words, don't make a video using those words.
I agree. You should not.
No, just be like the guy. Just be like in an anarchist. And just blur out the entire word. Just.
Oh my gosh! I was listening through that today. I was losing my mind.
You're welcome.
Just believe.
On Jewel in Inuyasha, you saw it from the other side of the world.
It's rainbow.
It's that.
Well, my
the thing is, he's gonna say the exact same. And always gonna. I just. By the way, I'm not.
I'm pretty sure. Knowing him, his problem with Berserk is that it's weird.
Watch this video. I've watched the first. I've watched this part. And this is where I turned it off because I'm like, oh, I need
I
to reset this
predict the horse, Guts, or Casca.
They're,
Oh yeah, definitely. Wow, it's gonna be Casca. It's definitely gonna be Casca. Gonna be definitely one of the issues, if not the problem that he's gonna be talking about. It's basically gonna be the essay that happened. Well, I mean, he always said essay and rape, so it's definitely gonna be the Casca part. It's gonna be, or it's either that, or it's like, oh, he's complaining how prevalent, how much you see it. Like obviously with the horses and shit. Yeah, Casca, Guts' backstory, Griffith's backstory, him sleeping with the damn one of the kings of a kingdom or some shit like that. Yeah, it's definitely gonna be the main issue that his problem with Berserk is that it has these weird things, and obviously fucking what's that girl's name? What's that girl's name? It's not uh, uh what's her name? Is it? What's the girl's name? The girl has a fucking kink for fucking BDSM basically. What's her fucking name? I completely forgot. Let me see. Let me search it up. Like I can probably. Furnice, that's her name. Furnice. Yeah, it's probably gonna be that too, cause one of the scenes, Furnice is like possessed, and like she was fucking getting naked and shit, and she wanted fucking Gus to split her in half or some shit. Yeah. Anyways, continue.
Put money, they will talk about Casca, and they're gonna completely underplay Guts.
That's a possibility. Do we
That's my
think he
prediction.
touches on the horse at all?
No.
I was gonna say I don't think you've seen it, Kendra. You can't say anything.
I'm sure Kendra knows about the horse meme.
I would have guessed that they're not gonna talk about the meme.
Chat says
No, they
predict
won't
all
talk about the
three.
horse. No.
Oh
I
no!
think
Oh no! Here's a...
Oh, good.
Oh, you go. Sorry.
Okay, I know for a fact, not for a fact, but I know almost guarantee they're never gonna bring up the horse because they never bring up the horse. They never want to talk about the horse.
I don't know. I thought a lot of people brought up the horse.
No, Twitter brings up the horse.
Fair.
After they bring up Casca.
I found out about the horse on Twitter. I think the horse is so stupid. It's so funny.
So this is kind of how it goes.
Because it
They'll
has like
complain
such a
about-
generic '90s rape face.
Oh, it does. So the way it goes is on, especially on Twitter, they complain about Casca. People throw, and then they might complain about the horse during that rant. Then someone will bring up, why aren't you complaining about Guts then?
And they'll say
the
something about
180 on it.
important for his development.
And then you'll be like, what about Casca then? The 180 it back. And that's usually how the conversation goes.
Well, see where it
that's how
goes.
it's gonna go.
Yeah.
That's my
That warning, I should rip off the band-aid. Within Kentaro Miura's dark and twisted world, he goes to great lengths to show you how evil and twisted this world is. Mainly in the form of its grotesque beast, but also the one thing beast and humans within this world share, which is an intense lust that drives them to rape. There is a lot to unpack here, and this is a very, very intense and sensitive subject within the medium that can only and should only be handled with the most delicate of hands. And I'm here to say that
I would argue he is wrong there.
He is.
Because he's like,
Yeah.
you know, it goes to great lengths to show like how much they want to rape. It's like, no, I don't think you understand. They are literally embodiments of all things evil.
Yeah.
Like I don't think you're following. And some of them embody certain evils more than others. Most of them tend to embody some form of just physical violence. There's like two that embody the rape thing. Huh.
But I guess what?
Yeah, the apostles are men who gave into their worst desires. Yeah, and it's because you'd be like, oh, well, they're all like about sex because Slanesh. It's like, well, no, always latch on to sex immediately.
Because in their world, that's the most depraved thing you can do.
I've
'Cause they've
seen
never-
literal. No, you couldn't. You couldn't.
No. That was a bad joke I was making. Go ahead.
I was literally. I've seen Twitter arguments, literal Twitter arguments, where people have been like, "Well, I'd rather be murdered than raped, and because I have to live with it." And some people literally came out and were like, "Thanks, I guess." Or like they go up to victims who like talk about that type of thing, and it's like, "Man, I don't know how I could have handled that. You should have died."
It's like, thanks.
Yeah.
I don't think Kentaro Miura is that pair of hands. Before I get a swarm of people.
I need to go back. What the fuck? What is he saying?
He's basically saying that he doesn't think. Well, I'm translate it. He's not thinking that Kitamio condones it. Because that's the thing. A lot of people that criticize. Cause every time there's like a work that has shit like that, they kind of always say, "Oh, that means that the author is agreeing to some fucking dumb shit like that." Like for example, like the Mushoku Tensei shit. Yeah, the writer is the writer is a pedophile because he's writing a character that was fucking jacking off to fucking weird shit. So it's basically what it is. It's basically the writer writes it, therefore he is this thing. It's basically what it means.
No. I know exactly what he's saying. He's saying.
Well, let me hear it again
these,
first.
These
'Cause
subjects
I
have.
genuinely don't hear what he was saying.
Only be handled with the most delicate of hands. And I'm here to say that I don't think Kentaro Miura is that pair of hands.
So he's saying he's not the person that is qualified to handle this subject matter properly.
Yeah, basically.
Even though he did a very good job because he showed it off through multiple different people and different angles of it. I don't think he's like the world's greatest writer in the world because that person's not real. But I think he did a great job. From all that I've seen and read of Berserk, it's genuinely good.
Yeah.
It's not like One Piece where I call it the greatest 7 out of 10 you'll ever read in your life. This is actually a good 9 out of 10 series. Berserk is.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. I will probably take an 8. I would not say it's 9.
Yeah.
What?
The video, you'll see.
Okay.
Yeah, chat. Actually, I do believe this video was fairly new. It was 11 days ago. So yeah, he is sort of kind of shit talking a dead man.
Yes.
Yeah, I happen to see it on my timeline.
I don't really care. I don't really care if this shit talking to dead man. The niggas do it all the fucking time, bro. They're doing on Michael Jackson now. He's been dead for fucking since 2009. I don't really care.
Like, this looks like a Kendra video.
Even better, he freaked out. He got freaked out on Twitter because someone reposted it and started quote retweeting him, and the guy who made the post was like, "Did I just get quote retweeted by the original guy?" I'll show you that after the video.
Before I get a swarm of people saying I'm a tourist or I'm a woke liberal sissy, let me say I think the subject matter can have purpose in media. Works of art should reflect the real world we live in. It's what.
No, I don't disagree. I disagree with that. They don't have to. Works should not have to always reflect real life. It's stupid. That's already tourist mindset. I hate saying that because I'm not a big fan. I don't really like saying it, but it's just like, yeah, that's a tourist mindset. I don't think work should not have to reflect real life. I'm sorry, Bill. Because by that logic, there shouldn't be any fantasies, no fantasy novels, no sci-fi novels, because they don't always reflect to reality. I'm sorry, buddy.
What can drive such emotion within a piece for an artist and its subsequent viewer?
That's not helping the tourist allegations.
Yeah.
Before somebody calls me a tourist, I think you're allowed to do this, but
no, just don't hit that button. That's all I do.
People who say that never draw, because the moment you start drawing something serious, you want to draw more things that are serious or edgy or lovely or whatever. The problem is people that don't draw think they have a right to talk about what is it? It's like those guys who drink wine and how you can literally replace the cheapest no, even better. A couple of days ago someone posted a picture of the Monet saying that it was AI, and everybody was acting like a complete snob, being like the color gradation, the blah 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 blah. And then it turns out the guy was like, "Oh yeah, no, this is a real Monet painting."
No, that's how it is for most AI art. You have a whole bunch of people come in and talk about like how genius they are for being able to spot that it's AI, and it's like, this is real. Also, Internet Zen says Kintaro isn't qualified. Will he would prefer someone like Koto or Daisuke cover it instead?
Oh.
Hirana, Kota,
Oh. Hirano or
Obi talks about that because it's like if you don't think Kitami Miura is capable of doing it, then then okay, talk about someone who is.
Think no matter.
Okay, let's skip this shit. I do want to get the video.
they want to, but they can't call it sexism because it's a woman.
Oh, there it is.
The massive caveat with this question is what draws the line between realism and dark, twisted desire. There are times in Berserk.
Does it have to be realism? Like, does it really have to be realism? That's a question I want to have. Does it have to have realism? Some sort of realism?
What are you talking about?
I'm gonna have to wind it back a second because he's said nothing so far. I'm very curious what he's saying.
No, he said, where does the line between realism and dark, twisted desire? Like,
I don't. If you've ever seen an interview with Murata, that this is not this man's like desire.
I like how he says, although fetish doesn't work for something this depraved. Yes, it does. That's the point. Did you guys forget that fetishes were not supposed to be good? The term fetish was supposed to specifically mean that it was weird and depraved. That is what the word fetish was supposed to mean.
Yes.
What are you talking about?
But modern context.
Also, James says, "Oh God, he's gonna say what happens to Casca during the eclipse was drawn sexy, isn't he?" It seems like we're going for the rape was sexy.
Oh my gosh, is he coping right now? Just normal in their world, right?
Listen, it's just people who say safe horny, but they're like, I have a fetish, and it's literally the most basic bare bone thing ever.
An individual requires the specific object or scenario to achieve sexual arousal. Kink, quote unquote, is a preferred sexual practice or scenario. That's
where I feel like the subject matter is handled in a good fashion. For example, our main character, Guts. Guts is a deeply flawed but relatable character to some.
I don't care about relatability. Sorry, I don't care about relatability, my nigga. I really don't. I don't have to relate to a character to like a character.
Unwillingness for intimacy or deeper connection. The reason for this is from his roots as a kid. Of course, having your only father figure hate you, but also the same fact that this father figure sold his child body for the disgusting whims of one of the many men in his army. This is depicted in a deep, dark way. Literal darkness infesting every corner of the page, while the subject in question
What was that?
center depict
I couldn't see that shit. What was it?
in his army. This is depicted in a deep, dark way. Literal darkness infesting every corner of the
Plosive. Okay, you're just fixing. You're just fucking spelling mistake
page, while the
or
subject
pronunciation mistake.
is in the center, depicted in the violent manner in which the crime truly is. This truly doesn't have the ideal.
Can you pause? Actually, you can continue. Yeah.
Before we continue, thank you, Baracho. Berserk is.
It's not over yet. Bless you.
Bless you.
I chose to keep my eyes the same as Kendra's eyes is my soul.
Elements, right? Not Griffith, sorry, Guts. Because Guts is specifically about him and what happened to him because he is the main character of the story. And like some people are gonna argue like this is the problem specifically, not people in our chat, but people like who rag on Berserk. The point of Cascas is A, to show like how far Griffith has gone, but B, it is also still Guts's development.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which is why a good portion of the scene is dedicated to Guts's reaction to it. Because she's not going to be back for a long time.
Yeah.
And when she does come back, she's not allowed to remember him or else it freaks her the fuck out.
Yeah.
But this is just him not understanding who the main character is, basically. At the end of the day, the guy on the front of the book is the main character. So yes, everything in the world is gonna kind of be for his development.
At least in his story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In this story, it's all him. Yeah.
It gets across the crime in question without being too grotesque visually, and in a narrative sense, it only bolsters the negative feelings we as readers will have towards Gambino and makes us feel for Guts. And this unwillingness to get close to people physically and
It's breaking
mentally
on my
follows
side.
Guts for the rest of the series. So I think it's okay. I think it's a great
More than okay, it gives light on to give light to male essay victims and also a narrative purpose, unlike most of the following examples. Oh.
great example of using an event like this
Oh,
in
I
a
can't.
story. The next time the subject is used is for another character's backstory, and that character is Casca. This is when I truly question Kintaro's motives. It's not just the fact that this is the plot point he chose, but it's also the fact that he shows it, and in detail, showing Casca as a child on road.
We
Sorry,
can
this
pause
video is a
this.
touch.
Oh, I'm back.
So,
Okay. Oh,
so he's lying here because, like I said, I'm like, first off,
Yeah, but you have to realize that this scene helps her out as well. It helps her character. It's understandable why she is so loyal to Griffith, because Griffith showed her that that not everyone's gonna come and fucking help you. Ah.
when it comes to stuff like this, I'm like, all right, the way you're wording this is very weird and feels out of context. And so I went out and I found I found a thing of Berserk. It took way too long to find it, and I went to go find the stuff with Guts, and I went on the stuff with Costco. He's just saying it like that one page of Guts being laid on the ground is the only panel of Guts being assaulted.
Yeah, it's
What he
not.
does not show is that in the following chapter, it shows him struggling, fighting, and then being nearly backwards, and then 3 panels of just Guts near lifeless body on the ground.
No, yeah, it's
The
the
Casca
whole
scene
thing.
is funny. The Casca scene is funny because he's saying, well, clearly it's shown in such great detail. And number one, it mostly shows just Casca's hometown being like pillaged, like for most of it. And the only thing they really show here is Casca's nipples.
Yeah.
Watch out.
And I'm just like, so, and then immediately being saved by Griffith right after.
Yeah, which gives her true loyalty on why she's so loyal to Griffith and why she believes in Griffith's mission on building a good kingdom. Because if he builds a kingdom like that, then shit like this wouldn't happen to her. I guess she fought until shit happened.
During that time, it's not like there's like no words on the page. It's literally, oh, like this was my village, this was my home life, and when a noble came to pick me up, my family was super happy. I'm surprised all my siblings didn't die up to that point. And then she goes on a rant being like, you know what? I should have known this was like clearly something dangerous. No nobleman would actually pick up a girl with the gratitude of their heart. Clearly, this is normal. You don't read lines like that and instantly go, yeah, this is supposed to be sexual.
I'd also point out that I'm 90% sure this specific part of the video is why his pinned comment says, Lolly Twitter found this video. You guys are subhuman and deserve to be locked up. Thanks for the views, though.
Oh, he's one of those people.
He is one of those people.
Oh, yes, yeah. He went on a rant about that the entire time on Twitter, being like, Lolly Twitter found me. And I'm just like, no, your video's not bad because of Lolly Twitter. Here's everything as a non-Berserk fan of why this video was garbage. And I just ratioed him twice.
Yep.
Good job, Kender.
Okay.
Subject. Because I said, I hate when content creators censor such disturbing but needed language.
But I mean, he did that. He literally did that in the same. He literally did it in the video. So you hate yourself? Okay.
It censors how harsh and cruel these crimes are, but I also don't want my content taken down or suppressed because I said a wrong word.
But you don't care.
Exactly.
He doesn't care at that point. You're admitting right there. You
I hate
actually
when
don't
other
care.
people do it, but I'm gonna do it.
But it's okay when I do it.
Why would you even put this in here, dude?
Because you expect me to stop the video and won't read it.
Listen, I'm just saying this as someone who also does little blurbs when she makes videos. I hate it when other creators do stuff like this with analysis videos. Just go back and re-record, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What to to say to avoid YouTube from striking me down. And it's disturbing enough to see a mangaka illustrate such a thing, especially when compared to Guts. I think you can make an argument for this being for quote-unquote male gaze.
Yeah, sure, buddy.
We're not
Oh
doing
my
male gaze in the
God.
big 2026. We are not
Oh.
doing this anymore.
Sure, buddy.
I got so distracted by the L themes playing.
We are not doing male gaze in 2024.
Welcome to
2026.
the video. Welcome to the reason why this video is terrible, because we're literally calling the rape
Oh
of
my
a
gosh. He's
keep in mind,
going out.
keep in mind, he says, you see, Casca's rape is bad because she's a child and a woman. Guts' rape is okay because he's a child and it's for his development.
Really, the fuck is happening? What is happening?
Got ahead of me, the male gaze.
The male gaze.
You see, guys, there's the male gaze and the male gaze.
No, the sexual assault of this little girl is really hot. I think that's the writer's fault. Or
come again?
Maybe you should think about how you see it. Because here's the I've told this before. I am a massive baby when it comes specifically to both rape and NTR. To the point where I cannot watch like any like hentai at all that includes either, even as like a possibility, because it just makes me like deeply uncomfortable. So it throws me off when I see these other people watch scenes like this and go, God, it's just so fucking hot. Clearly that was the writer trying to turn me on. And I'm like, you made me really fucking uncomfortable, man. Like I don't know.
In their wheelhouse.
Let's be Mizu, why don't you see that? But I still
Yeah. Age
makes this more negative for me.
Can get a Fate Pulse piece. An Asanagi piece. It'd be so powerful.
And I think the thing that makes this more negative for me is the fact I know it's just the start. Narratively, I think it still shows how evil this world is, but did another character's backstory have to have the same plot point? It seems to touch the subject a lot already for shock value.
Already?
Yes,
Yeah, but it affects characters in different ways. Like for example, for Guts, it shows why he hates being touched from behind. It shows if for him it adds on to that characterization, but for Casca, it shows why she's so loyal to Griffith, why she believes Griffith can achieve what he his goal.
The other
It's literally
character
not the
needed
same
this.
plot point.
Well, yes, the other character needed like a sort of similar backstory to Guts, so he could open up.
She can relate. Also, her plot point isn't the same. Yes, she was raped. That's fine. What about the other 900 things that fucking happened to her?
I do think there is an intentional similarity, though.
No, there is.
Between
obviously,
her parents gave her away in hopes she would have a better life, only to have been tricked by an evil person. Whereas Guts' father gave him away for gold to someone he knew was an evil person.
Yeah.
But yes, they both have a similar trauma in their life, specifically so they can relate to each other.
almost like hurt people drift to other hurt people.
It's kind of
slept with Griffith to get to
that's opening up
about her own backstory. He was like, well, dang.
Yeah. They actually are important to Guts opening up.
Now, I'm still trying to give Kentaro the benefit of a doubt. He is building a narrative around people with more power in this world, taking advantage of anyone they see as below.
Also, the scene's really good. I give it a full pass. The scene is really good, so I give it a full pass. The only thing that can be bogged down to this is once again the frequency of the subject. So it doesn't really matter whether it's done well or not. You just have a problem that how frequent it is. So it's more like damned if you do, damned if you don't type of thing.
How did you honestly miss the point of these three people all having basically the same trauma? They're you're such an idiot.
This guy literally just went, "This world is so evil, and they take advantage of the weak." But can we just stop doing that?
The
Can
three
you just
main
only show the violent
characters
plot?
all have a similar trauma for different reasons, and all you can
Yeah, because
think
I know Griffith slept with the guy. Because I know Griffith slept with one of the kings, one of the kingdom people, and he did that because of he wanted the army and shit like that. So he became basically the boy toy of the king. Oh yeah, I remember that shit.
of is, well, they have a similar trauma because he thinks that trauma is sexy. Are you retarded?
Yes.
And how it affects their lives and
Uh, down villages instead.
So I'm just skipping. There we go.
Italian code. This, I'll give it the pass because we don't see it, at least. It was only spoken of, and I wish that could be the case if he always uses such sensitive subjects. But also, in a narrative sense, it shows Griffith will give up anything for his army, and even further, his dreams. So in that sense, it's an excellent plot point that I think deserves to exist. It just sucks it gets muddied down by how the subject matter is handled other times. Now, the next time we see this is Casca once again.
What's going on with the mic? Is that me? Is that the video? Is that their equipment or the fucking guy himself? I don't know what's going. What's wrong with what the shit I'm hearing in the background? The whoosh, whoosh. Like, what the fuck is that?
At this point, it becomes a bit weird. What purpose, other than serving, oh, these guys are evil, does this serve? They were already going to kill her. What's the point to keep going on and on with this subject matter? It gets to a point. It just seems perverted and gross. For the great
Pause it.
Do you know why they do
you
it
guys
like
know
that?
you both can pause it, by the way.
Oh, okay.
That's
okay.
the point of Watch
forgot.
Together is everybody can pause it.
Oh, I like to make it.
What is it? You gotta remember, Berserk was obviously intentionally chosen to be in a medieval time, because in medieval times, if you were a woman, here's the thing: if you were a boy, you were screwed. If you were a girl, you were double screwed. If you were a girl who can bear children, you were
If you're a guy, you were screwed because you have to be in the army and all that shit. If you're a girl, you were screwed because you're gonna most likely get sold off or some shit. Either way, in the world of Berserk, it fucking sucks. How about that? The world of Berserk is everyone fucking struggles. Everyone that doesn't have power just struggles regardless.
were triple screwed.
You're cooked.
Everyone's cooked.
So, unfortunately, with Casca, that's considered an option because, unlike a boy, unlike a man, you can't really buck break a man that easily. A woman, however, that's a piece of cake. It is the medieval time.
Written female character Casca is at this point. It's such a disservice to her, feeling like anytime she's vulnerable, that this plot point is going to come up, especially when Miura always has to depict it like this, framing it as a dojin. The next time this is shown,
You have
That's a lot of self-rejection.
okay. First off, you can't just say dojin.
Yeah.
But second off, I know
Remember-
what you mean. I know what you mean specifically. However, I don't know what you mean framing it like one.
So
Dojins are just manga as well. Like, even if we're talking specifically about the pornographic ones, they're still just manga. I don't know what you're talking about the framing.
he's framing it like he's hot. He's not a tourist, guys. He's not a tourist.
He's framed
definitely
like a dojin. Like what? What do you mean by that?
Keep in mind, more people are coming to understand Dojin just doesn't mean hentai. It means just fan work in general. It didn't help that also like a viral post went around for like Comic Kit, like, yeah, no, Dojin artist is like
You know you know what you're talking about, and you're just adding to the case.
But yeah, let's just say we know he's talking about the hentai ones.
Obviously.
What do you mean like the framing of it? Have you
Let's see if he explains it.
Hope in the dark.
Well, I don't want it to be that.
I want it dark.
Is rape. No way around it. Even though she still loves Griffith, this doesn't mean she wanted it at the time. She says no multiple times. Once again, it's this gray area where if the subject wasn't touched on so many times,
Wait,
I'd
hold on, I
say
gotta
yeah.
pause it. I can't. Oh, I can't with the fucking L music. It's driving me up the wall.
It's also really loud.
Yeah, it's all right. I was having a moment. I'm still having a moment about it.
Take advantage of the weak, and even the good people take advantage of the weak. And it's like, I can't believe Griffith took advantage of the weak.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, because Griffith is essentially a control freak, in a way. He's essentially a control freak, and that's basically why he did it in the first place, was to see if he still has that power to, especially since his strongest asset, Guts, now fucking left. So so it felt like his dream was basically about to be fucking shattered because his most valuable assets are basically gone.
It's so dumb. We're not even to like the actual Casca scene yet.
I think this is a great way to show Griffith's heart slowly drifting into darkness, but I can only wish that it was shown another way, because the sexual violence against
Like what? And that's the thing too. I'm tired of people always saying, "Yeah, I want to be shown in a better way," but doesn't give like any examples on how could it have been done in a different way, but have the same impact. That's what I hate too. I hate when people say that shit. Oh, it should be done a different way. Yeah, but you can make that argument for damn near anything. But you're gonna need to explain on. You're gonna need to fucking give me an example of how could this have been done differently and have the same impact. You can't have to do that. I'm tired of people always saying that shit. It's basically like I'm basically giving like a soft criticism, but not really going into detail.
woman gets really fatiguing when it's shown this much.
Did he say woman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think this is a great way to show Griffith's heart slowly drifting into darkness, but I can only wish that it was shown another way, because sexual violence against women.
The music is loud as shit. I can understand what they're saying. The music is loud as shit. The music should not be as loud as your voice, bro. It should be like I should hear it in the background, yes, but it shouldn't be this fucking loud.
I hate when people do that. I've started to notice it when people say it in the singular, and it's like,
Just say against women. Why are you doing this?
Against a woman?
Again,
This bothers me.
keep in mind he's showing scenes of the stuff with Griffith being in the helmet. Do you know why? What happened immediately after he was caught with the princess?
He was freaking tortured. He had his tendons he was basically paralyzed from the neck down because he had his tendons cut down. So he basically couldn't even move. He was malnourished, tortured. I think he was filleted too and shit like that. So again, he was he lost fingers and shit and teeth and all that shit. So he was essentially a cripple. So at that point he was just desperate. He would do anything to get that kingdom.
He was punished because he's still swine to the nobility.
Yep.
That's it.
Thank you, Artemis. This guy only watched Carino and was ruined. I don't know where he's gone.
I don't know.
Shown it differently.
I'm so angry, but
like we covered this at the start.
I know it's rage.
Kendra doesn't like it because it's a little too much for her faint little heart, so she doesn't read it. You're reading it on purpose and then going, "Oh, my faint little heart can't take it. It needs to be changed."
This is literally the Dark Souls thing where they're like, "Well, I had to play the game to be like so I can pros my gamer cred, but you don't have any gamer cred or anime cred because the second you talk about stuff like this, we know you're dumb and you don't know what you're talking about."
Again, I don't even like Berserk, and I still cracked that sucker open and was able to analyze it piece by piece. No, yeah, I would.
On Japan thing.
Daring, aren't you today, sir?
Much. That's not to mention the visuals being the most in-your-face stand ever, being very graphic in nature. This is where I think I should explain why this can be problematic. It is no secret that Japan is not the sanitized perfect country we've seen.
Why is it a bunch of Death Note shit? I can tell what his favorite anime is. Fuck him, all his fucking LSTs, bro.
Oh, we're not doing the shit on Japan thing.
It
is, though.
You have to have a sound when you camera flash, and they have women-only cars.
You mean things that solve the problem?
Keep in mind, I like talked to this with my sister like a while ago, being like, "Hey, so yeah, there's like these people that have like an obsession with like all the bad things wrong with Japan," and I told her about the cars, and it's like, doesn't that like solve the problem? And it's like, well, yeah, but like you're still wrong because acknowledging the problem means you have a problem.
Well, because that's why I've brought this up before, where they're like, oh, train molestation is at an all-time high, but don't we have women-only cars? Yeah, we do. So how is it at an all-time high? Well, the women just aren't using the cars. Well, if they're not using why are they not using the cars if the molestation is such a problem? Like, it doesn't make sense.
Clearly, they were asking for it.
Child exploitation, with the act banning and condemning the access to see only being set in place in 1999.
Oh, we're doing this act.
So this one is true. However, you're gonna be horrified when I tell you when other countries ban that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why he brings this up.
Wait. Let me see.
Clearly, they were asking for it.
It has a very, very dark history when it comes to rape and child exploitation, with the act banning and condemning the access to see only being set in place in 1999.
Oh, we're doing this act.
Yeah, but it literally says here, virtual or fictional thing remains legal. Yes, this pertains to real fucking problems, the real fucking victims, not fucking pieces of fucking paper or fucking a drawing.
So this one is true. However, you're gonna be horrified when I tell you when other countries ban that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why he brings this up as if this is like some uniquely horrendous thing that only applied to Japan. It's still not illegal in some countries other than Japan. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
They haven't listen. They banned it. Was it? I'm pretty sure it was. You couldn't even do it back then. They just made the law.
Yeah.
That's how it works. It's like, yeah, you're still gonna probably most likely get arrested for that stuff. It's just that they make it into a law so that they can charge you for that specifically. That's how laws work.
That is way too close when it comes to the present day. That's only 27 years ago. And
you know what happened last year? One country lowered the age of consent from 14 to 8.
Excuse me.
Child marriage is still legal in most of the world.
Yeah.
Yep.
AK the Middle East. AK the Middle East. Let's be real here. Let's talk about we know it's the Middle East that we're talking about at that point there.
Lolly Twitter because he's seen all of Lolly Twitter's arguments and realized, dang, I can't beat that. I gotta get
Someone literally said Middle East. Oh, hello, Iraq. Yeah, it's literally the Middle East. That's what we're talking about.
creative.
A lot of the Middle Eastern countries still have that shit.
Internet Zen, really fatiguing. Is this guy a hoodweeb? Also, stop listening to the Pyoko feminist when they tell you about Japan. What people Icon in California.
Oh, there it is. Oh, we're talking about all these. Okay, let's go here.
When you learn this, didn't.
Oh.
I'm assuming not good, or hoping not good, to be honest.
this is an even bigger discussion when it comes to lolly culture. The reason
he got one guide. He got one guide on Twitter. He got mad.
One guide on Twitter, one guide in his own comment section.
This man got one guide.
He got this from Wikipedia.
I'm sorry. Yeah, of course he did. Every time I see somebody complain about Loli in their video before they start shitting at Lolicons, you know they got one guide. They got one guide by a random person who literally just threw their entire argument under the bus. Like, no, you're wrong. This is why. Here's all the shit. And now they're angry. Like, no, it's right here. Here's my big video about it. This is my real reason to do it. This is my actual reason I'm making this video.
Yeah.
They're angry about the one guy.
The reason this content is bad is because it was meant to replicate that exploitation.
Wait, what is he?
When it comes to lolly culture.
Griffin Law Office?
I don't know why that's specific.
That is, I don't know about you, but none of those characters are Japanese.
Griffin Law Office APC. What is lolicon and is it legal in California? What he's showing on screen is the first two sentences of the page.
Yeah, he's just showing what basically what it is in general. The definition of it.
The legal status of lolicon in California. In California, the legal status of lolicon is complex and subject to interpretation under state and federal laws. Possession, creation, and distribution of lolicon materials that depict minors in sexually explicit ways can potentially be classified as CP, which is
It depends because if it's based off an actual person, like for example, Shadbase, he's a controversial artist and shit like that. He drew an NSFW version of fucking Keemstar's daughter. Yeah, something like that's a fucking problem because it's actually based off of a real actual real fucking person. Like something like that's a fucking problem.
illegal under both California and federal law. It's not under federal law. We've actually done this before.
How old is
the
this
legal gray area exists because some lolicon materials might be considered fictional. What do you mean some?
What the fuck?
So they don't know what the word means.
That was the most I don't know what I'm talking about statement in grasping for straws I've ever heard.
This is a horrible like law. Law is just
over and over. Exactly.
If it gets criminalized
and created before it was even banned. You'd have to be an idiot to not see the huge problem it is that people still engage with such content. Not to mention, Berserk
Genuinely, you're generally a reader if you consume such content.
was being published and created before such bans were put in place, showing that this.
So here's something I don't think you understand.
I'll be right back.
Okay, past content, like the possession of past content, is not necessarily criminal if it gets criminalized after you got it. However, you have to get rid of it. And if it was a video of some sort, if it has been criminalized later in the future, you can no longer replay those videos. You can't put them out into the ether anymore. You legally cannot make new copies and sell them. You have to cut it off at the date where the law happens. So I don't know where he gets this idea that, oh, Berserk is only allowed to still be published because it existed before the law criminalized it.
Yeah, that's
It's not criminal. You're retarded, brother.
People are people like this, Mizu.
I don't know how he... I need to go back and make sure that's what he's saying because that sounds very much like what he's saying.
Yeah, it is because he's saying that since the act was created, because Berserk is an old series, right? Let's go here, Berserk. Let's see, because Berserk was like in the 80s, right? I'm pretty sure late 80s, early 90s. Yeah, basically late 80s. So yeah, basically saying that the reason why Berserk is still able to keep going is because Berserk started before that shit occurred. Before that law was implemented in Japan.
Yeah, why about
that exploitation in the animation medium before it was even banned.
But here's the thing, though. You have to show when was the chapter released. Like when were those chapters released? Before you start jumping that gun, you have to show what chapters when the chapters were released before you can say, yeah, Berserkers got lucky. Because if let's just say those chapters were released, let's just say those chapters of Casca and Guts and all that shit were released after the law. I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it was released after 1989, but let's just say it was. Then he'll be just then that means that the law doesn't apply to that then.
You'd have to be an idiot to not see the huge problem it is that people still engage with such content. Not to mention, Berserk was being published and created before such bans were put in place, showing that this exposure and constant pushing for SA and Miura.
Yeah, but here's the thing though, what about the other? Okay, I'm about to say what about Mushoku Tensei, but because
culture was at an all-time high.
But it wasn't.
Here's the thing: you have to prove that. You have to prove that with you have to prove that with all the basically. Because if you're saying rape culture is at an all-time high, you have to prove that a different manga. You can't just say, okay, Berserk. We can't just say only this manga had it, therefore it was. No, you have to prove it in other. That you have to prove that it was by showing it in other manga during around that was created around when Berserk was getting serialized. You can't just say that like, willy nilly like that. You have to prove it.
Effectively wasn't at an all-time high. Because
By the
if
way,
it
this
was
video
then-
came out about a little over a week ago.
I know.
No, chat was asking when did this video come out. It's a little over a week ago. It's a week and some change. It's hard to tell where he's going with this because he's really throwing his words around incorrectly. But he definitely sounds like he's trying to say Berserk should be illegal. That's kind of what I'm getting from it. His full thing here. I'm struggling to understand where he's going with this.
This is an even bigger discussion when it comes to lolly culture. The reason this content
He's basically saying that Berserk got lucky. Berserk got lucky in its concept in its publicization because by the time that Berserk was first publicized, the law was implemented the law was implemented. It's basically what he's trying to say. So it's not really hard. It's not really hard to understand. It's just basically saying like Berserk got lucky because since Berserk was released, it got lucky and it was able to avoid this problem.
is bad is because it was meant to replicate that exploitation in the animation medium before it was even banned. You'd have to be an idiot to.
So he's not saying that Berserk. I don't think he's saying Berserk is criminal. It sounds like he's saying Berserk is trying to replicate something that became criminal, which no question mark. You know, they chose to bring up Lolicon here now that we're talking about the adult characters.
Got one guide. I'm telling you, he got one guide.
Yeah, isn't murder also criminal? So this argument very easily would go for murder and violence, where it's like, oh, you're trying to replicate something that's criminal in the real world.
Or like war crimes. It's like, oh yeah, that means war is bad too. So that means you can't put it in the manga anymore. It's kind of no.
Okay, I don't know where we're going with this.
Nice opinion, but
what's your
Death Note soundtrack?
He's with the rape culture was at an all-time high.
Yeah, but he has to prove that. He has to bring statistics and shit. He has to prove that. You can't just say that like that, and just can't just say, "Oh, it was at all-time high," and not show anything. He has to show. He has to show like proof.
Yes, this series that showed that it's a bad thing. Remember,
God, you can't undo this. I'm convinced.
Thank you, Baracho. Says early Berserk Mira game scene, and in her a
when we were going over it, the reason why he added that scene is because you know how some people will say like, "Oh, if I was in this fantasy world, I'll just be the nobility and I'll totally be safe," right?
No,
you're not safe.
Oh well, basically that's what some people's like mindset is, and it's basically just Mira being like, "Yeah, no, nobility ain't safe either. This world sucks."
Yeah.
Everyone,
To not see that there's maybe an issue with that persisting in his work when it sometimes doesn't have an intent narrative purpose, and even.
And that's the problem. He's not showing proof that it was at an all-time high. He's just saying that it was without showing any evidence, whether it would be like a government statistic, or maybe showing it in different manga around that same time. He's not showing that. He's just saying that it is without any proof whatsoever. So how can you say, oh, rape culture is at an all-time high if you're not going to show any statistic or any evidence whatsoever? I'm not going to believe you.
Name a single scene that has happened so far that did not have intentional narrative purpose.
Yes.
Clearly the rape scene.
Like, I feel like he doesn't understand, like, genuinely anything that's happening in Berserk.
No, of course not.
No, not just is it drawn erotic or not. He says it doesn't have a story reason for it. It doesn't have a plot point to it. All of them do. What are you talking? You specifically mention
He mentioned Griffiths, he mentioned Guts, and he just shot you, and then he just shot on Casca's.
Mention them yourself. Except for the Casca one, admittedly, you don't actually mention the point of the Casca one, and I think it's because you genuinely don't understand it.
Which is crazy because it's not that complicated.
Yeah.
I just.
Oh, well, fuck.
Good intentions for a good message, it still perpetuates this constant content of women in violent situations. As an author, you'd
Wait.
wait.
Pull that back by like 15 seconds.
Thank you.
Play that real quick.
I need that shit.
For a good message, it still perpetuates this constant content of women in violent situations.
So he's saying, oh.
So he's doing it out of good intentions, but he's still perpetuating. So he's basically saying he's still making the problem worse, even though what he's trying to do is trying to show how it impact how something like that can impact people. So he's like, okay, he's doing it, even though he didn't mean to perpetuate it, he is still perpetuating it.
Well, it has a good message, like.
But it still perpetuates the idea of women being violently assaulted.
It's just like.
So it's basically saying Miura can do it, but by doing it in general, it's basically saying that Miura can do it well, but the fact that he's doing it in general is a bad thing. That's basically what he's basically saying. It should not be in the story at all. That's basically what he's basically saying in basically summarizing it. That's basically what he means.
So
again, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the intentions are. He should not have it in period. By that logic.
That's probably why Casca joined, so that she could fight back. But here's the thing. The world of Berserk sucks. You're not gonna survive, and if you do survive, that was by luck.
Yeah,
Do we think he actually sat through all of Berserk? Not like all of it, but up into the Casca, the big Casca scene, the moon.
I'm convinced he has.
I think he went up to that point and never saw the aftermath. I'm gonna be real. If I had to assume, that's probably what I would say. He probably only read the Golden Age and just kind of just didn't go any further than that. I think when he saw that Casca moment, the Femto Casca thing, I think that's when he just ended it and decided to make a video on it.
At this point,
that's my assumption. Anyways,
I'm convinced he did, but then he started jumping around and counting how many rapes happened.
I think my problem here is, now that I'm realizing it, is it's the literal scene of jumping around. I'm having to re-say my statement now, in my head. It's this issue where he's like, he read it at first, had no problem with it, but he got told by someone on the internet that's bad.
So he had to go back and look for the problems?
Yes.
Thank you, Internet Zim. For what it's worth, we're talking about medieval dark fantasy. The princess was technically age of maturity when Griffith took her, is what I'd say if it wasn't a friggin' drawing.
Yeah.
I think it's also the thing where it's like, I think he's at this point here, he's just purposely trying to say that this is my problem with it. It's bad because we're doing this. Like, it's not. The one that, well, again, aren't real. Who cares?
I saw a post where a guy was playing the visual novel Life with a Slave, teaching feeling, and went, I keep getting the bad ending. And a guy replied with, just give her pancakes and stop molesting her. And he went, oh.
What's happening in that?
As an author, you'd also have to be aware of how your content can be viewed, and that's even.
No, that's stupid. Because if you worry about how people are gonna view it, then that means it's oh, I fucking muted it. That's stupid. That's stupid. If you want to interpret it or work that way, that's their fault. Like you can't be thinking about that, bro. Because if you think about that, then you're not gonna create a fucking story. Everyone's gonna fucking take it. Everyone's gonna take a story the wrong way. That's just a stupid thing to think about like that. I'm sorry, man. I'm not worried about what fucking random person I'm in 6,500,000,000 was gonna fucking worry about how he feels about the story. Create the story. If people like it, people like it. People don't like it, people don't like it. It's stupid to say, oh, how should I think about this? One person's gonna think about this. But if you do that shit, you're not gonna create any story whatsoever. Cause it's basically the whole we try to please everybody, gonna please nobody. That's basically what he's trying. That's um basically what I'm saying here. That's stupid.
What do you mean what's happening in that?
As an author, you'd also have to be aware of how your content can be viewed. And that's even.
No, that's a really retarded way to make art. If you get like choice paralysis with your art because you're constantly considering how somebody might.
Yeah, some one person, some one guy how might feel. Okay, that's the whole thing. Trying to please everybody because you're basically gonna dull your story in order to avoid talking about serious topics. No, buddy. If you have a story to tell and it's talking about this serious topic, then fucking write it, man. Don't fucking Joe. Don't fucking trying to sanitize as much as you can because you're worried about some snowflake or some person getting offended. Someone is gonna get offended. Like that's how the world's gonna be. Okay, it's gonna be that one person's gonna have a problem with it regardless. There's no point of fucking trying to remove something or change something because one person or very small group of people are gonna complain about that one thing. It's dumb. That's a terrible mindset to make. Because at that point, you're not gonna really create anything because you're gonna think about how everyone might see every single fucking scene, and it's stupid. It's a dumb mindset to have.
Interpret it, then you're just never gonna make anything.
Exactly.
You also shouldn't make art at that point.
Yeah. Like you could give me any piece of art, and I could come up with some bullshit excuse for why it's bad. Like the fucking Andy Warhol piece that's just like a can of Campbell's soup or something, right? Oh, it's a monument to capitalism and how the poor shouldn't have food because the can is sealed. Like you can come up with a dumbass reason for any art.
Art. That's the point.
Or better yet, let's just use the Gachi Yakuta example. You see, my fan service is more nuanced and more agreed upon than yours is. Therefore, it's superior.
It's just such a dumb example or a dumb point.
If you have the best intentions in mind, which I question Miura for. With all of this,
I think he does. I think he objectively has the best intentions because he's literally writing a story where rape is bad.
Also, if you go into a piece of media with the thought process that the author is inherently malicious in some way, you are not engaging with the work, honestly.
Yeah, fair.
Awful addition to the rape culture in Japan, but also across the world. Anyway, let's hit a few more examples from the story. Immediately after this,
to point out, because he did say all of this happened when Japan's rape culture was at its highest, did you know that only like 2 years ago were little boys added to like the definition of being assaulted in Japan? So in Berserk, according to this guy, it's only shown as negative when it's Guts and Griffith. It's not shown as negative when it's Casca or anything else. And that's why rape culture was at its highest. But the definition of rape didn't actually include boys until very recently. Which tragically is the same way in a lot of the world.
Yeah, it's right.
Like, you don't actually know the history of this at all. You're just saying shit.
Because I'm a straw man. Who cares about boys until the argument needs me to say that we need to show both victims so that I can go back to saying it's clearly just about the women, guys.
Charlotte's own father sexually assaults her, and this is just awful. I feel like you could do a lot more to show the King of Midland sees his own daughter as his own property, or that he feels as if her purity belongs to him, rather than back-to-back rape scenes with her, especially when she's presumably a minor still. And I feel like that.
Now you realize that she's a minor. Okay.
It also doesn't matter because it's not real.
Yeah.
Again, the reason why he does it is because it shows that, guess what? The world of Berserk is messed up. The nobility sucks. You ain't safe just because it's the nobility.
Yeah. Well, he's trying to go with other ways to show that he's crazy. Okay, but this is the way they chose to show it. So shut the.
And
fuck
again,
up.
my issue is that he's saying he's saying this, but he's not telling us what would he do. Okay, what other way can Miura show that same way? And that's the problem that I have with it, because that's why I have a problem I have with him, because he's not saying what those other possibilities could have, what other type of ways that he could have done. No, he's just saying, oh, it could have been handled another way. Okay, tell me another way. Doesn't say it, so it's like, okay, then you have nothing to say. You're just saying that, and you have nothing to fucking add. You can say it for any fucking scene. He's like, okay, yeah, that scene could have been done differently. Okay, how? How it could be done differently but still have that same notion and impact? Nothing. So it's like, okay, what's the whole point of, there's no point of saying that if you're not even gonna bring up an example of how it could have been done differently.
Fuck up.
Yeah.
Also, thank you for the follow over on Twitch, Eternal Fire.
That this in a vacuum could be a good, vile scene to show how evil a character is and how disgusting their intentions are. But with the constant slamming of this subject in your face, it just can't allow me to say in good faith that this isn't just the author's disgusting desire shining through. In all this negativity, I do want to highlight this scene with Casca and Guts. I think it is one of the best narrative displays of intercourse in this story. It shows Guts' trauma, Casca's trust and bond she feels with Guts.
No, let him continue. I want you to hear what he has.
I guess you could ignore the fact that after that, when she touched him from the back, he fucking choked her out. Please don't forget to add that, please.
Okay, go on, finish it.
Plays of intercourse in this story. It shows Guts' trauma, Casca's trust and bond she feels with Guts. It's such a beautiful scene that shows how much the characters have grown. It never feels violent. Maybe it is a bit more for the male gaze, but I think it is.
Oh my gosh.
That parallels Griffith
to
Guts. But then it makes me.
There you go.
God. It's Christ.
I'm gonna go back 2 inches because he's about to say something that's gonna erase any amount of goodwill he could possibly have for this scene. Because I heard him start it.
Beautiful scene that parallels Griffith to Guts. But then it makes me want to take all that praise back when we immediately dip back into shit like this. This intro.
Andrew, we gotta kill this guy.
Oh, it's so stupid. He wants me to take all that Barry's back. We'll be dipping into this. Yeah, these are the evil things.
Yeah, then you just never had praise in the first place. You didn't like this in the first place, according to your. And here's what annoys me. It's almost like the fact that whole entire scene was the payoff of all that shit that happened to them. That scene would not be as good if you didn't know. Oh,
that scene is where Berserk ends for me.
the monkey. I mean, I am fair.
No, the Casca Guts.
I mean, that would be a good ending.
Because if I made a video like this, my problem with Berserk is at a certain point it just kind of becomes misery porn.
Misery loves company.
And I get why people enjoy content like that, but I can't deal with like never having a happy ending.
No, there's gonna be a happy ending. It's just
in 30 years.
I guess in this case, I guess it really isn't a happy ending.
Chat, you missed the point. What you said. It means you're one guy. Now. Stop it. Calm down.
I will one guy them because everybody loves Berserk and they get upset when I'm like, yeah, I feel like it just becomes misery porn at a certain point.
Listen, I have at least one. Listen, I may not be able to handle Berserk, but I still got one dark fantasy series that I've been like mildly keeping up with 3 times.
Me and Kendra have talked about this a couple times. Just say JJK. Jesus.
Of this trope when it comes to Miura's writing. Out of all the ways to show the beastly creatures and their wickedness, it always just comes down to violence towards women. And then the next chapter.
It's violence towards everybody. What are you talking about?
Yeah, nobody. I mean, let's be honest here. Everyone in Berserk gets fucking. Everyone in Berserk. Nobody's safe from damn Berserk. Nobody's safe from Berserk, bro. That world's terrible.
literally the first scene is literally like in that manga. There is both men and women getting murdered.
Yeah, like what are you talking about?
And it's like, but again, here's the thing. This is okay. So this is like the Goblin Slayer thing, and I brought it up there. And it's showing how bad they are. They are one of the evilest things you can do to another person is that.
Yeah.
And it's like,
yep.
Why is this even a conversation?
I just think it's funny because it's like, man, there's just so much violence against women. So it's like, so you're just gonna watch a bunch of guys get slaughtered?
Yeah.
You just want to see a bunch of guys get slaughtered and
Yeah,
taken advantage of?
but what about equality, man? I want equality. I want both men and women to get screwed over. That's what I don't want. I'm for equality. I want both men and women getting fucked up. Man, that's what I'm for. I'm for equality. Everyone gets screwed over. How about that?
Or something.
Thank you, Frog Jupiter. Did you know that despite being 13% of anime watchers, hood weebs make up 50% of the calls for anime censorship? They're
Oh
also
my god!
They also make 100% in corpse desecration.
Actively pillaging a village and doing the same thing to a woman. This serves no narrative purpose. They just killed and
Yes, it
forced
does.
down a village. I know they're evil. I know they're wicked. You don't have to throw in sexual assault and rape a woman to bolster that.
Here's the deal. Again, you're dealing with a medieval fantasy. You know what? Cut the fact that it's medieval fantasy. You know what's a common thing that still happens even around the world when someone takes over? They take advantage of the women and the children and whatever supplies they have. We saw this a couple of years ago with a certain war that happened a while ago. We saw this again happen with other wars that happen still now. They're going to go after the women and children because they're the weakest, because they see them as prizes. Some religions see them as prizes. If you're sick of the fact that they use it as so often, maybe you just have a problem with humanity, because that's just how humanity is, even though it sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. If it's something that is coveted and protected, we want it.
Freaking even the Bible covers it. The Bible doesn't hold any sugarcoating with that.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Jesus looking at you.
Thank you, Internet Zen. Fan of Grimdark Universes. Hello, Warhammer 40k. I appreciate Berserk. However, I can understand Mizu's misery porn point. Also, WYALD is seen as evil in universe by others in the Grimdark world. Wailed, whatever. I'm terrible with pronunciations.
But again, the problem with this guy is that it doesn't matter the intention. It doesn't matter if it's supposed to be. It doesn't matter about the purpose of it, like whether it's being seen as terrible or not. The fact that it's in there in the first place, it's a problem.
Misery porn if things never get better. The problem is, how long does it take to get better? I mentioned it before. There was a gacha game I really liked, which it got shut down in the West. Wait, perhaps things get better. It's not in pay thousand.
Yeah, this is like saying One Piece is just nothing but just pain and suffering for Luffy and the crew, and tell like there's no ups for them. Could you imagine them never having ups?
Yeah,
that would be the worst series. You can have ups and downs. That's the point of a story. But there's a point when it's like, I can't deal with this anymore.
No, you know what? That's a fantastic example, because earlier this morning, people were looking at Robin, for example. Robin is a very good litmus test as if people were actually paying attention to her character development in One Piece. Because people were like,
she's just Luffy.
yeah. So the whole thing with Robin, because I know Mizu and some people here haven't seen One Piece. The whole thing with Robin
seen
is
some
that
One
she's
Piece.
a runaway. But have you gotten to Robin?
Yeah. We're up to Frankie
Yeah.
and Blair.
All right. Well, at least with like, for people who don't know, Robin's whole thing is that like she's this mysterious woman who she has like this mysterious bounty. You end up finding out she's the child of these like researchers who could read this one special.
Basically, to summarize, Robin was forced to grow up very quickly. So when she's now with the Luffy and the crew, she's able to become her little childish self. She's able to become a kid again. Implying with her imagination, basically, like when she sees Puma's hands, she imagines like kitty like little kitty hands and shit like that and stuff like that. Or when she imagines fucking Usopp, when she imagines it like in Punk has it when basically they get across the island, and obviously Robin and Luffy can't fucking swim because obviously the Delphi uses. So she's like, okay. So it's like, oh, how about we get on you? It was Zoro, Usopp, Luffy and Robin, right? Luffy and Robin can't swim. So like her imagination was that Zoro, Luffy and her get on the backs of Zoro and Usopp and like swim by. Like her imagination is so freaking hilarious, bro. Because she can actually be her true self, because she couldn't be a child herself because she was forced to grow up really early in life.
Special language, and what you find out really instantly is that Robin is depressed, and if she had not met Luffy, she probably would have ended her life a long time ago. So with modern One Piece, after the time skip, you kind of start seeing, like, because Oda did promise this, Robin being more goofy, Robin being more loose, allowing herself to like feel comfortable.
Yes, and I'll show you. Robin, how do I say this? Nico, Robin, cat, cat farts there. Like this is her in the pre-time skip where she sees Kuma's hands. It's her, it's her like imagining this shit, bro. Like, see, look, that's what I'm talking about too. It's like the whole it's like the whole fucking like this is literally like Robin's freaking farts and shit. It's like little kitty shit, bro. This was so funny. I was like, oh yeah. And her and Luffy were like big ass smiling too when we're thinking about the plan. Usopp's like, are you guys fucking insane? No. Yeah, so basically she's learning to be more kitty and shit like that. Punk has it. No, I think I already saw it anyway. Yeah, but it's like it's fucking hilarious. Like, oh yeah, me and Luffy, we can't swim, so how do we get across? Oh, we can just go on the backs of Usopp and Zoro. It's like it's freaking hilarious.
And it came out.
And I'm pretty sure she cried over a poor drawing too, because I forgot what it is. It happened in Wano. It basically there's this guy that's able to draw things and make them come back to life, and she was like crying over a freaking dumb drawing. It was so fucking hilarious, bro. I'll show you. One Piece, drawing, Wano. No, it's not. What is it called? Wano, drawing, dragon, dragon, seed. I don't know how to say it. Yeah, Varinosuke. You bro, they were freaking crying. They were crying when they saw this shit. I'll show you. Now I know its name. Rhinosuke, Death, One Piece. Where is it? Yeah, right here. Look. Look at this shit, bro. Maybe I should put like a little filter. But I'll show you. You see? See, look at the... Robin's like openly about to cry for a poor drawing of a dragon. It's so freaking hilarious, man. It's so funny, but it's like a little bit of development for Robin too. Look at this though. Look at this shit, bro. Look at this shit. Look at this shit, bro. These guys are actively crying for. Even Robin's actively crying for a stupid drink. It's so funny too when I think it was Zola and Law was like, "Yo, what the fuck? This is a stupid ass drawing." Luffy, the guy got so fucking mad at them. It's like, "Yo, don't fucking talk shit about my nose." It's so funny, man. It's One Piece, man. It's like it's so. But see, look at that. You never look at that, man. Robin's crying over a stupid. You just see fucking Zoro and Law. They're like, "What the fuck are you guys doing, bro? It's a stupid ass dumb drawing." Nah, it's funny, bro. But like, even then, you saw that. You saw like Robin literally crying for it, bro. Like it's so funny. It's so it's just so dumb. You guys are crying over such a poor drawing, bro.
This current episode or the chapter that came out with it, that Robin got a new haircut and she had this very happy, beautiful expression of just like feeling renewed. And the thing I always keep saying about people, from like what all I've seen from One Piece, is that Robin is just Luffy if Luffy did not gain freedom and Luffy was depressed. And like everything. And so when people say, "Oh, I miss old Robin," it's like you miss Robin when she was suicidal. You don't like new Robin because Robin is happy.
Yeah, cause Luffy freed her. Luffy freed her, and that's why she's like, "Oh yeah, no, since you saved me, Luffy, I owe you nuts. I'm gonna be a part of you. I owe you my life. You saved me." It's so funny. Because Robin is literally just as fucking goofy as Luffy. It's just like she has subtle ways of doing it. And obviously because of her backstory, she also has like dark humor and shit like that. So it's like everyone's like, what the like Robin, like what the
Actually enjoys life again. Like that's what I mean.
Yeah, Robin's a great. Yeah,
No, I love Robin. Robin is such a I love Robin, bro. As a character, I love her character, man. It's so fucking funny.
It's like not enjoying Robin's character development.
Exactly.
Anyways, the crew is literally Luffy's family. Chat. I saw a comment in that in chat. It bothered me. Sorry. Go on.
It's just gross and perpetuates culture. And you might have known.
How does it? That's the thing. If it's shown in a terrible light, I don't know. Here's the thing. It doesn't for him. It doesn't even matter how it's shown, right? Whether it's shown in a positive light or a negative light, it doesn't fucking matter to this guy because the problem is that it's the existence within the story itself. It doesn't matter if it's shown in what light. Like obviously in Berserk, it's shown in obviously in the fucking negative light, obviously, because it traumatizes Guts and Griffith and Casca and all that shit, right? It's shown in a much. It's been shown in a negative light. But the guy's issue is that it doesn't matter how it's shown. It doesn't matter if it's shown in a negative light or in a positive light, right? Again, for Berserk, it's been negative throughout like 99% of the times this shit happens, as if what I've read for 200 fucking chapters. But it doesn't matter if it's shown in a negative light. It's still shown anyways, and that's bad. That's basically what it means. It doesn't matter if it's shown in a bad light. The fact that it's in it in the first place is a problem. That's basically what it means.
It's literally that's another thing. Whenever people as somebody who knows what an actual rape culture is, not because I've lived in it, but I've just witnessed it. We all know where it exists in the world.
It exists somewhere in the world, just not anywhere like these people are making
Good
videos
luck
from.
Current Europe, by the way. They're like, oh, it's a rape culture. You mean even in the series itself is announced that it is bad? Griffin is literally portrayed as bad for continuing the cycle.
I like how people keep trying to convince me it's not misery porn by saying things like Berserk is about the pain and suffering along the way. Yeah.
Chat, you're not good at this. You're not good at
Misery
this, chat.
porn.
Unfortunately, chat, you're not sending your best.
You need to try a little bit harder.
Notice that I keep including the fact it's women because that's the truth.
It's everybody.
Again, you ever noticed how these specific people are always in countries where it's like, yeah, no, rape culture exists, but it's like, it's not in this specific country.
Yeah. That's so
Like,
dumb.
go fight the good, like, go fight the good fight in the actual country. Oh, wait, that means risking your life.
Pretender, if they go and do it in a real country, they would have to like leave their cushy life behind.
You could maybe sell me on the fact that this is a fantasy world, and
this is just realism, baby. Stop crying, liberal.
Well, I don't know. If it is realistic, why is it only women? And why?
It's not only women, bro. You literally talked about Guts and Griffith. You acting like it's only women, bro. Come on.
No. Griffin is right there, and Guts is literally right there.
Number one.
What are you talking
about? It's not only women, only because we saw Griffith and Guts. Number one, like I said, it's kind of hard to buck break a man, which is why they just kill them.
This is just so really stupid.
It's like the sexual violence is only towards women. Yeah, that's because the murdering is happening on the men's side.
Why is it only young women or conventionally attractive women? Realism only works when you can show every side.
You're gonna hate to hear this, but every character in the main cast is conventionally attractive in some way.
Yeah, look at Guts. Literally, look at fucking Guts, bro. Look at him. Muscular, he's tall and shit. Strong as fuck. Like, come on, bro. Griffith, freaking light-colored hair, blue eyes, you know, fair skin. Like, come on, bro. Stop it. The main characters are mostly conventionally attractive. You're not gonna see something. You're not gonna see a lot of butt fuck ugly dudes that are like the main characters.
Like,
That is not how it
you're
is.
trying to be like, why is it only conventionally attractive people? Because everybody in the main cast is conventionally attractive. You retard.
You know, this implies. Remember, this implies that listen. So long as the pool is diverse, it's okay.
It's just funny hearing him say conventionally attractive and then showing this picture of Guts.
Yeah, always. You can see his collarbone, his traps, his fucking arm meat.
Yeah, would. Thank you, Bracho. All I'm saying is Berserk has its ups and its downs, but people only ever focus at the end of the Golden Age and Black Swordsman arc, that they don't talk about the beach episode.
There is, in fact, a beach episode.
Of this wicked crime to life, not just the part that can be easily fetishized. And the only time it's a man is when it's Guts. And out of all characters.
And, you know, Griffith, the other guy across the room. The only time when it's a man is when it's Guts.
And
Again, the reason why it doesn't happen to men is because they're all getting murdered or tortured.
No, he says that like that's a small thing, and it's like, yeah, when it happens to a man, it's the main fucking character that we spend 99% of the series with. What are you talking about?
I don't think this person actually read Berserk. I think he's literally getting his talking points from Twitter.
It feels like
Reddit.
it. Because now he's even said, the only time it's not a woman is when it's Guts. As he's like sitting across from Griffith in the scene you're showing.
I just imagine them all sitting in like a Rape Anonymous meeting, and it's just like, so anyways, there's everybody out, they go, and then Guts. Meanwhile, Griffith's just sitting there, revenge for it.
Yeah.
He's also the only one to get revenge for such a crime, while women are just blindly thrown into such.
Pretty sure Griffith got revenge for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he killed the guy. I'm pretty sure he killed that fat ass king that freaking freaking touched him and shit like that as a thing.
Brother just fucked up the world.
Situations and die or stuck in the cycle of it. And this isn't even to mention the scene that happens with Wild and Casca. It's just fatiguing and serves no narrative purpose.
First off, it does serve a narrative purpose. But second off, fucking go. read something else.
Like, yeah, just read a different book. This is this is the Dark Souls thing. They want to be known as, well, I read the popular big thing. I know what I'm talking about. No, you doesn't because you read it doesn't mean you got it, or and you're clearly trying to say, oh, I hate it. Then why'd you read it?
It shows as such when it was literally cut out of the 97 adaptation of the anime. And I'm telling you,
Berserk adaptations have been all over the place, my brother.
Facts.
And that's not like a deep Berserk fan take. That's just everybody is well aware the Berserk adaptation.
Yeah, it's because everyone knows that studios have to be very picky, have to be very careful how to adapt Berserk, so they try to remove as much scenes as possible that has that stuff in it.
Have been spotty to say the least.
Yeah.
Even the best one, the Golden Arc.
Listen, all I'm saying is, you know why they had to cut it? Because of TV. That's literally the only reason. Because people always mistake TV guidelines as, well, they had to censor it for all these deep reasons, and it's literally just, we can't show that on TV.
TV just gets away with less.
Because anyone can watch on TV. It's a bit harder to control that.
Yeah.
Yep, and I don't think Japan has safe harbor hours, so they're like, yeah, even if we could do it in safe harbor hours, we still can't show that on TV. Like they have strict rules about like violence and stuff. Surprisingly.
He's about to say something dumb. I heard him start it.
Fatiguing and serves no narrative purpose. It shows as such when it was literally cut out of the 97 adaptation of the anime.
What?
My YouTube is exploding on the launch together.
What do you mean it cut out?
No, it caught up. Sorry.
And I'm telling you, nobody batted an eye. Let's wrap this up with the.
Yes, they did. As I just said 2 seconds ago, everybody has noticed that all of the adaptations have been spotty at best.
Yeah.
Even here's the thing, we all point to 2016 Berserk because that is just an abomination on TV, just period. Like that's not even a bad Berserk adaptation. That's just bad film making.
And we get to make fun of it.
Trust me, nobody batted an eye. Trust me, brother. Yes, they did.
We knew. We talked about it.
I don't know why you think nobody talked about this. You weren't. Trust me, you definitely weren't there.
Casca and a person who is no longer Griffith, but Femto. A tragic scene, as it is one of the most devastating things that happens in this manga. Too bad that all of that narrative weight.
You were not going to shit on the eclipse. You were not like actually.
Ain't no way you. And oh yeah, he also skimmed all the parts that all the guys just died. All of all the crew, all the band of Hawk just fucking gets massacred. Yeah, I guess you're gonna skip that, aren't you?
Going to shit on the eclipse scene. It's literally like one of the most important scenes.
I'm debating just ramming this metal rod into my eye.
Is taken off of it because of Miura's constant, fatiguing sense to always use it as a way to shock you. If Casca was never always put in these situations, it makes the one time it has.
Brother is not playing Persona 4 music right now.
Yes.
You have to okay, so, and I do know this. You gotta remember with the specific scene, if I remember correctly, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Royan, that up to this point, before her and Guts became intimate, Casca really liked Griffith.
She did. She did really like Griffith at some point, and then she started to like Guts, and then Griffith started to notice that. She started to like Guts. And to piss off Guts even fucking more, he did that in front of him. Why do you think he fucking why do you think he commanded demons to let Guts watch? Is to do that in front of Guts. Cause he noticed that Guts and Casca were getting intimate. Griffith noticed that.
And so even if she didn't like him romantically, she still trusted him. The whole reason why this scene exists is because it's a violation of trust.
On multiple levels.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then there's also there's also the fact that like, and I'm saying this because like I at one point I like saw stories from like victims about this. The reason why stuff like this is shown
And you can also argue that Griffith had something towards Casca because in his dream scenario as a crippled guy, he had Casca as a wife, basically feeding him when he was crippled and shit like that. So you can argue that he also had some towards feelings towards Casca, maybe. But I would say that the main reason why he did this was to piss off Guts because again, he forced Guts to see this. He forced Guts to watch this. And don't forget, Griffith noticed that that Guts and Casca were getting closer.
in a way that is just plain and simple is because the reason why they feel disgusted about themselves is because it felt good. The
Would
reason
you
why
say simple and clean?
the reason why Casca looks the way she does is because it feels good, and that's why it's disgusting. That's the whole point of showing it, because you know it's bad, but anybody who's actually been through it also knows that it's bad.
Thank you, Internet Zen. A person that is no longer Griffith. Tourist, Femto is Griffith, and no, Royan, do not. The metal pole, find Kurt Cobain's last microphone instead.
Wait. What do you mean, Roy? Do not the metal pole? What do you mean?
You said you were gonna stick a metal pole in your eye.
Oh, okay.
Hit a lot harder, but now it's muddied for me because I can only think it's some bizarre fetish Miura snuck into his writing, and that's the point. No matter how much forethought was
Brother
put
literally
into
fell for it. He's into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he fell for it.
Oh, cool. You dragging again. I love this.
You were such a dumbass.
And that's you weren't paying attention to basically because again Griffith noticed that he couldn't say anything because his tongue got cut out, but he did notice the closeness that Casca was getting to Guts, and now low key pissing him off because like okay the man that I can't control is also fucking taking one of my most fucking loyal subordinates as well. Like it's pissing me. Like he's basically losing control because he knows that usually Casca's loyal towards Griffith, right? Griffith knows that Casca has this idealism about Griffith, and knowing that basically he can't control Casca anymore because obviously he's fucking crippled and he can't. And his tongue got fucking cut out. Yeah, he's fucked. He's basically losing control. He is a subtle control freak. That's kind of what Griffith is. He's basically a control freak who has a lot of charisma in him. But again, once he got fucking tortured and shit, he lost all of that. All of that.
Shit, dude.
First off, if you see a scene like this and immediately think fetish, I think there's something wrong with you.
There's a very, very specific person that this is a fetish for.
Keep in mind,
But you can all but it's also a bit worse because obviously Miro is dead. So you basically like you can't even say, oh yeah, Miro can't even fucking defend his case because he's dead. So it's like, yeah.
remember during this scene, like Griffith is staring not at Casca but straight into Guts' eyes because he wants Guts to see.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the whole point. The whole point was to torture Guts. Why do you think he made him live? He literally commanded. No, he didn't command them, but he literally just got the demons to literally force Guts' eyes open, eye open, to see that. Because that's the whole point. The whole point was to get back at Guts. Because Griffith blames Guts for basically his downfall. Because if it wasn't for Guts leaving the Band of Hawk, Griffith thinks that he would have gotten that kingdom. But the fact that because his strongest asset, Guts, left the Band of Hawk, it caused the whole downfall of Griffith's goal. Even though that's not necessarily true. I think that obviously when he did the fucking Charlotte thing, that kind of. But again, that's what I'm trying to say. Griffith is a control freak in a way. He thinks that Guts is his property. Right. That's basically what it is. He's a control freak.
That is exactly why he does it.
He does it. Yeah, he does it to piss off Guts.
With the intended events to follow, none of it matters if you can't treat the subject with the amount of care it desperately needs. And that's not to
literally
mention
had
that this
it.
event
It had
is
it.
widely misinterpreted by fans and is the butt of many jokes in the fandom.
Okay, you have to talk about those misinterpretations, buddy. I want to know what misinterpretations? Where?
And also the handling of Casca has
What do you what?
What?
Look at all these men. Look at all these men, man. Look at that. Oh my goodness, man. Look at all these men.
the handling of Casca has
What do you what?
What? Self-report indeed.
Did you say the eclipse was the butt of many jokes?
No, I think it was talking about memes.
Well, probably like 4 guys on Reddit.
Are you talking about the Griffith did nothing wrong joke? That's the one.
That's a joke. That is an obvious joke. If you think people are actually fucking serious, you're just a retard, honestly. Well, not to say that fucking word, but you're honestly a fucking retard if you actually think people were actually serious and their whole group did nothing wrong. Obviously, it's a freaking joke. It is the most blatant fucking obvious joke. Obviously, you did fucking wrong.
And that's not even specifically the fucking this. That's more like his everything.
Yeah, that is a bit.
into this exact scene with the weight intended for it to have, with the intended events to follow, none of it matters if you can't treat the subject with the amount of care it desperately needs. And that's not to mention that this event is widely misinterpreted by fans and is the butt.
Yeah, what misinterpretations? You have to talk about that, buddy. Look at these men. Look at these men getting fucking tortured, man. Not tortured, but basically fucking tortured. Look at the getting fucking eaten alive. That's fucking crazy as shit.
Of many jokes in the fandom. And
where?
Yeah, I need proof of this, bro. I need proof of this. I'm not gonna believe you straight up.
I've never seen anyone make fun of the actual eclipse, just the things that like lead up to the eclipse and after the eclipse. So basically, if the amulet is I found this amulet, guys. I wonder what it does. Versus Griffith did nothing wrong. No one's ever joked about the eclipse. I've never seen anyone joke about it.
Because nobody has. No, literally nobody has, Kendra.
What are you?
Stupid. Stupid.
Also,
This
the
guy is
Casca
losing it.
Has the point of this event. With the traumatizing events leaving her mute, her senses shocked, she is scared and can't trust anything or anyone. Too bad that it's literally played for goofs and laughs sometimes. It can also come off as this weird male savior complex.
Oh no, not the white man complex. So, yo, okay, buddy. Okay, man. Oh my goodness, man. I'm not trying to be miserable and say that she can't be a bit silly, but it can't be poor taste in your mouth when it comes to the tragic character she is.
By who? Who is playing this for laughs?
What are you talking about?
You see this goofy scene right here we had to censor? That's the laughs.
You don't. He has
Jeez, half the page is blood. I don't know what context is even this.
no idea what happened at all.
Oh, I remember this scene. Basically, Casca is with these okay, so I know what this scene is. So basically, this guy's one of the soldiers, and basically this chick right here, she's like one of the prostitutes, right? She's one of the prostitutes, and basically the prostitutes found Casca, and they were starting taking care of her because she got separated from Guts. I forgot what happened. I forgot what happened before that shit, but I'm pretty sure she got scared of Guts and she ran off. So basically, there was a small group of prostitutes that were taking care of Casca. so basically, yeah, one of the prostitutes is doing her job, whatever, and then it just got fucking. It was like awkward when all of a sudden this fucking bandaged woman was like, "Oh shit!" Like what the fuck? Yeah.
With Guts constantly taking care of her, and spoilers, her not even overcoming it by her own means and just getting magical fairy powers to fix her trauma. It all just rubs me the wrong way, and also rubs a lot of women in a bad way.
You're gonna have to show examples of that too, buddy. Cause you don't speak for women. You have to show me. Show me, content woman, verified female Twitter accounts, Reddit accounts, YouTubers that actually have this problem. Don't speak on behalf of women. Women have their own voices. Don't stop mansplaining for women. Let the women speak for themselves. Man, it's 2026, man. They can speak for themselves.
Can you blame them? There's also this narrative that
Would you like to?
You are not
Would you
citing
like
Reddit.
to? Would you like to show examples? The reason why Casca just kind of is fixed is because that's how it works sometimes. Sometimes you just have a moment of clarity and are still traumatized. This guy's an idiot. This guy's an idiot.
Era regretted the amount of times he added these scenes for shock value, and I was inclined to believe such as, yeah, the more you read Berserk, the less these scenes come as frequent events. But no, he actually never felt guilty for such events, and in fact,
Do you have an actual Okay, this is
praises him pushing the limits of his editor.
I actually suggest you read the whole entire Reddit post. Kentar It says a lot that can lead people to take later on into opinions. I think that he just kind of blind to the fact that people aren't tolerant to scenes like this anymore due to his constant bad handling of such subjects or fatigue. First of all, I'm not believing a Reddit thread. I want to see the actual interview from the Lafargo. I'm not trusting a fucking Reddit thing because the Reddit person can be just as disingenuous and then take things out of context or skim or basically summarize the whole thing. I'm not trusting this shit. I'm not trusting this source.
So the craziest part in all this, despite Japan's awful culture around child exploitation and rape,
Oh my God,
is even his own editors were telling him to calm down. Now,
not his own editors, but the editorial board and high ups. My bad. Yeah, my bad, guys. My bad, guys. I mean, I made a mistake. Okay, buddy.
because editors don't want to get sued.
You are so stupid. What annoys me with some of these
Also, you need proof. You need proof that the editorial board had problems with this. You need to prove that as well.
videos we watch is the information these people have.
But it's so funny too because when Muir passed away, they still continue to continue to mark like, even after his passing. So I guess it wasn't much of a big problem then. It still isn't now.
About the world feels like it's negative. Like it feels like you somehow have less information than there is available to you. And I don't know how you got there.
You know what's funny? The reason why they don't put here's the thing. You know what? Also, a manga that also got a lot of pushback by its editors. Freaking Metamorphosis. Not because of all the sexual stuff that happened, but because they were adding too many needles.
Yeah.
That's you know why? You know why? Because they don't want to get in trouble with the magazine and then have to be pulled through government intervention. That's the only reason why.
So there's a semi-famous story of a cartoon creator who he would always put in something like blatantly objectionable to his work before he sent it to the higher ups. So when they sent it back, they would really only ask for the blatantly objectionable stuff to be corrected, and then they would immediately accept the corrections because they felt like they got their way, right? Except one time he sent them something that had like blatantly objectionable material on it, and when they sent it back, they didn't actually cite the blatantly objectionable material. They said the lines of the character feel too sharp and aggressive. And he talks about it in an interview, and he's like, I genuinely stared at that note for like an hour and could not understand what the fuck they were talking about. Like, I genuinely had no idea what they wanted from me.
Oh my gosh.
And that's the thing with editorial boards. They're stupid. They have no idea what they're talking about. They put the most random fucking notes on stuff. And a lot of times, creators that have to put up with them and have learned how to sneak around their BS still get confused with what gets sent bad to them.
Yep. Oh, even better. Recently, people were talking about Ghostbusters and how one of the characters, they were told to take off the sharp lines on one of the female characters so that it would not scare children. You look at the design and it's like, who is this scaring and what child is being scared right now?
Yeah.
keep in mind, she had that design, I think, for probably what, like 1 or 3 seasons. No complaints. Suddenly, the lines scare people.
Yeah.
Dull them out.
Editorial boards are stupid. Thank you, Internet Zen. Male savior complex. I'm sorry, what in the soy did I just hear? Wanting to protect and care for someone you care about is basic human instinct. Yeah.
Because Casca's mental, and clearly Casca in her mental
I'm
state,
surprised he didn't say white savior complex because Casca's dark skin.
it don't need no man.
Also, he mentions this. When Murrah was talking about that, he was not talking about the Casca rape scene. He was talking about the violence. Like, I genuinely don't think you understand this. Japan has a much more tenuous relationship with violence than we do in America.
Yep.
So when he talks about I was pushing my editor's limits, he's talking about the giant bloody faces in the background spewing blood out of the eyes. He's not talking about the Casca scene.
And that's double for that because you have to remember in Japanese law, you cannot show decapitation of any kind. This is what got, for some people that don't know, Akai Hato from Hololive had a storyline where she had 2 versions of herself, and it showed decapitation multiple times. The moment the government was notified, they immediately shut that down, and Hato had to be like, well, guys, storyline's over. There's 2 Hatos now. Like, you can't show it any kind. So the fact that they were floating heads in the blood sea kind of was like thinning the line a little bit.
Yeah. Like, it's funny because he genuinely doesn't understand what was actually an issue for the editors, and he just assumes it was the rape. And he's like, "Oh, the rape was so bad that even the editors were sus about it." No, it was the violence. It was the gore. It was the.
That's why I wish he showed screenshots so I can read it for myself and then fucking ask and basically refute whether he's right or wrong. That's why I don't want to hear. That's why I don't like hear. I don't like hearsay sometimes because some people can misconstrue it or not understand what the writer is saying, and they will basically make a mistake, and that'll cause problems.
Floating heads.
Always the violence.
It was the guy that got his head exploded. I think I specifically remember an interview where they mentioned the guy getting his head.
Probably doesn't even understand.
How do you?
Am I trying to cancel a dead man? No. I don't want to believe Miura's complex work that is Berserk is just one big fetish piece.
How do you make the music even louder?
That's been a problem since the early one when he had to start Death Note music. It's been loud. That's a problem. Oh, he's still going?
He portrays women. I still mildly like Berserk, and I don't want any Berserk fan.
Not even mid. Not it's well. That's not spelled mildly. That's middly. Mildly, you switch the D and the L, but whatever. Mildly, I do love Berserk, but you have to understand the baggage of also hating certain aspects of the work.
To feel guilty for liking this series, but if you are going to enjoy.
We can't hear what the fuck you're saying, dude.
Yeah, your mic is
Jesus
scuffed.
Christ.
Only able to get over this because the subtitles.
Yeah. Listen, my brother, if you're recording in your like a recording studio, your speaking should be at the top, like right all the way at the top, and the music should not even be half of it. Half is maybe as high as you can get.
We live in a generation where nobody has good sound quality. I've been seeing so many YouTubers nowadays that have like the worst audio mixing, and I'm like, how do you have something this bad?
Yeah.
I wonder sometimes because even I try to not have bad audio mixing.
Like, it's different.
Why is my model breaking?
It's like, it annoys me because it's slightly different for streaming, right? But a bunch of streamers can still get it right. You have a recorded video.
Yeah, that you can rewatch, revise, do every. You basically have so much time in your hands when you're doing an editing video. But yeah, you still fuck it up.
With your audio and your music on separate tracks. And all you have to do is listen to it back one time before you like render it out.
Low-key, I don't think he did.
Just once. Just listen back to it one fucking time. Please.
Enjoy it, you have to be aware of what you are enjoying, and in the same breath, realize its major faults, as well as realizing Miura.
I thought I was listening to
isn't
music
a
now
saint
because
and
I
isn't
can't
exactly
hear
a good person.
shit.
I'm not gonna fully judge the morality of a dead man in another country that I never met and will never know personally, but that doesn't mean they can avoid all criticism of their work and character.
Okay, bro.
Do you know?
You do realize that their morality is an aspect of their character. Okay,
how
buddy.
like psychotic that sounds? I'm not saying you can't criticize Berserk, right? But especially when you say it that way. Just because he's dead doesn't mean he can avoid criticism of his work and character. What? Why would you say that?
If he can write and draw women the way he does, and is not beyond harsh criticism. I sincerely
I'm sorry,
hope
I'm
this
still
video
reeling
and
right now.
What video is he
The epic
showing?
Isn't a saint and isn't exactly a good
Is it
person.
playing on
if
your
he can
guys'
write
side?
and draw women the way
Yes.
he does.
Oh.
By the way, it's hard to hear him, but he
Oh.
says he isn't a saint and he's not exactly a good person if he writes and draws women.
I'm pretty sure you misspelled criticism. Yeah, he misspelled criticism. Geez, can't even fucking spell properly. You misspelled mild and I misspelled criticism.
Women in the way he does.
Criticism.
You know what we call that? We call that projection.
Oh, that's a skill issue.
And is
It
not
just
beyond
means that
harsh
they're horny,
criticism.
bro.
I sincerely hope
Twitter just doesn't understand Chainsaw Man. Oh, this is Chainsaw Man.
Perhaps a difficulty tweak?
This is a video he put out called Twitter Still Doesn't Understand Chainsaw Man.
video and its
We're gonna
comments
have to watch that.
serve as a great discussion piece and not just people arguing that their manga isn't for sissy liberals. I sincerely understand the struggle of people labeling something you love as just problematic and not what
Okay, he's said that like 6 times now. Who the fuck is actually saying that?
Yeah. It's no telling what
Like
he's
that.
doing.
Literally nobody. Literally nobody says that. We're not in 2017.
Neon Genesis Evangelion and Chainsaw Man gets a lot of these people who don't want to try and understand the significance of the story and its events and just say it gives off a poor message. But in the case of Berserk, this is
What the fuck happened to the audio? Bro, this man needs to fix his audio mixing, bro. Because his mic will go, he has massive music and then abrupt cut, and then now he has a scuffed mic. I don't know what is going on here.
is just far too big to tell off as themes and such, and it highlights a major issue with our modern culture, especially that of
I can guarantee you whatever message you took out of Evangelion was the incorrect one. With chains.
No, people are still getting it wrong.
No, that's what
People
I'm
still
saying.
miss
People
it.
still get it wrong. I'm just saying there's a slightly higher chance he got it right than Evangelion or Berserk.
It's God, what?
the Japanese. In this world, we don't need fiction perpetuating more violence towards women. It only continuously cradles this festering culture our world has.
Oh my god.
So some things shouldn't exist then. Fiction affects all culture. Or media affects all culture, whatever.
Also, him using the Persona 4 song is ironic on many levels. This is literally the I'm accepting my true self song, by the way.
Chat saying, I'm sure from the Persona 4 music, he thinks Naoto is trans.
He'll probably also think Kanji's gay. Missed the point.
Especially if it's not treated seriously. Thanks for watching.
I hated your video. You genuinely gave me a headache.
Mizu, can you dislike it for me?
Yes.
Can you now undislike it and redislike it for me again?
Top comment is huge Berserk fan.
Point did I
There have
It's still
always
exist.
been specific rules of how to run your account. It's just we didn't know what they were because Twitter
Okay,
refused
that's
to
it.
tell anybody.
All right,
This is like
I'm
saying
okay. Okay, that's enough. That's enough. It's fucking enough. Oh my goodness. Anyways, I think it's time to end it because first of all, it's fucking 2:30 in the damn morning, and I want to sleep. So I'm gonna end it right here. Tomorrow's gonna be Cyberpunk. Overall, yeah, he's just basically saying, you have to think about everybody. You have to think about people who's gonna read your shit. And that's a bad thing to think. That's a bad thing for any type of media because that means you're not gonna draw. You're not gonna write shit. You might hurt the quality of your series because you're refusing to fucking talk about it. It's not like fucking Mira is fucking right drawing it in a positive light. He's just complaining that it's in there in general. He's not complaining that it's in a positive light or whatever. But no, he's just complaining that it's done in general, and that's a problem. Even though freaking Mira never showed those type of scenes in a positive light at all, but because those scenes are in there, it's bad. But anyways, I'm gonna end it right here. Fairy, what was? Wait, what? Fairy Tale's still going on, man. Wendy finally gets a dual L. I don't fucking care. I'm tired of Fairy Tale. I watched a bit of 100 Years Quest and I just stopped. I couldn't do it. I just couldn't fucking do it anymore. Anyways, I'm gonna end it here. Tomorrow's gonna be Cyberpunk, so make sure to stay tuned for that. I'll see you guys all tomorrow. I hope you guys have a great day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Whatever. Yeah, have a great day. Peace out. Fuck it.